the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's an emotion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. running out of what you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud beautiful hair, broken bones and a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground, burn a flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
stage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flowing can't hold back the lemon. You know who sit on the throne and who at the throne. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu's 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all 0 for Liquid. 20 seconds left. And a 4. Ends up done in. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive.
What's next?
He's walking around and just walking in the stacks from the land.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God! Scare! Are you gonna be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top, we're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Coinbase, US Air Force, and CSGO Hub, powered by Coil.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. He is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Troll is winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand final. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
American Counter-Strike down, but not out. The decorated captain returns to his former banner and art form. A relentless year of change and instability left the fierce and formidable Furia frustrated. Safe may be that final piece for the Brazilians to climb the food chain.
A lot of familiar faces on the docket today, ladies and gentlemen, is Liquid G2 in a matchup that has been dubbed by an unknown and unnamed HLTV forum user as the Clash of Trash. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, there it is, an elimination game on the line for G2 and Liquid. Not what they wanted, but they're not the only ones facing the door. Astralis and Inns also find themselves in such a precarious and such a weird situation that nobody wants to find themselves in at the Intel Extreme Masters, especially when we haven't even got to the damn arena yet. Of course, Prof Maniac here with me on the case, and, well, a day full of matches, gotta love it. And whether you do or not, you have to love it. So
definitely love it. Lots of hearts will be broken today, Trace. A lot of storied and successful players will take the door earlier on. We have plenty of these. Of course, the Astralis core, we can talk about Crims as well. But some of them definitely won't make it to Spotted because not anyone can, only the best.
That's right. In fact, that's how these competitions work, Prof.
I mean, yeah, some of them go home early, some of them stay until
Weird
the end,
that.
But a lot is on the line, and we're talking about lands and like great lands, historic lands, which go down in history.
Yes.
And we go back and we look at these results, who made top 8s, who made the playoffs repeatedly at Katowice, at Cologne, and events like this. So yeah, as you mentioned, G2, Liquid, these are some of the teams that could be out. Vitality. And
What was it called again?
the Clash of Trash.
I think you called it.
No, I think
that
HLTV user unknown 1337 called it Clash of Trash.
Can sound a bit harsh, but like
Might be a bit over the top.
But yeah, but a bit. But there is something to it, right? The way that G2 played yesterday was kind of underwhelming with everything that we kind of expect from this team. And Liquid, since they put this lineup together, hasn't really impressed. So,
and that is a tough reality, isn't it? I mean, it looks cool on paper, but hey, now you find yourself facing elimination, which is not where you wanted to be by any stretch of the imagination, Maniac.
No, absolutely not. And although everyone is going to put a caveat that there's been roster changes around, you still don't want your first LAN event to be an absolute catastrophe because you take these moments with you. I think it shatters confidence. Obviously, some individuals have had very poor performances. We're going to touch on it a little bit later. But see, there is truly something to this roster situation, of course. We see very storied rosters actually already be in a good position. Heroic, of course, hasn't really made a change. They're already in Spotlight. That was the case with VP. They only changed Flit before the major. But Gambit's still struggling. That one surprised me just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of the roughest part of it. I think Heroic really delivered in terms of what we could get from them. Copenhagen Flames, one of the underdogs, definitely. Fnatic is showing up now. This is their time to kind of to shine and show what they can deliver. And yeah, maybe they can sneak a playoff appearance here or kind of early on in their career still.
That would be an upset. I mean, an upset. That would be a very great surprise for Fnatic if they were to make it to the playoff. I had limited expectations for them. I just think for these new rosters, again, public opinion is very quick to settle. You show up to an event, and it doesn't matter if you only have a couple of weeks for you. People will look at you, and they will point out your flaws. And for us, the eye test is whether the question is it time, or is it just profound failure in the team right now? And that's kind of the mystery we're trying to solve here at the desk.
So for Fnatic, it was a story of profound failure. And now it seems not to be the case. I mean, we're talking about guys that have defended the trophy here, or at least as an organization in Crims, and you go back to the history books. But for Fnatic, going out early would be just terrible, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, just because, as we mentioned, like they have been together for some time now. They played a bit online, then they got Smuya in, and they showed great results online. Then this year started with shaky results, going out early in the FunSpark tournament. And yeah, this is LAN, and these players, when you look at them, maybe we're not really thinking about Fnatic as a top 5, top 10 team because they had so many struggles for the past 12 months or even more. But you have Crims, you have Brolin on the lineup. They won a lot of events, and Smuya is coming in. Mezzi is showing up. Alex, a very experienced player, so they should be delivering here.
And this is what Prof was mentioning as well. He was talking about the prestige of this event and its place in the calendar. For a new roster, being able to do great at IEM Katowice is such a strong statement. It's not like any other event where you might just come out with a couple of wins and it's great. No, if you make it to the playoff of Katowice, it cements your position as a top team. That is it. We have a couple of these events throughout the year. Of course, Cologne is a good example. Katowice, the major. These are where you actually write your legend. And for a team like Fnatic, to make it to the playoff would be a huge statement for this roster.
Absolutely, especially you think about how they're beating teams like G2, for example, who should be, no problems going through, right? In theory, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very interesting game, and it's kind of going to play into this game, right? Yeah. That we're going to watch the Clash of Trash, that was called.
Now that is Prof. P-R-O-F, Prof. And he works at HLTV.org.
But yeah, but G2 was outplayed there. Alex outcalled Alexi B, essentially, and we didn't see the star power on G2 delivering. We didn't see Monacy really finding a lot of impact. He was there, but kind of just as a passenger, as a tourist in that game. And that allows the Fnatic to take the victory there, yeah?
Yeah, exactly there. And you know what, Prof? I got an even bigger treat for you.
Okay.
What's going on?
The brackets, bud. Oh my God, can you believe it? I got him so good. Look at that. All the way over on the far right, Heroic, Virtus Pro, going to the arena. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, I think that was the most expected one. Overall, they have been super consistent, even before the introduction of Flit. And with Flit, they have been still very consistent. They're just a team that they deal with what's ahead of them, and only the best teams can actually take them down.
And I feel like when it comes to VP, the general agreement was that with Flit, it would be a multiple upgrade for the roster in terms of firepower. We just wanted to know whether or not the Source was going to take it. Is there going to be any chemistry for that roster? And it seems to be the case. They've been looking very fierce, very strong individually as well in this tournament. Definitely contenders for a high run in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the sauce. I mean, we talk about people getting dipped over in Group B. Well, they might be having some names joining that of Copenhagen Flames and OG as well at some point who got eliminated through Group A. Rough times as being the first two teams out and dead frickin' last, Prof.
Yeah,
wow.
the OG one was kind of disappointing in terms of the elimination. Here in Group B, Astralis Sense, that's also going to be a spicy one. I didn't really see a lot of good things from Astralis at Blast, and I didn't really expect them. Honestly, I was thinking the plane could be too much for them, but they snuck through and they're here, and I don't see them actually going past ENCE right now.
To what extent do we think that Astralis going out would be a death sentence for this roster right now? Because they've been together for a while. They've passed the 3 months mark, which is what I usually give to roster to figure out at least the identity they want to have and how they want to play. That's the thing. Maybe you won't have the full map pool. Maybe you're good on 5 maps. The 6th one could be a little bit longer. But it's a question of the identity, the roles, and the eye test. And so far, absolutely not so good for Astralis.
Well, I've been questioning the identity of a few folks, but specifically, no questions when it comes down to our sideline reporters. Is Heku down there? What's she getting into, Heku?
Hey everybody, Heku here in Katowice. It is the 3rd day of the groups, and our casters were extremely impressed by Mouse, so they decided to replicate their warm-up routine. Who is winning right now, Hugo?
We're in a BO3 Heku. It's on the last map. It's on the last round. Harry's trying to hold on. He's had a comeback, and he's knocked it out of the field, Heku.
I mean, the score right now is 6-6, and you have 14 seconds remaining.
GG. GG.
I mean, I think the better caster won.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Many people have told me that at this event, and frankly, I can't argue with the facts.
I mean, when you said that many people said that, it includes me, because yesterday we finally found out who is my favorite caster in this duo. I'm never letting that go. Yesterday we were playing some games and this guy backstabbed me, just destroyed, so the friendship has ended.
Yeah, I've always done whatever I can to win. You know, same with you, same with Hugo here. I see everyone as beneath me, ultimately.
But you lost.
Yeah, I did lose. We'll build back stronger. You know, I think the boys showed up. We played our own game today. You know,
you just need more time.
Yeah, we need more time. We hit some of our shots, but I think we got a lot to work on. So yeah, that's how I'm feeling, Heku.
Okay. Then I will not distract you from this. This is a really important matchup because I mean, still he will be the better caster now.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, Hugo definitely is, but it's all respect, you know, once we get off the field. So ultimately, I think that's the main takeaway here, and I hope it's the same in the server today, Heku.
Okay, looking forward to see more games. Okay, guys, this is what is happening in the Player and Talent Lounge, but make sure to tune in into the stream.
And we will be doing that. The stream ready to kick back off, pretty much where we left off at least. The B stream is going to be featuring a little bit of Astralis ENCE, but for us, it's that ever so coveted clash of G2 and Liquid. Elimination on the line today, and somebody is going to be real big sad, big mad, maybe even mauling on their way out of Katowice. We're going to go to a break, jump into this best of 3 when we come back.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
This is about G2. What we're going to do is you guys are each going to compare and rate the old G2 lineup, with you at the helm, with the new G2 lineup, as the roster has changed. And we got 5 categories: firepower, experience, tactical depth, strategy and communication, and then just overall peak level.
Old firepower, what do we say, like?
Old firepower was like a 7, yeah, I think pretty much like 7. And then the new G2, I think like, even though they lose me, I still think like Alexi B is like pretty much fine, and then the addition of Monesi is like a huge upgrade, right, overall. Yes. Like I would say, in terms of firepower, they're like minimum an 8 now, maybe even a 9.
I would say a 9 as well.
Yeah. Next one's experience, right? I think like with the old G2, I think like when we formed the team, we didn't really have so much experience, right? But over the course of the 2.5 years we played, we actually gained a lot. Like we played a lot of tournaments, a lot of LANs, online stuff, everything. So the old one in terms of experience, I would say like maybe an 8. Like we played like pretty much all the grand finals in the big stages, like the major, the Katowice, Cologne, like everything pretty much that would be right. And yeah, in terms of the new one, right, you pretty much, the only swap is like directly in experience wise, right, between Monesi and Amane, because Alexi pretty much has like same, maybe even more experience than me when it comes to like playing LANs.
But maybe you have to put it a bit lower when like the orb is
and then like
right?
with exactly. So like with
you just explained it in like a couple of years when he gets a bit more experience.
100%. Yeah, I think it matters.
For now, maybe it's like a 6, like a strong 6, or maybe like a soft 7. Yeah, a strong 6.
Okay.
Let's do a strong
6.5.
Yeah.
So what's the next one?
Tactical depth.
Tactical depth.
In the old G2, right, like there was always like the thing, like not so good like tactically, or not a lot of like tactical depth in the team, right? But from my perspective, that was not like the direction the team wanted to go. In general, like we wanted to use our players, you know, like
some of the skill.
Yeah, exactly, and like, you know, and play skill-wise, right? So I would say like in tactical depth for the old one, maybe like a 6. Kind of like a 6. Like I don't think we were bad tactically, like, you know, so bad or like terrible, right? But we were also not like one of the best tactical teams. Like,
if it's not your strength, there is also no reason to like it's not necessarily good to have it at a 10 if the team you have is not geared towards the tactical side. So I think it can be fine, even though maybe it sounds bad. I don't know, but
do you think? I mean, maybe this is a better question for Valda now that you've played under Nexa and Alexi B. Do you think Alexi's going to take that team in a tactical direction, or do you think it's going to stick more to that philosophy where we want the skill to be shining in this new G2 roster?
I mean, in my opinion, I think it's inevitable that Alexi is going to take it in a bit more tactical direction, just like how I see him as like a person and a player. I think he cares a lot about like fixing mistakes, like creating structure, not in the sense that he can't give his players freedom, because like I'm pretty sure if Nico like asks if he can do a play, I'm gonna bet that he will probably give him the freedom, right? But I think he always wants to like improve the tactics, improve the structure, and create like a system where people understand like, okay, if X is happening here, I have to do Y. So it's not in the sense that people won't have freedom. I just think that it's how he like works as a player. So
cool. So would you rate the new one, the old
tactical depth? What did we give it?
I would do the old one 6 and the new one 8.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm about to.
I never played, right? I never played with Alexis, so I can't really know.
And you know, they've only been together for like a month, so we don't even.
It's hard to say.
That's right. You can stay tuned for more moments with Mo, and I think we're going to be jumping into that one a little bit later because
moments.
Monster moments. No, but for real, we're talking about that at G2 coming in here and trying to knock out Liquid and vice versa, and that's just not what we expected right here in the lower brackets of Katowice. Now, is it Maniac?
It's not. It's absolutely not. I think the best of 3 against Fnatic for G2 kind of shook all the cards off the deck, and we have to renew the story. We have to rethink our approach. This roster was put together to win trophies. This roster is about to survive or go down dead last. So something changed along the way.
Prof, a wise man did once say, it's simply unacceptable.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yeah, at this point, we're blessed with our analysis being based on like one map, which is amazing. So we can have like very, very strong
detailed analysis.
Yeah, we can watch one game and be like, okay, this is simply unacceptable, right? But what is going on here is that G2 is, as you mentioned, this is a team that came out, they signed m0NESY, said like, we're winning the next major.
Sure.
So they don't have 12 months to win the next major. They have 3 months, and this is the first big LAN test. m0NESY needs to go into the arena in Katowice. He needs to play in the Spodek. He needs to get that experience to then go at the major when he's in the arena again to be able to lift the trophy, right?
And what about like on the Liquid side? Liquid Shocks, still just so bizarre, Maniac.
I have a little bit pain in my heart right now. Pain in my heart.
Is that heartburn?
Yeah, it's had a bit of a heartburn when I think about Shocks, because there's no other way to say other than he's being a liability for Liquid. He's been an absolute liability ever since he joined the roster. I personally am ready to give him a couple of more games, a couple of more weeks to set in the role. But the first eye test is devastating for Shocks. Individually speaking, he's at 0.78 rating at this event. That's a 0.97 past 3 months. He's been struggling. Positionally wise, I mean, positionally speaking, he's had a couple of few roles that he's struggling. The problem that I have is I don't think he's going to have 6 months. I don't think he can keep on with that for 6 months. I absolutely don't believe so.
What you're saying right there, I can understand. But at the same time, with Shocks, we're talking about a player that has been through the ringer. You know, we're talking about a guy that's been around, pretty much seen it all and done it all. But it's time for us to see our Colex players to watch. So let's do just that.
Elige, the veteran of Liquid, stands with a reconstructed lineup that has not yet shown to perform. Elige needs to show his strength to get Liquid back to its former heights. Nico, can the Bosnian rifler take the reforged katana of G2 on a run for the trophy? Nico has been looking strong so far. He just needs to keep his warriors together on the path to the glory. Two big players with different obstacles in their way, but the same hunger to win.
First obstacle in Liquid's way, it was FaZe. And now it's G2. So for Liquid, this is going to be an uphill battle. I don't know how you can spin it much better.
Yeah, that's exactly true. Played only 8 maps so far, but only won 2, and no, just one best of 1 actual victory in a series. So not a super convincing Liquid so far. And as Maniac pointed out, Shocks is kind of a liability for the team. Nitro, it can be talked about. OC, how is this team actually gonna find that form to be a contender?
Yeah, we can look up here at the accolades. I mean, they're pretty much right there on the wall behind you for Liquid in Katowice, Maniac.
I know. Look, Liquid as an organization have been in the playoff 4 years in a row in Katowice, and now they're actually fighting not to be dead last. It's a shift. Or it's a shift of, I guess, paradigm when it comes to Liquid. They're trying to rebuild their roster. They've gone different directions. That one was, I know you like that one. But look, there is a bright side. There is a shining light. It's OC. OC truly is a beacon of hope for me when it comes to Liquid. Because we talk a lot about iTest, we talk about these rookies, we talk about m0NESY, we talk about Torzy. Of course, OC has a bit more experience in Counter-Strike, but for this level, he is still relatively new and fresh, and he's been delivering. I think he's been delivering every single time I've watched him, and he is the one that's trying to carry that flag.
Yeah, he delivered 46 and 50 there, Prof, against FaZe. Thoughts?
I mean, that's probably not what he's talking about.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, just recent results.
But that was a game that was pretty one-sided in terms of the two maps that Liquid lost. So that doesn't really help, especially when you're an operator, you're starting the T side on Ancient, getting 3 rounds, and then just getting banged out of the map. You can't really have much impact on that kind of a map, right?
He's on my fantasy team, so I guess I can say that, right? Like, I was able to throw that to the Wolves. Liquid, uphill battle. We've gone through it. The Eliges, the NAFs of the world. Nitro's had a good showing of face here thus far, really doing more statistically than I think anyone would have put on his plate.
Nitro's done better than Blast, I guarantee you this. Because the first few
I'm not
maps,
sure that's great.
But this is where we're starting, right? This is where we're starting. The first few maps I have seen Nitro play on Blast, he looked completely out of it individually. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. He was outmatched, mechanically speaking. It's a bit better. It's still 093. He still would be classified as a liability for the team. But at least it's going uphill. It's going better, and hoping for Liquid that, you know, this tendency stays.
And, you know, they talk about this guy over in G2. You might have heard him, his name, Nico. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it seems like he knows how to play Counter-Strike. Seems like he's played here before. He's been here in Katowice before. What makes this iteration different for a guy like Nico?
That's a good question. I mean, G2 definitely, since he came in, has never been a lineup that was finished. It was just kind of an unfinished product. Oh, there's always like one player, something's missing. We need to swap this. This guy goes out. There's need to adjust the in-game leadership, and the need to adjust the opping role. And now they have a lineup that should be set, right? And they just need to prove that they can work as a unit.
Look, I agree with you. The only issue that I have, and disregarding the fact that this is a brand new roster, is how do we write the G2 story if they go out last in Katowice losing to Fnatic and Liquid, right? In that scenario, I have absolutely no idea how to save them. Because we can use the new roster for as much as we want and as deep as we want, it still would be unacceptable for a roster, as you said, that made changes to win trophies. That's why they made the change.
Definitely. I mean, it would be a massive, massive disappointment. Like, I can't even imagine that reality actually happening.
I didn't think they would lose to Fnatic.
That is the issue. Like, Liquid.
Hiroshima.
I would definitely see Liquid as a team that, even though there's a lot of pressure on them in terms of they're the NA hope, they made some interesting roster changes. I feel like they're massive underdogs in this series. The pressure is definitely on G to win right now and avoid elimination.
And for Nico, I mean, for a storied history that he has, for the successes, the tops, or excuse me, the highs and the lows, Katowice has been kind of a focal point that you could put on Nico's plate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes back to the prestige and the exceptional character of this tournament, right? If you are Nico, and if you are one of the very, very best players in the entire world of Counter-Strike, which he is, Katowice is the types of moment where you shine. That is where you write your legend. This is where you have the deep run. This is where you have the crazy maps. This is where you have the crazy rounds. Maybe you end up with a graffiti if you're lucky enough in Counter-Strike. This is now. Nico, a guy like Nico, a player like Nico with his ability, with his skill, cannot go out dead last in Katowice.
No, that would truly be simply unacceptable in that regard. Now, map's important, Prof. I hate to cut you down right there, but I will do it with no problem. Liquid banning Nuke. Where are we going?
Overpass ban, classic. Serbian scene doesn't do anything with overpass, so we're going probably to the kind of the middle ground. This is interesting. Vertigo. This is what I kind of saw that could be a pick because G2 hasn't been great on it, and with overpass being an insta ban, that was open, and then Mirage pick for G2.
Interesting that G2 goes for Mirage. I thought that this was the one map where Liquid kind of looked decent against FaZe. They could have been going for an Inferno, for example. I think that would have been a possibility. On the side of Liquid, they tried the Ancient pick, reverted extremely bad for them. They go for a Vertigo, a different approach. And now we see G2 on Vertigo.
Oh, man. Well, this is set pretty appropriately, but within the confines of map one. Prof, who do you have your money on?
I think I just want final thoughts. There's that great interview with Heku and our casters where she just kind of wanted some respect on the server as well, like they showed. I think this is the moment where there is going to be no respect from Nico, and that this is the kind of the series where he just goes off and destroys his opponents.
Well, it kind of has to be just...
I sign on that. I'm fine with that. Let's go.
Well, let's keep all eyes over here
well,
on the prize. Yeah, G2 versus Liquid elimination. Weirdly enough, the word that you're going to be saying alongside of these two teams in this matchup. A best of three about to catch underway. A little bit of Vertigo. And let's head it over to our commentators.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trace. Oh, we got a treat. Team Liquid taking on G2. And it all starts here on Vertigo. Team Liquid with a T-side start. G2 electing to move on to that CT half to open up. No surprises there. Fast up through ramp. Team Liquid quick on the approach, but already Nitro's removed and Nico's in with a double. Admittedly, does get traded by OC, and that's at least carved a path to get this bomb down for Team Liquid. The longer they leave it, the more impactful this rap starts to become. Jax moving up the ramp. They should have heard him on the bridge. They should know that someone is wrapping around.
Yeah, time to plug in for Jax now on this flank. Shox is still holding, but he can't hold forever, especially with the bulk of G2 moving in on the site. Flash is going to push OC through the smoke. Are they ready for it? He doubles back. He gets lost, and he gets shot right through it by Monacy. Resmoke for Shox. He plays it. Jax clicks out Naf, and Shox now in the clutch. 1-on-4. They're on the stick, and they will be able to take him down. Chasing is Monacy, and that's a good start for G2.
Yeah, I think it would be a real treat to have G2 stepping up here, especially Nico, right? He's been fantastic all tournament long. For me personally, I have a lot of memories of this guy here in Katowice. It's 2017, if you remember, when he first joined FaZe Clan, right? And they made it all the way to the grand final, falling to the hands of Astralis back then. Yeah. That was his debut. That was like his big shot in a top team, right? A FaZe Clan squad that he went on to spend years with, and now here with G2, other players in similar positions to him, right? Yeah. He had a chance taken. Yeah, we'll get that Nico guy, we'll bring him in, and he showed his worth, and now someone like Monacy could look to do the same thing.
Always the bridesmaid and never the bride for Nico, even the year later in Katowice, coming in second place to Fnatic as well. So this is his chance to maybe make magic happen in this tournament. But right now in that lower bracket, Liquid looking to eliminate them, looking to fight back against the odds, of course. Nico started strong on the pistol round, and Monacy helped out. This time it's a force buy for Liquid off the plant, and Shox is moving up into B. Naf has a good timing on the flank, but Alexi does not let his eyes off the prize, and a 2-on-5 for Team Liquid. Not going to be easy. Flashed in his Shox, the last bit of utility, the last chance to get into this site, and he's getting spammed out by Jax. Don't fall off now, Shox. He's walking the tightrope. Elige doubles up at the back of B, and Shox has a lot of space, but he gets wall-banged out by Jax. Elige is looking for the ace in the second round of this series, and he goes cold for a moment. 20 health, backing up. Even if it's a recommit, he wants to make G2 doubt themselves, but it's the men that started it, G2. With Nico and Monacy at the helm, waiting on B. Elige, it's a full reset. He's going back to potentially middle here. It's just going to take so long. And even though he's coming in on the B ramp, he can't walk forever. Monacy's eventually going to hear these footsteps pittering and pattering. But does he know? It doesn't look like it. They're both leaving the site. Elige has a chance.
Oh my God, how has he done this? He's threaded a needle, and now they hear him. He's able to get past Nico. Oh, it's going to be close, but he just gets the bomb planted. They're running him down. They know he doesn't have time, and Nico puts a stop to it. They know he has to commit to the plant there if he wants a chance in the clutch. It's a damn good try from Elige. And hell, I mean, if that's any indication of how he's going to look in this series, that should never have even been a round where you're coming out with a bomb plant, right? These were phenomenal. That little flick back, even the trade onto Jax as well. Unfortunately, time is his enemy there.
What a desperate round, though. I mean, you know, money's nice, and the 3 kills is always a temptation to buy up here. Elige is actually, in fact, so confident, he's going to go for the hero AK in an eco round. This is a really nice call. He's got the spare money for it from those 3 kills, and so he'll give it a go, try and win the round solo. Almost just did. Monacy with a deep ramp peak. There's going to be a lot of questions on protocols for Monacy. What does he do in these moments, right? He may have gotten away with an awful lot back in Academy teams against lower tier opposition, but even with a new Liquid roster, we have a wealth of experience. And so, a lot of eyes on the young gun. He's playing alongside Nico. Firepower duo back again. Oh, Nico caught falling off the ledge, and Monacy needs a multi-kill. It's only 1. Elige is going to trade that out. There's now guns to be gifted to Liquid.
Yeah, once again, you're in with a bit of a chance here. Liquid, they need to capitalize on this one. You know, they've armed themselves. They're bringing rifles into play. Still stacked up over towards ramp. Alexi going to drop that smoke just to try to deter them. And this decision to go silent once again. They now start to have Shox, you know, prodding the B site. If he's even able to draw a rotation here, that's massive. He's throwing the generator smoke, and it has pulled Alexi away from A. Hunter here alone, and dinked on the swing from Nafly. Oh, he's in a bad spot, and there's Elige to clear him. 3 kills again, back-to-back tricks for Elige. Can he find any more? He catches Alexi with util out. He couldn't ace in the 1v2 clutch, but he damn well might in round number 3. Just Jax left to find, and he's so far removed from the round, especially with that previous one coming down to just 2 players surviving. He's going to have to save. His hands are tied here.
Yeah, Leech doesn't really care. There's no ace. This is a very nice situation for Liquid, and you know, if we're looking to any one or any two on the Team Liquid side, it is going to be the experienced players of Elige and Naf. Obviously, Nitro does fall into that category as well in the NA scene, but you know, I'm expecting him to be a little cold coming in.
They want
the ace.
They want him.
Leech might get it. No, he's going to keep the money. He's a smart man. He's playing the money game. His teammates are going to lose some guns, but this was an eco anyway, so it's a win for Liquid. For Shox, obviously, you know, we have high expectations of this guy, but you know, Maniac called him a liability on the desk, and right now the numbers back that up. So if there were ever a proving ground, if there were ever a series to show it, one of the hardest series you're ever going to get, it would be this game. But Elige has at least come to play today.
Dude, this is insane. Like, the first 2 rounds, the only reason, I was going to say they're close, obviously Liquid win this one, but the only reason that they've even had any impact is just Elige so far. Yeah. 7 kills over the last 2 rounds of play, and that's all 7 that have been found for Team Liquid. Reinvestment back in for G2. Trying to deny this ramp control, but Nico, how is that burning him? How is that burning him? It's going to get him out of position. Oh, he spotted the boost, and with Elige dead, the man who made these last rounds competitive, made them happen for Team Liquid, knocked out early on by the Titan of Nico.
Now they're in hot water. Bubbling and boiling over the brim. It's going to be a B-walk. Nitro's trying to sell things on that A site. One more Molotov is all he has to keep the attention here, but with 5 alive, G2 are still pretty spread. Jax, oh, he almost looks away, but instead top default, a very difficult angle to clear. It's going to get flashed off, but taking more space in the site. The boost on the right side. This is a really nice boost to get a headshot angle. OC doesn't need to crouch. He can jump right up. Shox now can even get into the bomb site. Jax, oh, he gets spotted. Shox, that's a lot of damage. He's going to try and capitalize, getting close. The Deagle is covering. It shouldn't be able to stop him. Shox is right up in the fray right now. 4 on 5, and Liquid with limited time have pulled G2 over.
Yeah, flashes go in, but no one's swinging on the back of it. It's kind of grinded to a bit of a halt here, and Shoxy's going to try and be that man on the entry. They're giving time and space to Nitro to come in with this backstab, and with him doubling down over in middle, it becomes a very rough round for G2.
Yeah, I think Nitro's definitely an interesting talking point for this team, right? Obviously, it's you know, you're going away, coming back to CS. It's very hard. I mean, players like Floppy have looked incredible since they've come back. You know, you never know how good you have it until it's gone, I guess could be the logic there. But even in that phase game yesterday for Nitro, yeah, as a series, Liquid kind of got beat on 2 maps, but on the one they did win, Mirage, which is the second map of the series here, Nitro actually looked really solid individually, 25-ish kills. That's impressive, right? Not a sleeper team, FaZe Clan. A lot of talent, a lot of old school names. So I'm kind of excited by the prospect of what Nitro could bring to the table in terms of killing. But my worry is, you know, you're out of the game for so long. The meta is so different. How can you adapt so quick?
Yeah, you know, I do. Here's the thing for Liquid, that's never deterred them in the past, right? Like when they picked up Fallen to IGL early on, they were like, well, you know, he's still like a little bit behind on like where we're at in terms of the meta, how we like to play. There was a big period where they were catching him up. So they've done it before. Yeah. And also, I think, you know, while Valorant and CS share a lot of skill sets, there is stuff you can learn individually from either game. I imagine, you know, going and playing at a top level in Valorant helped Nitro, you know, kind of refine his gameplay even more, looking at it from a CS sense. Elige, smoke push, and Nico's going to get the better of him again. This has been a bit of a duel down here towards ramp, hasn't it? And Nico's gone through. The hero M4 making a play. Oh, he knows that if they're going to win this round, someone had to step up, and of course it's Nico. 3 in the round, and only Nafly left to beat.
Nico v Elige, that's what this game is turning out to be right now. Just the one-man heroes of either roster stepping up in big ways. And this was a full eco. Like you said, this was not a round that G2 was supposed to win. But Nico has done it single-handedly with the flash through the smoke from Hunter. And Naf is just patrolling T-spawn, hoping someone oversteps the mark, gives him a reason to fight. G2 have taken so much space, and mid has got nothing for Naf. So it will just be a minute save. a sad round for Liquid, but one that they can reinvest into in the follow-up. Already some very aggressive plays we're seeing out of G2. And killing a USP, while it's nice, it's also going to give G2 the warning of where Naf is. So he's going to put distance between himself and his last known position. And a good spot to camp out.
Mate, I mean, this Nico versus Elige fight is already a treat, you know. Elige might have gotten off to this really hot start, 7 kills in those first, I was going to say 3 rounds. He didn't get any in the pistol, right? So the second round Force Spy, and then the third round Hero AK to win the round for Team Liquid. You know, he got off to a rip-roaring start, but that's kind of ignited a bit of a fire under Nico, right? I think he knows who his big competition is now, and he's looking to get the better of him time and time again over here at ramp. And this little push as well, man, it just exudes confidence. It's exactly what you want out of Nico. Response is immediate, though, for Team Liquid, right? Obviously, they save that gun on Naf. They bring the AWP out now for OC as well. And he's going to lean towards B, but no early peek out of G2. He might just reroute. Look to group back up over here at ramp, try to go blow for blow with m0NESY. You know he's going to be peeking this. You know, I mean, it was kind of similar back in the Academy League. He loves these top ramp peaks early with the AWP, all AWPers do, but a lot of the time he takes it from that ledge side, so you should have a bit of an idea as to his tendencies here. Yeah. Right? It feels like m0NESY's kind of going down the route of perfecting the 1 or 2 ideas that he has before looking to diversify too heavily. And so I think that might make him a little easier to read based on the limited research that you have. Out into mid for Naf and Nitro. Bomb still over towards T-Spawn. This one looking like it could end up anywhere. It's all based on where the success is found. And Hunter's tagged up, forced out of middle. Team Liquid gonna leave, but it's Nico once again at the ramp side, in with a double. Elige bested once more. Nico continues to lock down ramp single-handedly. Bomb now retrieved, and Team Liquid gonna look elsewhere. They're gonna go towards the B site. That's the Nico effect right there. They don't want to go into him. They don't want to feed the beast. They're hoping that B can be their safe haven.
Yeah, Lexi's already here, moving in with a Molotov from Hunter. There's 2 low players right now on the G2 side. They've got to be very careful. Smoke spam. It has gotten Liquid on the board before. Nico with a cross shot. Yeah, that would be filth if he hit that tap, but you can put nothing past him at this point. You can tell this guy does not want to get grouped. It's one thing to fall in a final. It's another to lose to a new Liquid roster in this lower bracket limb game. Nitro holding default, going to swing off of shocks if he's given the chance. The trading needs to be picture perfect here as still a low play as Nico hits a blinder. Alexi moves in and Naf now with a mow down needed. It won't happen. Alexi doubles up and that's going to be the round for G2. I don't know how Nico is hitting some of the shots he is, but well, am I really surprised? No. Doesn't make it any less impressive. 4-2, G2 looking good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like for Nico, this is much akin to the majors. This is like one of these events that he takes very, very personally. You know, he's been in these grand finals before, but never been able to win them out. And so I do think for this guy individually, you know, he's not content with going out in the groups. In his mind, it's playoffs or nothing, and even that would be disappointing if, you know, they go out in, like, the quarters, for example. Oh, m0NESY, collateral from the top of ramp. They try to move in quick. They do finally best Nico. He's so often been that problem man, that problem area over towards ramp, but there's so many more to get past. m0NESY hit the ground running to open this one up. Still a threat, still a nuisance, and just denying any sort of ramp peak. They lose the bomb on Nitro, and the wrap from Hunter finds itself a double.
G2 is so confident. You can tell by Hunter's flanks right now. Every time he's got info that they're going for heavy A plays out of the gate, especially in the first few rounds of T sides on this map, it can be obvious because it's just such a go-to for so many teams. And until you start getting flanked, you're not going to start worrying about flanks, right? Setting up players hiding in corners or, you know, defaulting more in the early round and faking out A. It's something Liquid have done more and more, but on this little low money round rather, Hunter just comes in on the flank and closes it out. A pause for Liquid, but obviously everyone gets the benefits of it. Will it slow down G2's momentum? I also think, you know, we talk a lot about Nico and m0NESY for obvious reasons, but someone like Alexi here has a lot to prove as well. You know, Nexa over in OG, I think he had some good games. He had some nice calls, and he played individually very well in the opening games as well as back at Blast. And for Nexa, he's out already. So Alexi, he would love to one-up that. He'd love to keep building. Especially, you know, again, mentally losing to someone like Nitro, calling on the other side, only just coming back. It's not a good look for G2, to be honest. So that's why there's definitely high expectation on G2 in a match like this, and for good reason. We're seeing the results of it already. Hunter's already dumped all his nades. He's going to start to rotate back to that A site.
I mean, bro, even for like that IGL kind of storyline front, like everything comes back to Nico, doesn't it? Like even him with like FaZe. Hang on a moment, look at this, look at this. Oh, Nico flashed in, double, triple. He's going to knock out the ramp play. You cannot get past him at ramp. He's the king of it. Another multi-kill, another triple for Nico.
Yeah, there's a reason we don't shut up.
And Naf, once again, is thrown into one of these clutches where it's like, what can you even expect him to do? What can you even expect little Nafly to do here?
Off angle. Not the first clear for Naf. Oh, he's got a warning, but that's a silencer. That's the effect of it. You see, he doesn't even know where he's being shot from. You put an M4 in, A4 in Jax's hand, suddenly Naf has a chance, but the element of surprise comes back to bite, and G2 are shutting down the A site right now. Nico. Look at this, no one's even looking.
But yeah, you know, the point I guess I was going to make about Nico was even looking at him, right? Obviously, when he kind of departed FaZe, people were wondering like, oh, is that kind of the end of the competitiveness there, right? But FaZe, they're one game away from playoffs, and you know, we know how the leadership bout between Nico and Carrigan has gone in times gone by. The fact that FaZe is so much closer, you know, and G2 are the ones staring elimination dead in the face, and they've got to stand in on the side of FaZe Clan. I think, you know, there would be a lot of kind of bad looks all round. So G2,
that's clean.
That's lovely from OC.
All right.
Does he really have a chance here? Only a Deagle to work with, but we often say these pistols in the hands of AWPers, they can be an entirely different threat. And you know, I think when you look at someone like OC, this guy, been talked about for the longest time. This is one of the biggest and brightest opportunities he's ever had. There was a time to show us what you've got, OC. It's now 1v2, out into middle. 2 to the good already from this Deagle. And right now, he's threading the needle on this mid play.
This is perfect. Alexi's not watching right now.
In CT. OC, will he consider that? He's got plenty of time. He could wrap CT if he wants. And it wouldn't surprise me if he does, right? Just to get the info. Alexi's now turned, and the timing for OC. The mental clock in Alexi's head starts to go off, and he says, all right, I need to worry about middle. And just at the right time, he flicks back.
Little bit of suspicion for Alexi. And he's not going to let OC get away with a round like that. That's a must-win for G2 just to keep this game rolling in their favor. And boy, it is right now. What is the solution for Liquid, right? These heavy A's are not working. We saw earlier they tried to do a B-pop with the Leech faking out the A site. We'll see if Liquid want to do their due diligence first on this T side. And it seems like this time they will. Bit of defaulting towards B. Hunter steps on the stairs to avoid the Molotov, and they know he's here. Shox is going to jump through. Good flash from him, and he's going to find Hunter. One more man known up above. It's Jax. Shox is very low. He's still going to commit, and that will be the death of him. No one even close enough to trade. Nitro a little far behind, and Jax is going to jump up with a flash for Alexi to take the second. Back to A. It's all they've got, and look who's here.
Yeah, Nico again. So often been here with triple kills.
Thought he cleared it.
Oh no, Elise. Betrayed by the smoke fade. Thought he'd done enough. Thought he'd cleared the angle. And Nico's still there, and now OC dead through the smoke. Naf, once again, you know, left in one of these 1v4s. This is all he's got to play so far. His 1v4 clutch attempts. He's running into B. He might have a chance of getting the bomb down, but you know, slowing for even a second has given time for these G2 players to get set up. Planting wide, flanked from ramp by Nico. It's another multi-kill from the man, this time just a double, but G2 up to 8. This is pretty dominant right about now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel close at all, does it? It doesn't feel like Liquid have a single answer at the moment, right? Very aggressive rounds out of G2. The flanks are coming in. Nico pushing there immediately. Hunter's been dropping ladder on the mid play. Somewhere Liquid haven't even been defaulting on their T side. They've just been starting to be. And, oof, there's a lot of problems right now for Liquid. Where are the solutions? Pistols out now. Might see a little more usage of middle in the next gun round, right? Obviously, when G2 have lost a couple of picks, they do give it up often on the CT side. Could be an area to exploit for Liquid. Often does get just negated. Does middle on the T side of this map. Monacy. Starting B now, bit of a change-up, and I like it. Keeping it fresh at G2, don't want to stay predictable. And he sees the flashes coming over. Does he know, though? They've boosted on the left side. Shox is already in. Good shot off the blind kill. Jax is going to help out killing that first player, and Monacy won't let them get space, won't let them get a plant. He's here to dance in the site. 4 on 2, make that 1, and Naf is late, as is the case every single round. Monacy shuts him down. 4 frags from the AWP, and they're getting hyped.
Yeah, dude, no, this is scary, right? This isn't the kind of Monacy we've seen thus far, right? Like, it feels like he's literally straight pugging right now. You know, when you go online, you watch him, and you see him landing all these incredibly fast flicks with such a tremendous degree of confidence and consistency. And every one of these peaks, no matter how fast he had to be, he was faster. No matter how clean it had to be, he was cleaner. And just like that, he's put another round on the board for G2.
Yeah, the scariest part about that is when a young player, you know, we will wonder if we see this if we get to the stage for G2, but especially in these group games, the Warriors, like, okay, he may have individually the talent and the skill, and he's done that from his bedroom and he's done that at home, but like, can he do that against the big boys where it matters? You know, the re-aggression in a 4-on-2 against Pistols is just this confident play from Monacy. Doesn't look deterred by any external factors, by the pressure on the line, by the elimination facing G2. It's just dominant. 9-2, 13 frags for Monacy, 15 for Nico. And Liquid go back to all they know, it's that A site. And they only know it for bad reasons. Back to this dangerous duo of Monacy and Nico.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, these are the 2 top performers. Hand over fist for G2, mate, and they're going to get offered another chance at wrecking one of these ramp plays.
They get him off the angle, but look at this. It's a sign of the times when he's re-peaking that, right? Like, good flash, and they're right back in. And they will go for middle, but of course G2 have this double setup. Great trade for Naf. He's often been left too late to play into a round, but that's going to keep things interesting. A 4-on-3. Liquid tear apart the double setup, and a missed shot from Monacy. Going to give it up. Go back to the bomb site. Liquid now. This is their best chance. They've got a lot of room. They've enough smokes for an execute, but this, again, coming down to Monacy's aggression. No AWPer should do this. No AWPer would do this.
There are so many AWPers that you just wouldn't trust to do this, but with Monacy, there is that part of you going, well, he's quick enough. Oh, they are so close, and he's missed every timing. He's not considering it, and that fly will find him. Nico dead over at short, and finally, you know, you've put a stop to these 2 heavy hitters in tandem. Only Jax left standing. Bomb crossing into the site, and he's got no way to deny this plant. He will have to retake if he wants to win this clutch. Smoke start to fade. He fires off. They learn about him now. Lee's even going to add insult to injury by dropping in another smoke, and so Jax, that will seal the deal on this save.
I'm surprised he goes for the save. Like, I think G2 at this point should know that they're going to run away with this CT side. Yeah, but considering he has so much money, just taking a kill here would be lovely. Maybe poke your head back in for an exit when Liquid don't think you're there. You know, I don't think that the save is going to make any difference in the you know, point we're at in the game. There's only 4 rounds left. But even so, AK is nice. Give it over to Nico next round for his short position. But nice reaction for Liquid. They don't get flustered despite the constant re-aggression. And the mid setup denied as well. It's the first time G2 have done anything in middle. They made the read. Hey, they knew what Liquid were going to do. It just didn't work.
Yeah, look, so I think this is why we saw the save come in. G2 were going to pull a double AWP out in this round. And Lexi donning one alongside Monacy. And so, you know, if that was a conversation they'd already had prior, if that was something that, you know, was decided when Jax is 1v3, I think contextualizing the save, actually, it makes a lot of sense. This is a very expensive investment. They could get reset in theory before this half closes out.
Don't want to 9-6 this.
Exactly, right? And I also think, you know, maybe you're a little bit scarred with how that Fnatic game went the other day, right? Where you kind of get off to these incredible starts. That was in the series as a whole, and then it turns very, very sour. So, you know, I think at this point, just playing their own game, not a bad way to approach it. I want to see what Alexi's going to be doing with this secondary AWP, right? Holding down middle. Expecting that Liquid are going to go back to a mid play after it worked last time. Nico aggro at ramp again and boost up. This time Elige will catch him. Been a while since we've seen him come out ahead in that fight, right? Started the game 7-2 for Team Liquid. 2 kills since then, but finally one onto Nico now. Monacy. On scopes, but they're up close, and that's the turn. Nice OC will trade at least.
Yeah. Haven't really talked about him on this T side. Haven't really needed to. He's not been able to get any A picks. He's had a couple of AWPs as well, but that's finally a very important frag. And they're going to go back to check the flank. Jax wins that fight. Tries to smoke. Oh, no, he doesn't drop it. He switches too quick, and it costs him. Without that smoke going down, Nitro can run through, and Liquid have been given a chance to take B. One more Molotov. Can it get in time to do anything? It's over Con. They've already dropped into the bomb site, looking to stop the bomb, looking to stop the cross up the top. And Alexi will take down Nitro, leaving OC in the clutch. This guy's quick, though, as far as AWPs come, but they're right beside him in the smoke, even with this kill, which he's not going to get. Second shot will not connect, and Alexi B with a no-scope. The whole time, Hunter is hiding in the smoke, knowing if anything goes wrong, OC will never expect another player.
So big news coming down the pipeline.
Hit me.
Rops tested negative on the PCR.
Yeah?
And by the sounds of it, he'll be back in later today.
Hello. In time for their game against Fnatic?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said no sleep since yesterday. Tired from the journey, but let's go. So I'm assuming that means he's in.
And a big thanks to JKS for filling in at short notice as well. That's awesome. Rops is coming back. Boomich is out of quarantine. Katowice is healing. Yeah, nature as well. But there's nothing natural about this, Harry. 10-3, and Liquid just cannot catch a break. When no scopes aren't hitting like that, you know you're in trouble. Oh, one tap.
Okay,
we heard it.
We heard it, right? Oh, Shocks brought down low, but this is where the mid-split was hoping to save it. Alexi might be blind, but he still doubles up. And if you're G2, surely that entices you to go for this. I mean, look at who you've got left standing. Monacy and Nico, the 2 top performers, the guys with 30 kills between them. And you've got money to invest into the last. You're giving this a go every day of the week. Elige fighting at default. This is often a scary spot to be at. Normally, you want to try and leave it if you can, but Elige is going to hang around, look for this tap. And that's why Monacy on the receiving end. Only Nico now, and as he falls in, it's Elige to cancel him out. The duel between Elige and Nico heating back up again. It might have been Nico winning it the vast majority of times in, you know, kind of the middle of this half at the ramp side. But in these last few rounds, it started to tick back the other way. Here's that one tap from Shocks. That is clean.
3 out of 4 of Liquid's rounds have come from Elige. I don't want to say single-handedly, right? But, well, 2 of them were. That one, he had huge impact yet again. Shocks, of course, with the opener, but... Hey, the guy we needed to step up at least is, but is it enough? 10-4, last round of the half. Like you said, G2 with money for whatever they want. But they will lean away from the double AWP this time. Rather that utility. Liquid, I mean, it's pretty rough, but a 5-round half, given how it all started, that's a recovery. That's something we can consider. And they've started to piece together T-side rounds near the end of this game. Or half, rather. Do need more out of OC. Especially given how aggressive Nico has consistently been in this position, right? He has been causing a lot of problems. But once those smokes fade, if Liquid have the patience to wait, I want to see OC put in a position to exceed. This is a middle take, though, for Liquid. Shocks is holding that B site. And That's a nice opener, but they're not going to let him get out for free.
Yeah, he's going to be in for a rough time, especially now that you hear mid getting taken. OC does best hunter in middle. Jack's going to aggro and take B main away. This is a nice response out of Jax, right? He knows they've lost mid now and was hoping that he could just hold his own at ramp. Ali's going to catch him over the lip of that smoke, and now into the B site they go. Once again, m0NESY and NiKo, it's a chance at another one of these 2-on-3 retakes over towards B. And this time, m0NESY connects. Elige, a tiny little gap, a tiny bit of room to hit that shot. And it's found a 2-on-2. They don't know about NiKo wrapping either. They haven't seen this out of him yet. OC is holding it. Had a pretty quiet game thus far, but it's found impact in this round, and it's set to continue. Now, just m0NESY left to beat, and he's getting wrapped through middle. He doesn't know about this. He's going to go hunting. Ooh, it's close, but Naf will close that out. 5-10, Team Liquid now moving on to the CT side of their map pick, and they've got it switched on. NiKo and m0NESY to beat. Can they do it? Let's find out.
Closer. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. One shot.
Apple blind. Nothing. Should be one side, I think.
He's close to us.
One round.
Nice. What is 2v?
One is shorting.
I have a short.
Nothing, sure.
A shot.
Nice. Defuse, Alex.
Defusing on
Go back in smoke. He's in the smoke. Nice. Let's go, boys. Good job, guys. Watch out, they can buy. Nice right giant trees, nice Ilya kills.
B. One lot B.
Yeah, expert.
You got one, Ilya? No, one mid.
One mid.
In the smoke.
Guys, I have flash.
Nice, Ilya.
On default.
I can flash AC.
It's okay.
I let Molly left side. Nice, Ilya. Last was giving nades from mid.
Stairs. Chill.
I'm flashing 6.
Nice! Ilya. Sick for you.
Ilya, you're enjoying it, or what, man?
Nice, bro.
During my practice, I'm trying to do my... I'm trying to do what I want, like my peaks with up or something. Also, we're trying to figure out the way how I want to play, because we need to understand more each other in the game while we communicate, because it's international team and we need to play more. When we had first practice, it was not easy for me to understand each other, because I haven't played in international team. I spoke only in FPL in English, and it was a bit hard for me. But after 1 week, I got it, and I didn't have problems with communication.
NiKo and m0NESY, the dynamic duo of G2, leading the charge right now, the tip of the spear. And boy, are Liquid feeling it. 5 rounds to their name. And while we've had great moments from guys like Elige, we still need that stopping power. G2, a rip-roaring lead and a chance to strike early, hard and fast on Team Liquid's map pick.
Yeah, the tactician of Alexi B with a lot of utility on this pistol round. We're going to see where G2 want to place it. And where they shall, Liquid have also stacked 4, leaning towards B, but a push could be problematic. Don't want your nades to die. Nav doesn't get a chance to fire a shot. Triple setup, nice shot from Shoxy, but he's going to get overwhelmed by the Glocks. And all of the nades live, unfortunately, for Liquid. Now they've got to deal with the execute. They got a couple of HEs themselves, but it's all about the headshots here. USP going out, the nade slows him down. OC smoked off, he goes up, he goes over, and he goes in with a kill. Backing out now, RG2. It's a desperate rotate in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Nico making noise, trying to fake that this is the A play, trying to draw these rotates, and Nitro should have heard those footsteps. If he can win this fight, that's a lot of pressure removed for Team Liquid, right? If you deal with Nico, the man faking out A, then you can piece together the true intention of this round. But if he finds a kill, that's where things get scary. Silence.
Alexi's coming back. Nico wanted to see 2 to send Alexi into B, but without that, Nico goes quiet and hopes the kills come to him. Nitro spotted leaving, OC rather. Nitro sees him right back. And so now the element of surprise no longer in G2's favor. They'd love a smoke to get this plant, but instead they're going to have to fight for the site. Crossfire is still ready. Nitro getting info, has seen the bomb, and here comes the commit.
Yeah, he's willing to concede the site, willing to concede this ramp run-up. Doesn't want to get caught. Instead, he's swinging this with OC. And Flash is now going in, hoping that this can get that bomb into the site and give you a chance. But it's been dropped, and there's the closer. Nitro and OC do manage to lock that in. They navigate the 2-on-2 well. And that decision to double back with the bomb, rejoin Nico there after he only spots 1, right? A little key detail that you kind of pointed out, hoping he was going to draw both players over. They decide, why take the risk when we don't know where that second man is? And in reality, OC was there the whole damn time.
By the time they figured out, though, Alexi had already walked the entire way, and Nitro just got that spot on Nico on sandbags. Right as Alexi gets there, it's the worst case for G2 in that 2-on-2. If Alexi walked into B, it would have just been empty. So nice read by Liquid. And despite the stack just getting destroyed on the B site, it'll be their pistol to win. Force up for G2. Nothing uncommon about it, but it's going to be low money here. Corner gets mollied. Ooh, chunky nade, but no more of them. G2 start to move up. Nitro's going to drop the one-way, but they hunt him down and they don't let him escape with a fake smoke. They don't need to worry about it. Elige now back in the bomb site. Top performer on his team right now. Nothing he can do about this plant, though. Liquid are out of util as well. Pick your plant. Alexi picks his poison, goes right in. Elige can't see with the smoke down, and Jax and Monacy have both picked up kills. There's another dig from Nico. It's all falling apart at the seams. Naf even getting flanked, getting pushed over the smoke, and he is locked out of this round.
Oh, the weapon switch, and Alexi still wins that. Oh, man, that is a flawless 4-spy round out of G2.
Brutal.
An immediate reply. Wild scenes and devastating for Nitro, right? That's really going to get in your head a bit there. Goes back to drop the one-way to give this illusion that they're still fighting for ramp, and Alexi just calls his bluff straight up. He's like, nah, you ain't playing that. We're all here, and you've just given us the invitation into the A play. Now it's a return to 4-spies. Liquid having to come through one of their own, but this game in a position where it could be set to spiral if success doesn't get found quickly for the Liquid squad.
Yeah, we heard them get hyped, Choxy especially after winning that pistol round, but is this going to tame the beast of Liquid, right? Having it all fall apart so early. That was a decision for G2 to force. It wasn't a requirement. This one is. Liquid don't have a choice. You cannot eco this round. It's just not a good call. So they are forced into pistol armor with nothing else. Gonna have a pop-off moment from someone. Shox could be that man. They run right by him. Elige gets the first. Now they know Shox is here. They can spam him out and keep the pressure on. He's got no room to move right now. And so Naf comes in for support. They run him down, and Shox will fall. But Naf has picked up the pieces. Big hold on the B site right now in a 2-on-2. Monacy trying to cross back in. Double D hits the head. Nitro playing the bomb. Does he know it's right beside him? They have to chase him. Deagle does do some damage, but he's on 5 health, and it's a double peak for G2 to close. 12-6, double that of Liquid. And it's a full eco. At this point in the game, Liquid are relying on one gun round, and then it's done.
And mate, you know, like you keep getting it down, even in the first half, whenever you kept finding these like 1v2s or even sometimes 3v2s in post plants, right? It was, you know, maybe you're feeling kind of confident in moments like that, or like you have a chance to do something, but then you look at who's still alive, and it was always m0NESY and NiKo, right? And talk about final bosses to have to face with how they're playing today. Terrifying.
Yeah, a little boost. Nothing wrong with this. Getting weird on the eco round.
I'm a little worried that the players on top might just die before the guys on the bottom can see anything.
Well, NiKo.
No, NiKo, if he goes...
Oh, he's going to slip it.
Oh,
dear.
My goodness. And he's fighting this. Good for one. Nade goes in and he sees them getting away. He knows he's going to get rushed down. They've only got USPs, nothing to lose, and he's not deterred. He wants all the money, all the glory. Just Shox left. USP, just a formality now. Jax will get 2 tapped out of the round, arming Shox with the FAMAS.
Ouch.
Oh, and he finds a double up. Don't go giving Shox a reason to believe. Another peek, NiKo. Low from earlier. This is ballsy to be chasing it so hard, but I think it kind of speaks volumes as to where the heads of G2 are at. And Shox is forced into a save. Saving the FAMAS as well. It's a little ugly. Maybe if he can find m0NESY, but he's knife out. He's not ready for this. Dead to the lurking m0NESY. And that's 13 for G2, now locked in, now secured. And this is the one rifle round that you talked about, Hugo. If Liquid don't win this, Vertigo will be slipping away from them.
Yeah, it's their map pick as well. I think Mirage could actually be more competitive than this map, considering what we saw from Liquid just the other day against FaZe. But at the same time, G2, you know, we can see a sign of the times. NiKo pushing there, the confidence these guys have had all game from the get-go. The flanks down middle for Hunter, the B pushes for Jax. Like, they've just been doing whatever the hell they want, writing their own story. So Liquid have got to deal with that, amongst other things. But where does this buy round go? Flash is good. NiKo falls off the boost. They're going to hear it. Smoke spamming AWP. Because why on earth not? Re-smoked by Nitro. Going to leave him with nothing when the hit does come in, and it will eventually. No one way to play this time. Nitro still looking through that little gap. Can he see this boost? Apparently not. Just close enough for NiKo. Goes both ways. G2 make a lot of noise on these boosts, but they will back out and set up smokes instead. Alexi retrieves the bomb. Going up for a late mid-take. Already a little more diverse than the Team Liquid T side, but they have seemed to read this one well. Double setup in mid right now. Are they going to stay on it? No, they just peel out. Re-smoking the A site. Shox has to cross back. Does at least leave him with a quicker rotate to B, but one man up on the A ramp, one man on the B site. Beautiful check from NiKo. Who the hell looks there? And now they run over Con.
Shox, this is his moment, drops the bomb. He loses his teammate back in the site, and Shoxy now getting pressured from mid and from ramp. Can't hold the line. Hunter wins that head-to-head. m0NESY spotted, tagged down in middle, but still alive, still a threat, and shot in the back. NiKo, it all falls onto him. They saw him at ramp earlier on, but they're expecting a reroute. They're expecting he goes back to mid, and he will, but it's in through A. Now with the bomb in hand, knows that Nitro was B-side leaning and gonna have a chance at the plant. It's very, very close. Oh, I think he's just got it. That's 14. Sorry, that's the bomb down. I'm getting ahead of myself. I've already thought NiKo won this. Here we go. Nitro, talk about a trial by fire. Welcome back to Counter-Strike. Here he is. And with one hell of a man to face.
Oh, he went for the one tap. Audacious stuff for NiKo, but Nitro just rounds the corner in time, and it's not going to be around for G2, not yet. Liquid will long it out with one on the CT side, and even though you only have one surviving, money is going to be pretty bunk here. It's Liquid getting another breath of air. G2 still trying to come in with the suffocation, though. Surely going to reinvest off of the plant, and nice hold from Shox. Shocked he didn't get this third kill, but Hunter coming up into B did a lot of work. And NiKo, I mean, he didn't get to pick his plant, right? He physically didn't have time. He just had to stick it the second he got on the bomb site, but the fact that he just stays in the middle and fights for the round, pretty confident stuff. And that's what we've been saying all damn game. Not the end of the world to lose a round like that, but NiKo knows that comebacks can come from anywhere.
Yeah, this makes the game a lot more interesting though, right? Because if that one had just sailed past for Liquid, if they weren't able to capitalize on all the work that someone like Shox did over towards Connector, this would probably be a done deal right now. We'd be looking at this saying, yeah, G2 about to run away with this one. Now, only 6 rounds between them, and while there is a reinvestment looming for the G2 squad, it's their money starting to get put through its paces. So there is still an option back into this game for Liquid. It's not going to be easy. It was never meant to be easy. But it's not impossible.
Nothing is in Counter-Strike. We've seen the most ridiculous games already. Remember, G2 even started that series against Fnatic yesterday with a dominant first map, and they fell in the second and third, so... Always got to question the staying power. m0NESY's got mid lineups for utility. Hunter is just a centimeter away from success. Shox' head poking out on the lip of the box, and he gets the kill and drops off. Shox anchoring B right now is proving to be nice, but NiKo has a lot of room in the site. Oh my goodness, Nitro just swings. What a perfect check. NiKo almost slipped the net. 3 on 5, while making its way back. But Liquid, they've got the manpower to play every position. 2 smokes, this might just be the execute for G2 and falling back to ramp.
Swing from the orb, but nothing's being offered up to m0NESY. Smokes go out. Oh, Liquid drop one of their own. Just to throw a bit of confusion into the mix. Nade for the bomb plant. OC throws it in a little late. Thinks that might be a fake the first time around, so doesn't want to chance it. By the time he gets the info that, no, that was the commitment, bomb's already planted. G2
terrifying.
In a 3 on 5, right? These kind of rounds can be tricky. Deceptively so, and m0NESY striking first, gonna turn the scales, try to tip them as best he can. This AWP is quick. Naf has found one, but m0NESY, oh, it's close. He's getting wrapped on the right side, and m0NESY on for the ace. Is there time? Shox going in, and I think he might have it. m0NESY, it's a damn good try. Couldn't ask for more. 4 out of the 5 kills needed to make that round happen. And Shox just barely, sweating the whole time you can imagine, is able to find that round for Liquid.
That would have been round of the tournament right there, right then. 3 on 5 in the post plant, and he does his damn best. Check these shots. 16 years old. What a talent. But not today, not to be in Liquid. They win out these 2 clutch rounds as we go back into a bit of a broken bye for G2. They are reinforced with Tech 9s and AKs and confidence as they have displayed all day. Even an opening kill to Naf on the B site as well. So problems already beginning for Liquid. At least in these previous rounds, they have been the ones to fight first, to fire off. Right now, it's G2 in control.
Out of all the rounds to lose that aggro B player, this is up there with one of the worst, man. This could have been your route back in, and now it hinges on you pulling back around. When you've got a man down so early, you've armed your opponent with that M4. Up ramp, G2. Held back by the molly for now, but NiKo skirting past it, already up the short side. There's a gap to be found here for NiKo, and he's going to take it.
Yeah, he's done this round after round. He keeps getting so much space on short, and all the attention of these 2 Liquid players is in the wrong position. The molly doesn't get smoked. The Leech can't get it out in time. That's twice that has let Liquid down. They're trying to switch off of the nade so they can get their gun out quickly, but it results in them not ever throwing it down.
Nitro, dead right away. m0NESY's going to tap him out. And OC needs a round with this AWP, mate. We had one from m0NESY last. Now it's OC's turn. If you want to win this, you've got to do something. And OC in with the double, doing everything he can. Oh, can't make it a third. NiKo Gonna rid us of the AWP, and Shox might have been good in the 1v1 last time. Might have been good to get that clutch over the line. This one is far harder. This one, the odds far greater against him. And as synonymous as the Shox name is with impossible clutches, with 2 to beat, no peek getting given. No info to go off the back of. A little tap. And now the swing. Shox, 1v1. One man left to find. Nico gonna lock him out of the round. And there it is. 14 on the board. G2 just a couple of kills away from that coveted map point.
Oh, that got scary there, didn't it? Nice try for Shox, but Nico just keeping these games clean, keeping these rounds his. He may have missed his clutch earlier on in the 1v1, but he will not let this one slip by the wayside. And you can see how flustered Liquid are with these smokes again. I want to clarify how that works for those who don't understand. You know, when you throw a smoke, your gun takes a second to pull out. If you find that little timing where you throw a grenade and you still tap your primary weapon right after, your gun is ready quicker. It's those micro differences, the details that do make a difference at the top level, having, you know, the ability to shoot faster. But sometimes you see players get antsy, switch too quick, throw it off the nade, and then suddenly the nade never goes in. Nitro did it earlier, trying to smoke off the B rotate. Or actually, sorry, no, it wasn't Nitro. My apologies. Nitro came through the smoke. It was Jax or Hunter with the B push. Either way, we've had it happen for both teams. Right there, it's pretty devastating for Elige, who has been the guy that we've relied on, at least in the first half. Shox now overtaking him, and a little mid-push deny by Jax. He's clean as well. Haven't had to talk about him too much. Nitro pushing up behind the smoke. He's crouched. Nico won't see. If he goes through, he might get blocked on it. There's a lot of players here for Liquid. I don't know how Nitro hasn't been seen yet. The flash, did it go through? Did it miss? Second one going in. It's fine, but Nico stops it. OC blind to it, and Elige dead as well. It's a bit of a mess. It's as good as done, and it might be the map for G2.
That's clean. Nice Deeg shot, right? Gonna go back in for more, but Nico's worked his way up close. Oh, another OC gets them away from ramp, sends them packing. Gonna go back with the bomb now, especially with Jackson Hunter out in middle. Pressure's gonna be on Shoxy over towards this B site, and that's assuming this is going B, which it doesn't have to right now. They could wrap this A site player. They could try and deal with OC. Bomb joins up with the gang in middle, and it's a CT spawn wrap. G2 leaving their options open.
Oh no.
Both players down lower right now.
They're trying to crunch spawn, but at a certain point, Shox has got to go, yo, this site is clear as well. Now they're both scared of the mid to A or mid to B, and they're split again. It's made clear by the utility. Shox is going to have to run the flank, but that will only draw attention to OC's position. They should know it at this point. He got double D down ramp. Of course he's gone for the gun. Shox is going to run alongside him. But G2 in pole position.
Yeah, planted for CT as well, right? Because they came through middle. They know it's all clear. OC's had a great round here, but it's not over. It's never enough, and so he needs to offer up even more. Not able to find anything with the AWP right away. Smoke on the bomb, the tap to bait peaks, and it's a tag for OC. Not the killing blow, and time's already eluding them. There isn't time for the defuse, but you can find everyone at least. Jax will fall at the very, very end. OC's dead to the bomb. It's a phenomenal round out of the guy, but not enough to win it for Team Liquid.
Yeah, you wonder if that tag is a kill, right? Suddenly, maybe there's a chance. I mean, the clock was so low, and you saw how well that last player tucked into elevator, refused to give it away, refused to fight as he just wanted to win off the clock alone. That was an eco or a force for Liquid. They never had a kit in play. Some beautiful Deeg shots, but the individuals showing up too late for Liquid for it to matter at this point, and G2 are ready to shut down this map, start the series strong by taking their opponent's pick here on Vertigo. Only one round separates them from that eventuality, as that's what it feels like. 4 frags for OC. But 7 chances for G2 to shut it out and take us to Mirage.
I mean, even supplemented with this little tag pause, you know, you could have all the time in the world to plan this one out. It doesn't change what you're bringing with you into the fray. Deagle, Scout, MP9, it's not ideal. It's not what you want up against 15. Liquid likely going to be feeling pressure to get involved early. And Shocks will go 1-for-1 over towards B. m0NESY also spotted the mid push. Nafly, Deagle doing damage, but is getting pushed. Wrapped by Alexi. He had the bomb as well.
And m0NESY knows they're in spawn as well. They're big flanking. They're trying to come in on this wrap. He's so ready for it right now, even though he doesn't get the kill. Stalling it out with a Molotov, going back to B. Liquid, this is reality setting in. This is G2 taking the map, and there's almost nothing that can be done about it. 2-on-4, m0NESY edging his way almost on 30 kills, and he has had an incredible game here. Elimination on the line, and Liquid now are mapped down whether they like it or not.
Yeah, run down by Alexa B to close. That is dominance out of G2. Brilliance as well. Young gun m0NESY showing up in a very big way and uncontested in those AWP fights. G2, they soldier on and map up in this series now.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
AC? Juliano. AC. AC dead.
Juliano still?
Yeah. Juliano. Default. Platform.
Juliano dead.
Flash.
Platform was here. Platform.
Jag kan flash Julia. I flash entry.
Nice. I'm ready. Wait.
Swing left from me, okay?
Yes. You ready?
3,
1, 2.
1.
1 HP.
Nice!
Let's go, guys! Nice, Julia.
Let's do default.
Let's do default. Come with me up sometimes.
You want the flash for boiler?
No, well, maybe you can. Yeah, you can. I will do molly and flash. I'm up for. Okay, one flash. Okay, save both. Save one. I will do flash second with myself.
Hold us 146 next, okay? Yeah, I do. Please be ready for setup mid, guys.
Okay.
Flash molly deep,
flash, flash.
Flash.
Get ready, Nexa. I'm ready. I'll call the flash. Wait.
I have webbed.
Flash. I'm full blind. Broken.
Molly mid.
I'm dodging flash. What is the boost? Not. Pull back.
Molly depths.
Nice. 1 HP. He's easy to watch out. No.
Oh, depths. Watch out short.
1 HP on B, guys.
Oh, sorry, 3 on the B bomb site, and alone is Magiska on A.
Nico, you have to send us. Next up fake B. Give me C4. Jackie, fall back. Jackie, fall back, please. I want you to search next as well, okay? Yeah, go. Wait. We need to wait for Jackie. I'm going up. Start faking on 32 next, okay? Yeah. I flash for you, cheminée, okay? Enter and
Don't just jump, Jack.
Get ready, guys.
Don't flash for us?
I'll flash.
Jackie, go down with that one.
Flash pit. I smoke small pit. 2B.
Short.
Nice. They're 2B.
One more short.
Izlazim iz bojlera. One more has to be A.
Nico and it's Hunter. It's the two cousins left alive for G2.
Touch smoke. Touch smoke. Spike came on flash.
Now, he's got to keep the hopes and dreams of G2 alive with the man in question.
Mam flash za kratko daću ako vidim nešto. Okej, tal flash. Kuća možda.
Kratko. Tipo ću dugo uskoro.
Kratko i
Imam vreme sam.
Daj tu.
Nice.
That's why they've got these guys in G2. That's why they want to be.
Let's see pro-ups. Let's see pro-ups, guys.
Well, the battle is Liquid versus G2, and, well, it was rather one-sided, wasn't it, there? G2 pick up Vertigo, the first map in this series, and we look to set the tone, maybe even the present, or, well, I guess lack thereof presence from one of these teams at the conclusion of the series. That's right, the clash that determines who gets knocked out of Katowice here in the lower bracket group of B. I welcome you back. Vertigo is done. It's dusted. We have Mirage coming up next, and I'm here with Prof and Maniac. Plenty of things to discuss, to talk about, but for Liquid...
Rough start. Rough start for Liquid, that's for sure. G2 took the fight to them. That's what we expected. That's what we pre-faced. When you have better individual, you have the confidence and the trust, you just go in, you make the difference. The A side was unplayable. You either had Monacy trying to flick you out of smokes, or you had Nico right here, headshotting you when you're trying to get boosted. Liquid never retouched the A ramp. That was it for the first half.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. There were some decent actual play from Liquid overall on Vertigo, but when you take into account the force buy run, the round that G2 won in the first half and in the second half, and just the momentum that G2 built so early on, and so much of it, Nico being on fire, it was very hard to bounce back from that.
Can't spell Monacy without Mo...
Neasy?
All right.
Yeah, okay, it was going to be a stretch.
I was
But either way,
really curious that I was going.
Did you see the guy in the map? Because he was tearing that ass up, Prof.
I mean, I don't think Liquid saw him because he's so fast, right? As soon as he's on your screen, you're dead. It was amazing to watch that almost ace clutch late on the T side. That would be another one for the highlight reels and the clutches of the year, definitely. But that one wasn't needed. He delivered constantly throughout the game. So.
Yeah, I think it's really important for him as well, early on in the tournament, to have these moments, right? To have these reference match where you build up your confidence, you build up your trust in yourself, in your play style. Unfortunately for Liquid, they were on the receiving end, and yes, he was fired up.
Fired up is one way to put it, especially with Vertigo over with. Let's just run it all the way back to 5.
Yeah, that's actually what Prof was talking about in the pre-show, you know, the ability of Nico to disrespect the opponent and just make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, this is the early round where Nico just pushes through the smoke, catches 2 people off guard, and literally ends the round right there. So great round for him, and just set the tone early on for G2's dominance on the CT side.
Now, interestingly enough, we're going to couple that down. We're going to have that opportunity, I do believe, to hear the comms going on in that round.
Nico, we should say, you can win the next round for us.
I don't know if you want to risk kill Alexi.
No. I want to have this flash on Diego. Nema, maybe you hold this flash for Nico. I can flash deep if you want to do Barba or Ilya.
Wait.
Ilya, okay.
Nice, Nico. Flash.
I am flashing in 2 seconds flashing.
That deep.
Nice. I need help on B now.
Nice.
One more. Nice, Nico.
Nice, Rocha.
Nice, Nico.
Nice! Good flash, Rocha.
Sick, boy!
What? Good flash.
Yeah, it was good.
Nice, Nico and Ilya. Flash, Alexi.
Nice, good frag as well, Ilya.
Thank you, bro.
Seems pretty good comms. But hey, what I know, when you're winning, it's easy to kind of fall into that trap.
Yeah, it's got everything in that clip. That was a very interesting one. It has the build-up before the round, so they know they're going to have a flash to make a play on it. And then it's Nico calling that moment exactly where he needed. Good reaction as well from Hunter right behind. That was a very great example of efficient communication.
Just great, like a team disrespect almost. And it wasn't just Nico saying, like, I want to do this. It was like the build-up from Alexi and Nico and Alexi having that communication. Should we go for the round? Should we save?
Yes.
And yeah, just good team play.
Well, nobody likes to save. but perhaps a force will do it to a Maniac.
Yeah, that was pretty much where the cookie crumbled if you are Liquid. They won the pistol round in the second half, and now we will see a very aggressive, trying to dual-oriented type of Counter-Strike for Liquid, and they'll pay the heavy price. Nitro is completely caught off guard. Wrong timing. I don't think he had to be there at that moment. That's a huge mistake, and it's going to give the momentum to G2. It's going to give the space. You see smoke being deployed on the side. They use this as a cover to kind of close the gap. We see a player that's on the box is going to be taken away quite quickly. It's just way too simple if you are G2. Just armed with deagles, couple of smokes, and they are literally not going to lose a single player in that force.
It's one of those rounds where you win it and you don't even know how this happened. Like, how did we get all of these kills? We didn't do that much, right?
OC v Monacy for the US Air Force aim high head-to-head. Okay, whatever. We'll put this to the side. We'll talk about Mirage.
Not
guys.
a fair comparison, right?
It's not. Yeah, the numbers really do speak volumes there. But Mirage, guys, let's talk about a series that could see Liquid off.
Yeah, I guess if you're Liquid and you're reaching and you're trying to find narratives to help your hopes, then Liquid did look decent on Mirage against FaZe. That was a map they had an actual fight in them. Obviously, the problem they have is that they cannot seem to win their map peak. I mean, they pick them up against FaZe, they get wrecked. Same thing against...
They can pick their map or the other team's map.
maybe that's how they should approach it, you know?
Maybe that's what they did.
A lot of problems.
Came into Vito, and they just
have a conversation with NIP back then, just trying to pick whatever map it is.
Liquid, what's your best land map? And then, okay, we'll play that one. Then, yeah. So, nonetheless, Mirage on the cards. So it's more than an uphill battle for Liquid, Prof.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's a done deal completely. Like, out of the maps that Liquid played, they didn't play a lot of them, but Mirage was one of them, and Inferno was one of them that they played the most. There were some decent results there, so I think Liquid can be competitive on a Mirage, and we also saw Fnatic beat G2 on it. So it's not like, even though you would expect G2, this lineup to be amazing on Mirage, they haven't shown it that much yet.
Well, today might just be that day. If there's a time to pull stuff out of the bag, it's right about now. G2 and Liquid on the cusp of elimination, but one just happens to be ever so much closer than the other. We're going to go to a break and come back with Mirage right here because you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Right, boys, we're going to go through your collects cards here. Who do we want to start with, Jack's card or Nico's card?
Start with mine.
Okay.
Judge me, baby.
So we get all these categories at the bottom here. I think
Yes,
the
I
first
see.
was accuracy, right? What are we thinking? Jax, what do you reckon your accuracy is? You got good aim, but I don't know how that's going to correlate on the card.
I think he's my best.
I'll go for 81. 81?
81.
81 accuracy. All right, let's check. What's he got? 81, you reckon?
70.
What do you think? You should be higher?
I was thinking 75 or
75, okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
Not too much of you.
Or if I have 70, yeah, you have it.
Nico, what do you think Nico has?
80.
Less than Jackie.
But you had, if you had 70.
I need to have less than him.
How? 100?
What?
100.
How is it possible?
100 accuracy.
I wanted to say that first.
So
but
100. Okay, all right, yeah.
Okay, not
fair
bad.
enough.
My
fair
guys.
Okay, what's the next category, Nico?
Impact.
The impact.
65, I think. Even less.
60.
Even less. I think I'm
less.
homeless of impact more.
65. Go
Bang
ahead.
on. Okay.
65.
65. All right. Well, I reckon. What do you reckon?
But maybe he has 100 everywhere, so I say 100. I say 102.
95.
95.
It's basically 100.
Oh, you have the Mbappé of this. It's crazy. Mitroglou, Mbappé.
Your assists should be pretty high. You're
Assists,
flashing for your teammates. You're doing a lot of stuff. I reckon assists is pretty high.
Has to be 80, you know? 71.
71?
It's not bad.
It's we can say homogen in English? Like, no?
What do you want to say?
But then Nico's assist should be like 0, right? Because you guys all set him up and you flash
exactly,
him.
You know how it works.
Just, you know. 84.
Don't get surprised.
84. Have you seen these before?
No.
Surely his entry stats are good. 78.
72.
All right. All right.
Okay. You're growing,
I accept.
It's getting better.
101. For entry, Nico, 100 for sure. Maybe 98 because
no, it's not 100.
He's not a robot.
It's not 100.
100 for sure, yeah. Hey, you're a machine.
Because I'm behind you.
You're a machine.
Because I'm behind you, you know?
It's right.
I'm trading.
Oh, what's next?
Utility.
All right.
I think, Jackie, that's not so great for you. I'll go 55.
55?
55.
Maybe even less. I've never seen you having good utility there.
No, sometimes it's so good. When you see me, when you are dead,
you put
pressure on me. I don't know to drop anything. I was like that. It's like 69.
69?
Yes. Allez.
57.
Oh, my department. The number of my department. 57, la Moselle. Aye.
I'm not so great either.
Yeah, but not so great for you. It's what, 90? 82.
82?
Oh.
Yeah.
73.
Two times not so great.
All right. That's
why we have Alexis now. He's really good in that.
I feel like your experience has to be at least like 70. Minimum. You've got the life
experience. Just one right.
Yeah.
One. 67.
If you have 60. You have 93. 94, so.
100. What?
I told you.
How does that work?
I wanted to go on. What? 92.
92.
I said the same.
Here comes the reveal.
How?
They love you, colleagues. If they don't take this in consideration, I have 102.
66, 67.
But when I finish this interview, I go deathmatch, I go look demo.
Oh, 77.
I step up. Because
cool,
in the past with Apex card, I was 63.
You don't need to do any DM, bro. It's good enough for an entry.
New meets old in this crossover of the G2 roster. 16-year-old Monacy sits back and relaxes. He also top frags the first map as Liquid pick Vertigo and they get reamed. We now head to Mirage, a map for G2 that they've already dropped in this tournament before. It's a little bit of a scary one. They started T-side against Fnatic and they only fielded 5 rounds. It's a rarity. They're going to have to show up a little stronger to start today, but we can see with everything on the line, with the elimination as a potential in this matchup, G2 have come in confident, swinging. Liquid, a map as old as time itself, they're ready. But can they stop G2 on this A attack?
Well, it's going to come at you thick and fast from the pistol. Shoxy does have support from OC back in CT, but they're already close, man. They're right here. They're on him. And Shox, while he's good for one, takes OC to keep this in the advantage of Team Liquid. Bomb now down. G2 going to try and set themselves up in the post plant. You've lost Monacy, you've lost Jax, and now this is where we look towards Hunter and Nico. See what they can deliver. Lexi dead, and Hunter trapped over at jungle. They didn't know about him, but he's fired off too soon, and Elige is going to knife him. All right.
All right.
Go on, Elige. Give us that big old grin, that big old smile. And what a way to begin the map. A knife kill gets in their head rent-free.
Ah, yes. Those are the best ways to start, certainly, for Liquid. And we've got to remember, I don't want to be the curse of G2, but we've got to remember that they started that series strong yesterday, and it still came tumbling, crumbling down very quick. So keep that in mind.
I'm a little nervous because either this is going to really pump up Team Liquid, maybe getting ahead of G2, or polar opposite. Now you've poked the bear. Now you've annoyed them. They've taken it personally. They've come in with this force by AK for Nico as well. These are the bully hunters of G2, isn't he? Oh, you're going to do that to my cousin. All right, I see how it is.
Yeah.
I see how it is.
Kovacs with the second round rifles. It's terrifying.
Yeah, man, this is one family tree you don't want to cut down. And Elige didn't get the memo. Axe out. Now responsible for mid, and he's going to get tested by these rifles. Nyon right away if he hangs around connector. Nav mollied out in window, and mid very, very slow from G2, but it's all by design. Just waiting to see what the response is out of Team Liquid. Now they drop that window smoke and look to aggress in through middle, potentially up the catwalk for a bit of a B split.
A minute still to do this. Alexi's still trying to keep the pressure on Combat. Elite has gone through the smoke, and Modesty, that's a light-out Deagle. Running up Cat now, the rifle leading the charge, and Naf trying to play retake. He's hit a kill. He's going to commit and double down. Modesty stops him. Back of the site is Shox. They don't know about it. They think they've already killed the B-side player, and they're going to try stick. Shox could stop the plant right now. Oh, he's done it. There's the trade for Hunter, and while Liquid have tried to deforest this round, it's conservationists of G2 in a 3-on-1. Bomb's going to go back to default. There's no cover right now. Hunter just escapes, and Nitro will not catch the same fate. It's G2 with that force buy. The rifles and the Deeg of Young Monacy put them on the board.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, you know, you're probably looking at that last game and thinking, all right, this is a good start from Monacy, but can he keep it up, right?
Yep.
Can he still be the point man? And, well, if this round's anything to go by, he's feeling it today. Literally, the reason that B play comes in is on the back of Monacy's Deagle. Finding not one, but two on the entry over towards the B play. Buy back up for Team Liquid. They're going to force themselves, and Nitro's locked in a fight over here in Palace. The only problem is it's Nico on the other side, a terrifying man to face, and he will dethrone Nitro in Palace. OC's Deagle, we've seen what it's capable of. He's getting aggressive, going in deeper, but they're holding him from lower and spammed. Info gained, Hunter there to grab the kill. Nafly, that's a collateral from the scout. Tags up two players, softens them, gives himself an easier time. Nico gets out of Palace, and so Naf, if he swings wide, could be in for a bit of a roughie. Ooh, it's another tag.
3 one-shot players. You got to hit the shot. You got to follow up. Nico's not going to let him escape the corner, and Nico, it's 4 frags in that round for him. Dear, oh dear. Dominance in Palace, and it continues on the A site as Liquid. Up push to a pistol. Just going to have to eco this one. G2 right now flexing their muscles on the T side of Mirage. It's certainly a good start, given that it all began with a knife from Elige. They brushed it off pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a... it feels like you poked the bear. I'm just going to say it, right? Like, feels like your attempt to get in their head might have made them angry. And the revenge, I mean, it was sweet. It was immediate. It was served cold for Monacy. And Molly kind of force a commit out of the con player, and Shox just goes fighting forward. Little double up. This one's nice and clean, as it should be. Hunter making money. He's already earned more than that knife kill in this round here and now.
Yep, no funny business from Elige either. Hunter just evacuates and takes this MAC-10 away. Liquid. Nothing they can do in this one. Alexi's here to close the round from the top of middle. Planning for every contingency. And even then, in no hurry, let Monacy reap the reward. 3-1 for G2, but here's the buy for Liquid, right? It's all a bit delayed after these force buys came through, and that's similar to what we had in the first map as well, post-pistol. G2 getting away with their clean T-side Tech 9 force buy. It wasn't even a bomb plant into rifles. They kept 5 alive, and at that point we talked about how Liquid essentially relied on one CT gun round to keep the game going. Well, here's their first. M4's out, no AWP yet for OC. Certainly not an easy matchup for him, but at least it's on Mirage, where we hope to see a little bit more flair from this guy. He's hit some D shots already. Elige is out under, getting spammed through the smoke, so he will evacuate as well.
Oh, Hunter, man. He just walks the smoke.
Play.
Not at all ready for it. Elige, that is the last thing you're imagining. Will get traded by OC. That's a key kill for him to have got there. If Hunter gets out in the 5-on-4, you're in for a very bad time indeed.
Uh-oh.
Nico's seen the CT jump. He wants to force this fight out of Nitro, but the molly lands just a little shallow, so Nitro gets to live for now.
He smoked it as well.
Naf out with the swing. And this is going to force G2 to look elsewhere. Jax can't quite spot this apartment's player in Shoxy. So they can't walk. Smoke over at TopCon. Jax starting to clear the apartments. On the swing, Shox might do damage, but Jax is going to win that fight somehow, some way. Through the smoke, OC tries to make another play happen. He spots Nico on Cat, his B player now, Naf, who's very, very low, by the way, knows about this, but that doesn't make his job any easier. A 2-on-2 for Team Liquid. Both players low, but it's far from a done deal, especially with Nico still in play. Plant isn't down yet. Gonna commit late, gonna get those numbers plugged in, and now it's Team Liquid on the clock. OC from Cat, Nitro, still yet to frag in this game. If there ever was a time, it's now. One shot's all that's needed to deal with them, but Nico, he got that memo. It's taps to close it, and Nico finds 4 for G2. Oh man, this guy. It's not fair.
Yeah, he was going for 1-taps in 1v1s last map, but this time it's even easier on Mirage. Practiced and proven is Nico, and another round on the B-bomb site. Dear, oh dear, Nitro, he had a chance to shut the whole thing down by killing Jackson Apartments on the 4 health cross. Nitro just whiffed the shot. Good to see him back up and just try and play the retake, but it does not work out. Nico so clean. And G2 so mean. It's just this nade for Nitro. Otherwise, pistols on Liquid. And G2 in these rounds, they are just so slow. They wait for you to come to them, wait for you to make the mistake, holding the top and middle. Naf might be that man. Pushed up, Hunter coming under. And it's nice to stay here for Naf. He might even catch an AWP, but m0NESY is very aware of the potential. Right in front of the connector. An angle he would peek regardless, and a 5-on-4 G2 again. Sit back and relax. Minute 10 on the clock. Liquid want info, but that will be their demise. Also, nice idea there actually for Liquid. They throw the nade in, they peek off the back. They know that smoke blooming in Palace is going to give them a bit of a, a surprise. And we can see how that kicks up dust and it causes visual issues. Nico still gets one, B play denied, and a 4-on-2. Nitro, the only man here.
Yeah, this Apartments player should have him. It's missed shots. That's ugly for Nitro. Oh, that's not going to feel good. You had an opportunity there. They had no idea that you were out in the B site, able to fire a good 4 or 5 shots off before the reaction comes in, and every single one of them just sails past the Apps man. You know, with no early game heroics from someone like Elige this time around, it's leaving Team Liquid in a really, really rough spot. And I think as this game goes on, we need to, I would say, look towards Elige or OC to step up and try to fill this void, this clear difference in firepower that's being shown right now. OC scoped on top middle. Alexi looking like he wants to run it. Gets the info that the AWP's on Cat. And now suddenly doesn't feel that urge to re-peek top mid anymore.
Yeah, obviously wanted to stay on the angle, but G2 just keep chaining double flashes into mid. It's so hard to know which is the one you got to dodge and when it's coming and if there's more. And so while G2 see the AWP in mid, they give it a bit of respect. They bound out. Another jump could be a problem, but these are nice safe jumps for Shox. He's showing as little as he can while still getting the info that the AWP is here. m0NESY backs out. Liquid are forced to use a smoke. And this is actually, yeah, you see G2 as they hit the smoke, they start to run. They realize the timing now favors them. For all Liquid know, they could still be in B, but by now, back to middle for the late retake. m0NESY going to get run boosted over what could be an AWP here, but OC has left position, gone back to watch a CT flank. Shox is pushed into the B smoke. He's about to clear Apartments. This double ramp setup is now ready for action, and it needs to be.
Jiggling this versus Nico is terrifying. Especially with how clean he's looking today. That is an ugly ramp smoke. Even though you deal with Jax, who's been lurking the Apartments constantly, you've still got this A hit in your back pocket if you're G2. 25 seconds, Nico setting up the com play with flashes from ramp. And that's going to get Alexi out, but that's now the bomb spotted, and Nico brushed aside. Nitro, his first kill, going to come in on one hell of an individual from the other side. Quite a way to get on the board. You get rid of a big threat in that round and you force a save out of Hunter. Team Liquid, it's not just that they win this finally, it's that they keep 5 alive, which out of all the ways for them to get one on the board, this is exactly what you want. Up until now, every time you've lost a round, you've had to come in with deagles and armor. Sometimes even the armor's a question mark. And so at least now you've got a little bit more staying power.
Yeah, even on that second half of Vertigo, when Liquid finally would get a gun round here or there, it would be like these clutch outs, these 2v2s, these very economically devastating rounds for Liquid that meant they just had no, longevity in that game. Good round out of Shox, man. He just gets so much info on the reposition up apartments and confirms that that is an A play. Nitro is able to play safe, and the ramp setup's good. Fast into middle this time for G2, and there's a quick trade. Modesty out behind the boxes. Naf doesn't know. 4-on-3. It looked good for a moment for Liquid with a beautiful flashbang, but OC, he still hit one. Can't fire 2 shots in the AWP. So Alexi will trade, but Monacy's already up, Cat, and you can't give this kid a chance because he won't care. Quick shot, 3 in the round now, and G2 locked and loaded for a 6th. Step heard.
Alexi's hunting. He's not even giving him the respect to save. He wants this, and Nitro's wiped down. Alexi gonna deny the save, gonna deny that M4 getting bought into this next round of play. Now, as mentioned, right, the one round they did win, 5 players alive, you still reinvest him, but now's the opportune time for attack timeout. There are clear problems here. And I mean, where do we even begin? If you're able to stop Nico, okay, well then you've got to worry about Hunter. If you're able to stop Hunter, well then you've got to worry about Monacy. This is so scary.
Yeah, and this is where, again, you come down to talking about the depth of this Liquid roster. Obviously a new team, and so you're still in that building phase, I guess you could call it. But ultimately, I do worry about the depth of Nitro as an in-game leader on a CT side where, moves have to be made, gambles have to be called. You want to be proactive, but right now G2 are defaulting in the early round on Mirage every single time, and they're doing late mid takes. Like Liquid, they just can't get comfortable anywhere because G2 don't respect them. Double orb coming through. Nitro locking in an AWP, a sign of the times.
Holding back the ears.
Yeah, I'm kind of down with that. Let's see if he can hit those quick shots. That's a fast one. This is a rush for G2. Not really done this before. They wanted to quick con split. Alexi's going to bail out of mid. Wise timing for it. Liquid had 3 players there. Alicia's freed up to help out at A, but G2 will still be committing late.
This is weird. Hunter's committed, all the way out on Tetris, and Nitro didn't see that. He never knew that a man made it in. Now it's going to become clear, right? Now you start to consider it, but that's not going to make matters any easier. Nico opens up, secures that entry into the A site, and they've got jungle and con smokes down to take real estate. Use a con plant open. There's the spam coming through for Naflight. Still kept even by Nico, doing everything he can to keep G2 in this one. It's the spam once more. Naf from short. Man's got his lineups, and it's all left onto Hunter. CT players short, man, and shots rallying through this smoke. Hunter tagged up by them, and there's the closer. Nafly on the catwalk. Might have had a troublesome start to this one, but in that round there, he very much is the deciding factor for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he knows exactly where to aim, and that's why it's a surprise that G2 go back for it. Maybe they don't realize where that spam's coming from, but the kill feed says it's a smoke, and the only smoke down is in the connector. So, yeah, it's just the same lineup twice, man. The only way to get around that is you can plant a little further back. You can take 1 step back away from the triple box. You are a little more open to CT, but there's a lot of cover there for G2. Instead, they just assume he won't do it twice, and that is their undoing. Nice further damage on Hunter as well. Nitro close ramp. He's seen Nico. No, he hasn't. And he doubles up. Of course he does. Instant headshots and an instant round, you would presume, for G2. Monacy's picked Dosi out of the window rotate. And a 5-on-2. The Liquid tail between their legs within seconds. 125, they've already called it. And little do they know, Hunter's waiting for this exact save.
You didn't even get a chance to play. You didn't even get to play around. And Hunter, punishing them even more. Brutalized by the Kovacs. And that's 7 for G2. The response is immediate. No more smokes, no more flashes. Instead, it's The famed classic, Nico, go kill, doubles up at ramp. These were clean as well.
Yeah, Alexi, he's known for these signature tactics like Nico go A and sometimes even Nico go kill A. But yeah, just clean as you can get. Liquid go back to the double ramp setup, and it's something that Nico's already seen before. He was not surprised by it. Even Nitro's timing's a bit awkward on the swing, as Nico was already out. Little flash down lower. Meanwhile, B-Stream update. Bens have taken a map against Astralis. Terrifying times we live in. All right, Jax, what you got for us here, bud? I was going to say, that'd be one hell of a lineup, but anti-flash for now. And still the jump spotting. m0NESY or G2 have seen a lot of aggression in B from Shock, so it makes sense why they're being a little safer with this one and making sure they can't get spotted. Hoping Shox pushes in. Meanwhile, G2 try to take middle, and I say try, well, they will succeed. Naf in the ladder room, getting aggressive. Oh, off the flash. He still gets the kill. It's going to be Shox dealing with his B play. He's heard it all coming. Good flash from the short side. He can't see a thing, but Jax dropping in, checking the wrong side. Shox with a kill. Nico trades, and now it's down to the scout of Elige. Needed that headshot. Without it, a round will fall by the wayside, as good as his flank is for Nitro. If he makes any steps, Hunter's going to hear, and there it is.
Oh, that's so clean. 1 footstep, all it takes. And Hunter swivels, head, turns back around, and just takes it off of Nitro. Man.
Look at the numbers for Hunter.
Yeah, I was going to say,
right
14 and 4 and 14 and 5 on the two of them.
We're here on Mirage, and it's G2's pick for a reason. This is not Fnatic anymore. Liquid struggling to put up CT rounds. They had that one clean gun round on the A site. They've tried double orbs on multiple players, all to the same result. OC, top of his team right now, but not much to be happy with if you're a Liquid fan at the moment. And this one hasn't even been the m0NESY show. Not yet, at least on the T side. He had that double D ground in the second, and an AWP 3K.
I mean, dude, that's kind of the beautiful part, though, right? Like, when Nico and Hunter play like this, you don't need big numbers out of m0NESY. Like, all of his kills are kind of coming rounds that are already so far gone. All he is like the insurance policy. The guy just guaranteeing the round, as it were.
Oh, no.
OC tries to peek through the smoke and is on the receiving end of a one-tap from Nico.
You could see that that smoke was not going to do him any favors anyway, right? It just gets lobbed on the con molly, and you could tell that OC wasn't going to get any vision in that anyway. Nico still just random spams him out of the round, but you can see the desperation and the need, or the feeling that you need to be taking early fights on this CT side. But all it does is dig the grave deeper for Liquid. Welcome to the big leagues. Elige AWPing. Desperate times we live in.
All right, Nico out of ramp and spotting Nitro back in CT. Flash goes high, but right now Nitro is the only guy that can face this A play. Now on a limb, out from CT, and there's m0NESY with the opener. Swings out of Palace, and while blind, is able to deal with the CT player. Shox on this rotation in at jungle. Hey. Maybe a chance, the little run, the couple of steps, and he's cut down. Nafly from short. Did they not learn the first time? He spams them out, but is now left in a very rough clutch. 1-on-3, and m0NESY's posted. There's the lock-in. The insurance policy of m0NESY always delivers.
Yeah, Liquid are paying the excess right now. It doesn't even feel worth it. Poor Nitro, man. You could see he realized m0NESY was Palace after he threw utility, so Nitro goes to hold it, and then as that happens, Elige steps up in CT with the AWP, picked up, and he goes, I've got your Palace. I'll cover you. Don't worry. You can watch the site. And the second the Nitro looks away, Elige gets flashed off the angle, and m0NESY just perfect peaks Nitro. 2-9 right now. Being that CT anchor, having a rough time.
And, mate, it doesn't even really feel like you've put G2 through their paces at all. No. If anything, like, they're kind of, lent back right now. Everything's coming so freely to G2. Hunter wins the opener down in lower. The dink brings him down to 12.
When Elige is hitting 88 damage dinks with the Deagle, man, that's when you know that this one's cooked for Liquid. Poor him. Nothing can go right. And G2 can do no wrong. They check spawn, but they're a few seconds early here. Liquid are only just taking Palace. Mid retake utility as these B players come in from under to split A. And so, okay, it's only pistols, and they're a man down, but Liquid positionally aren't out of this round.
This spot from Naf is kind of ballsy. Like, the only thing he's got is shadows to work with, right? But if they swing it close, you never get to see that shadow. You never get that given away. You've even got flashes on Monacy if you wanted to be really keen about clearing this in Naf. Oh, that's nice, but only one. Spot the aggression, and now they up and leave. Nico's like, boys, I'm in B. You won't believe it, but it's completely empty. And he's called for that rotate. Getting him here has won the round for G2. Any chance of upsetting with the pistols is now out the window.
Yeah, by the time the penny drops, it's already too late. They have to go get the gun on ramp, and that is all that Liquid can celebrate about in this round. G2 have made it clear. Nice little lurk play for Nico. It's often been Hunter walking around the apartments, holding off for aggression, but he just waltzes in off the back of all that early info gained by Naf's 5-7. And so double digits already for G2. You know, it's a shame for Liquid. It's going to hurt to get eliminated like this if it goes on this way. But for G2, I think it's a big reassurance for the team that we want to see in the Spodek. I think Prof made some good points from talking about Monacy on the desk, and he was saying how, you know, if Monacy is going to bring this team and help them win a major, and if that is going to be in Antwerp, then he needs the stage experience now, and no better place than Katowice to get it. Don't want your debut to be the major, although it works for some.
You know, like, being real, it would just be a treat for all of us. You know, I think a lot of us want to know, like, how real the deal is Monacy. You know, we all saw the top 20 players of the year, just how many people picked this guy. You know, it was the obvious kind of the safe pick, right? But I think a lot of us want to see, you know, does LAN it accelerate someone who's already looking to be one of these top AWPers in the world? Or does he struggle on LAN? You know, are these ideas that he's going to be just fine? Nothing more than ideas. Elige opens up the round in middle. A one-way smoke gain from the molly.
Jumping on the wood there saves Elige's life. But it goes sailing past his shoes. Yeah, Team Liquid smoked the mollied the window, so the smoke blew badly. Wasn't the lineup. Oh, Elige, he had no idea. And Hunter's crawled through connector. One footstep's all that gives it away. And even Naf can't finish the kill. He dies to the wrap on jungle. This has gone from bad to worse. And Monacy's about to put Shocks into bed, tuck him in. Sheets up to the neck, but he bounds out on a re-smoke. G2 want nothing to do with it. They've lost enough man to the catwalk spray.
I like this. Sharks coming through the con smoke. Yeah, it's only one, but now you've got info. Now you've got the 2-on-2. Still don't know exactly where Hunter's gotten to in all this, and he's now wrapping them in CT. Jax just staying alive, just buying time, just playing the numbers. Could be enough, but they're out there around him and cleared from the site by Nitro. Hunter now round in the palm of his hands. Eventually, they can consider the CT wrap, but they're looking at Palace. They're looking at ramp. Well, they're on the bomb, and Hunter's going to get them off. Oh, man, that looked like a bit of a miscomm for Team Liquid. They knew where he was from earlier. He gets all the way through jungle, right? He killed Naf over there. Shocks comes through the smoke and never sees him repositioning. No one spots him out in the open at any point. A part of me's left wondering, like, how do they think he got to Palace in amidst all that?
Pretty busted are Liquid right now. You can't imagine the motivation's at an all-time high. And that certainly won't help. I guess the mid-site smoke gives them wonders that maybe in the mid-round he got somewhere towards ramp, but no, really, no excusing.
I just think Liquid so deep jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's
you know, at this point, is anyone keeping track of who's killing who or where they are? Like, there's got to be head in the hands moments for some of these players. Think about how that round went. Elige, he would probably got a bit tilted there. He was just jumping to connector. Hunter walked in. Nav almost kills a player coming up connector. He misses the spray and he dies to Hunter as well. Like, yeah, okay, the player is there, but Liquid have got to be in their heads the way that Hunter gets those 2 opening kills in that round. And that much is proving to be the case. And maybe the cause for elimination. 5 rounds from it, G2 kicking Liquid while they're down. Want that 12-3 half, want it as clean as they can get it. And there's not much pointing the other direction.
Yeah, it's just back to these kind of slow mid takes again in the early round. OC will win a fight over in the apartments. That's a devastating flashbang cleared by Nico. And now they look to split this B play. OC gonna need to land a flick, and now that he's left the angle, m0NESY's on it. Ooh, on the swing, m0NESY's taken out of the round. Elige gets here, helps out from bench, but it's still a kill for Hunter. OC attempts to dive through the smoke, but Hunters saved their lives and allowed for that plant to come in. Shox now arriving to the scene, gets the info about the short player, knows where Nico is. Does that make him any easier to deal with? Yes, he will come out ahead. And Hunter falls as well. Shox mops up the Kovacs and puts 4 on the board for Team Liquid. G2 are still steamrolling in this first half though, even with those heroics from Shoxy to find a little something, a little source. It's still pretty bland for Liquid. G2, they're looking for G2-0.
One jungle. Two jungle. Yeah, they're not gonna push this one. Flank at Palace in like 5 seconds.
Okay. One dead jungle more. Default. And one default, and one default.
I'm running a Palace.
Nice! Get that knife out, Johnny. Let's go.
He will hold window. He's dead. Window one. Landing default. I think long. Bad smoke guys, I think. He can swing you, watch out. I'm blinking. Nothing, yeah. Peek entrance. Peek entrance from me, I'm plant, okay? 1, 2, 3. Thing. Can we pick? I wish you after. Wait. I'm carry, I have HP. We'll pick together. Tell me when. Wait. 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Watch out BFs. Yeah. Shorted. Last one was kitch.
Nice!
Nico, I expect nothing less from you, bro.
I can't understand a word you are saying. I can't understand one word about what you are saying, man.
Ты охуенный игрок, не запарься, все будет заебись.
Yeah, it's okay.
Next выиграем 100%.
You that guy. Next round. Here we go. Always toxic, man.
Shox, алло, Shox, ты меня слышишь? Ты меня замутил? Shox, hello, Shox.
One thing is certain, and that's that G2 do not want this to be their last series at Katowice. They've got playoffs in mind, and to do that, they got to get past Team Liquid. Right now, Hunter and Nico, the Kovacs, more kills on those two players than all of Liquid combined. And I think that speaks volumes. You can see it in the scoreline, 11-4. And that little knife kill in the pistol onto Hunter. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, did you wake up a beast. m0NESY over here in window. And a mid-rush coming his way. The molly forces him out. It's fast for Liquid. They've got this mid-control. We saw a lot of this from G2 in the first half. Liquid are trying to do it themselves now as they make their way up con.
Oh, quick tap for Nico, USP King, but he's going to get dethroned. Jack's pushing in, 4 frags in the game already, but he wants to get involved in this one. Finally, a chance to shine, and he's shut down by a Liege. With a comp player coming in, m0NESY moving out from jungle. Hunter sees that planter, won't stop him, takes the cover instead. m0NESY still gets dropped in the meantime. Good cover from OC, has left things in a 2-on-2. Nade over the top is lovely. Oh, a Liege eats a bullet. Nitro trying to cover from Con. Alexi, he can go back for the kit. He's picked it up. But a kill is Nitro's, and that's what we needed for Liquid to believe. A long way back into this game, but that's a start. Both pistols now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but mate, I mean, it feels like every time Liquid are able to win these pistol rounds, there is a response from G2. Normally keen to force, and this round's no exception. There's even a hero M4A1S dropped into play. That is a rarity to see in this second round. And I don't imagine Team Liquid are going to be ready for it. Boosting m0NESY at lower. Using this A1S to try and squeak an early frag.
Well, it is the G2 boost, so no better team to show it off. Probably seen, but at least just hears a silent shot, doesn't know where it's from. Liquid, they can just pummel B right now. There's nothing stopping them. Only Hunter with a CZ. If he gets a multi, if he suddenly pulls 2 out of nowhere, maybe there's hope for the retake, but otherwise, Liquid are getting, locking G2 out, finishing the kill. 5 bullets for Hunter, spam through the smoke. Nico and m0NESY doubling up on the second. It's Naf alone, Blink, and this round has been corrupted, unearthed by G2, and Naf needs to restore normality. 1v4, hit by the scout, pushed by the SMG, pistols out, and he's gone to m0NESY. 3 frags from the young gun, that hero gun in the right hands.
It speaks volumes, mate, with how confident they feel in m0NESY, right? When you've got Nico in your team, when you've got Hunter having a game like this, Nico being the best rifler in the world, and yet you feel comfortable enough to give m0NESY that hero A1S to make a play, they've got full faith.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to live up to the hype that m0NESY's actually been put on, right? Comparisons to Simple out of the gate, the best player in the world, you know, a couple of academy leagues, and this guy's just flexing right now on top tier competition here at Katowice. It's unbelievable. Most people would crumble under that kind of pressure. I know I would. But m0NESY built different. And again, I want to clarify, I said it in the first map, 16 years old. He's better than you'll ever be. And this is just the start. For Nitro, it might be the end of this round for him. Alexi deep in the B apartments, channeling his inner Shoxy. 5-on-3, and G2, who forced Liquid to force back as they did earlier, are as good as locking out this round.
Yeah, and it might come very, very cleanly. Woo! Okay. What?
Despicable.
Like, you just have the confidence to do that to Shox, a literal legend of the game, and you just jump at him in the window with a scout? Oh, man.
And, you know, to pump you up when you're m0NESY there, it's like, you know, side by side, you look to your left, Nico, you look to your right, Alexi B, and they're dropping you guns on a LAN tournament. Like, of course you're going to have self-confidence. Of course you're going to have faith. It's all anyone has been rallying behind.
This was devastating for Nitro as well. Like, just mentally had already decided that, yeah, it's clear. You know. Oh, man.
And in the hard way. 4 Glocks. This is 14 for G2. It's looking back to Vertigo, where we said for Liquid, it's going to rely on 1 gun round, and that's it. They may have won the pistol. It did them no favors.
And that's been the story of this series, really. 1 kill from the Glocks. They're flooding in. They do make it a double. chance at the plant, and that's all you really wanted in this round. You know, like you've done what you came to do, what you set out to do. And even though you lose Nitro, getting 2 kills when you put nothing into it, the extra $800, all gonna help.
Unfortunately, Harry, you know, as much as we want to picture this as a positive story for Liquid in a round like this, none of that's going to matter if they just get swept in the gun round, and there is no reason to believe that G2 will not come in swinging to this follow-up. No worries about slow starts, no worries about dropping the ball after a confident first map. Every fear neglected for G2 for now, but they're looking to make this lower bracket run where only one team can make it. In the lot, G2, Liquid, ENCE, Astralis, and more to join them with the losers of Na'Vi Furia or FaZe Fnatic also heading down to face G2 on their run. Safe to say one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to make this lower bracket run, but never know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in a lot of ways, it was surprising enough that they found themselves here anyway. So they had to up their game. They didn't really have a choice. There's no cruise control when you're in the lower bracket. Winning this round could tee you up for the incredibly dominant 2-0 that feels like is inevitable at this point. Jax over at stairs, and he might get tested in this round. Him and Nico looking like they want to try and take some mid control away. While this is happening, a contact play out through ramp would be lovely, but with utility going over and mid getting taken by G2, this one should start to become clear. Now you've seen Elige waiting back in top middle. He's the man to go back and get the bomb. Nitro's lurking out of the B apartments, and he does hit this timing to discover the site is clear. Shocks with the opener, but the trade's back nigh on immediate.
They're leaving.
They need to. Nitro's got all this ground. Nitro's the guy who's got to save the day here. It's not enough for him to just have B. Now he has to hold it.
Oh, no. Oh, Alexi.
Oh,
His
no.
brain is whirring, and he has figured this one out. Even though Nitro has a sight, Alexi can cut off the bomb that is running. He won't even stop it. He lets it sail on by to backstab and close this map. It's going to be Elige dead in the apps. Bomb loose. 15 seconds. There is physically not enough time for Liquid to win this round.
Yeah, Nitro's got to do it. Nitro's got to get the bomb. Here he comes, but no peek from Alexi. He's just going to let him get it. Chance at the plant, but it's wide for apartments. He's got to go back in again, and now just rush down. One for Nitro, but the round falls the way of G2. Wow. And even though he gets all the frags, the glory goes the way of the G2 squad.
I mean, he might have even got the plant if he went safe. He knew the only player that for sure was going to push him was Alexi on the flank there. Obviously, you're still scared of Mark. You're scared of everything at this point. But it's again, the indecision for Nitro. He fakes it out, or not fakes out, he realizes that this plant is not going to work, has to change it. At that point, even though he gets off, it's not going to matter. Just living till the last second for m0NESY. And so the kills for Liquid, but they don't matter when G2 play the round.
m0NESY's about to get tested over in the ladder room. Jeez, he's swinging it wide and does manage to get out of there. The mid-skirmish leaves Liquid looking worse for wear.
Okay.
And this could be the beginning of the end for Team Liquid. 1 HP on Elige, 31 for Nitro. And a 3-on-5 to try and navigate when you're just a shot away from death. They both fall. Jax never intended for the double there, but the spray finds it, and Shoxy, oh, Shoxy, 1-on-5, and that's the end. G2, lock it in. It's not even close. Liquid were never even in this one. They embarrassed them and continue this lower bracket run. That's the G2 we wanted to see. That's the m0NESY we wanted to see. Just how far can they take it?
Future Pros, back on Mirage, this time with a flash. This flash should help you when taking the B site. To do this flash, get into this corner. Aim at the top part of this wall in the center. Run forward and throw the flash just before you collide with the edge of the wall. With practice, you should be able to do this one quickly and on the fly.
GG's out on the side of G2, who have secured a victory, and a very important one in a matchup that did have elimination written all over it. There's only one bye-bye going on here, and that would be to Team Liquid. Commiserations, of course. Not what you would want to see from this group, but perhaps there's still time, as they say in Counter-Strike. Who knows? We've got Maniac, we've got Prof on the desk with me, and we're going to be joined by Nico real shortly. But, of course, for us, just wrapping our heads around it is one thing very special for G2 here.
Yeah, definitely needed win and a statement win in the scoreline and the performance of the big players and the small new players coming on the team. Talking about Monacy over there. But yeah, and then on the other side of Liquid, not that surprising, especially in this matchup, but in general, what we saw from Liquid so far from this team, this five, hasn't been convincing at all.
Lacking, to say the least. It's rather unfortunate, but not fortunate enough that we skip out on this very, very awesome time we're about to have with Nico, who seems to be on the other end of the telephone. Hello, Nico.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man. Just some questions right out of the gate here. First and foremost, we're not going to talk about the Fnatic thing, but really and truly, is this new G2 a lower bracket team?
Yeah, definitely. We are a completely different team than what we had been yesterday. It was completely chaos yesterday. Communication was bad. Some unnecessary frustrations as well. The mood was not the best, especially for a new team. That should not be happening. So today we really showed up, and I mean, if we keep this level consistently, we're going to be very strong, obviously. But I think we really hit our highs today. Like, our individuals were really popping off, and as a team we played really good as well. So this is like, if we peak really high, I think this is what we can display, I would say.
Nico, that was an awesome reaction. Of course, you are talking about it. I'm very curious, what were the words exchanged after the loss versus Fnatic? How did you guys apprehend that defeat?
As I already said at first, like, the communication was really bad. That's what we have worked on the most. And team play wasn't there. Many frustrations that are not unnecessary. And that's the basic thing that we have fixed. And obviously there were some mistakes in game that we have done, particularly on Inferno City side, which probably lost us the game. That's what we fixed as well. Unfortunately, we didn't play Inferno today. But yeah, like, we could really see the immediate mistakes from yesterday's game, which you don't really see on practice, and you are not able to fix them, you know. So we immediately rewatched the game and we talked about the mistakes and how we should just approach the game, basically, because like first map was good against Fnatic, but then last two we just like disappeared for no reason, right? So we had a different approach as well, and I'm glad that we stepped up today.
You definitely did. Now, on a happier note, it's obviously Monis's debut in that type of tournament. Can you give us a few words how he's feeling, he's vibing in the moment right now?
I mean, today he's been great, really. Like, yesterday, the first game, I could see that he was lost, that he was nervous, and he was just, I think he was feeling a lot of pressure, even though he doesn't want to admit, but I could see that it's not the same guy that he's playing practice with us, you know. So we tried to help him. Our coach had a very good talk with him yesterday as well to make him more relaxed, and I think it helped him a lot, which we could see from the game today. And I really hope that he won't have those kind of moments that he had yesterday. I mean, it's normal to have when you're 16, it's your first LAN, you know, but if we can minimize it, it would be really good for him, I would say.
Talk to me, you mentioned the pressure. What is the kind of the expectations for you here? Like, you are in the lower bracket, there are a couple of maybe not the most dangerous teams, but potentially Na'Vi could be also in the lower bracket if things work out unfortunately for you. What's the kind of the expectation and the pressure to perform here?
We didn't have like amazing expectations coming to this event because we didn't know how we're going to turn up on LAN, right? It's our first LAN, like LAN with new IGL, with a very young Opper, with new coach as well. So we had no idea what to expect, but one thing was for sure that losing first two games would have been a huge disappointment. So the goal is always to get to playoffs, I would say, for us. And from there on, I think many things can happen. I think every team is beatable, and we are beatable easily as well as we could have seen yesterday. So it seems like there is no strong team as of right now. Maybe Heroic is like the best performing day from the first 2 days, but I feel like if once we get to playoffs, we can beat every team, but if we play like yesterday, we can lose to Airy as well.
Hey, Nico, last question I got for you, man. I understand it's been kind of a long, short day at the same time. For you to play in Katowice in the Spodek, how important is it to you personally?
It's super important. It was like my first biggest arena that I have played in as well back in 2017 when I lost to Astralis. And this is probably the only event that my family is coming as well to support me from crowd. So it's a very special event, my girlfriend as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward. I mean, not looking forward, we still need to get there, but if we get to playoffs, I'm really looking forward to play in arena again.
Yeah, there's something very special about it. Hey, Nico, thank you for your time. Congratulations. See you later.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. And that's Nico. If you've never heard of him, you don't know his name, well, you're going to learn real fast. Isn't that right, Prof?
I mean, definitely. That would be pretty hard to not know him and actually be on this stream. Yeah. But who knows? There's different kind of people going around on Twitch. This is one of the...
Tell me more about that. This is a topic we can get into. Let's dive in.
Pretty interesting content. Maybe they're into different content, maybe like League of Legends or something. Yeah. So now they're straight in their aim and they're watching the real stuff.
Well, look, we can't all be perfect, right, Maniac? Okay. So it's just kind of the way it is. For G2, it's not perfection, but they do stay alive through the brackets. And being the lower part, you brought up a very, very scary concept, which is you either have Furia or Na'Vi in your way.
Yeah, neither of these teams will be an easy fit. Obviously, you don't want to play Na'Vi if you're G2. I'm not learning you or teaching you anything new right here. But Furia are no joke either. They're absolutely no joke. I think Safe is a huge upgrade in terms of firepower. They looked better against Astralis. In fact, they breezed through that game. I was very impressed. So if you're G2, you take it one match at a time. You're trying to make sure that this is the G2 that you get. Not the one that playing against Fnatic, the one that today deserved Liquid.
Ooh, I'm just looking at the bracket right here. Looks like there's a map up on Astralis, is there?
Yeah, that's Astralis, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the angle that we are expecting, that I am expecting at least. Astralis hasn't been that great. Ents are kind of on the rise with this upgraded lineup, and they're a dangerous team, right? And that's the kind of the lower bracket that's going on. As you mentioned, Furia and Avi, you don't really know what to expect from Furia yet, but they're not someone that you can write off.
No, they're not, especially after a 1916 in the first map. I mean, that alone, also an elimination game. So you had overtime, you're on an overpass. GLHF, we just hope for the best for that one, right? I mean, Astralis is one of those things that I hate to beat a horse when it's down. Doesn't seem very right.
No, I mean, we had very little expectations to no expectations for Astralis coming into this event, but we all agreed that going out last would kind of be the end of the hopes. I think my hopes personally, I wouldn't know where to look. For these 5 people? Yeah, for these 5, I wouldn't know where to look. I wouldn't know how to figure out solutions for them. It's been 3 months. If they go out now 2-0 by ends, then so do my dreams.
Well, check this out. Apparently, if Astralis lose here and go out here, it's their worst ever placing.
Yeah, that's pretty much...
That's kind of even hard to wrap your head around when you say it, you know?
I mean, when you compare this lineup to previous Astralis
that's
lineups,
a dangerous game.
Then you would kind of expect this lineup to have the worst results.
Yeah.
Maybe not that.
Not this bad, though, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
Fair enough. Either way, we got that going on the other stream over there, as you can tell. So what we're going to do is, I believe, get out of here. I don't believe that there's much else to cover. We got more games coming your way here at the Intel Extreme Masters. But me, sayonara. See you tomorrow.
Having a good day?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Next one is synergy and communication. I would say in the old G2 is half-half, right? I would also rate synergy and communication about a 6 or a 7, right? Because even though the synergy was good, the communication was not so good because we had Drax, he was struggling with English a lot of times, and then the trio, the Balkan trio, right? Me, Nico, and Hunter, we had the synergy, the comms, we would speak.
Did you guys go in and out?
In our own language, in and out, right?
So in clutches you spoke
Yeah, for the most part, it would be kind of Serbian, especially between Nico and Hunter. I think they really prefer speaking in their native language when they're in clutches together. So.
Do you think it will be the same in the new team, if they're only 2?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is that weird for you mentally to just switch back and forth in languages in the middle of a match? Does it just come naturally when you're in a clutch, or do you have to be okay?
I'm just more thinking if 2 people are speaking the same language. I know we had this discussion as well in OG that me and Nico could in theory speak Danish as well, but then let's say that Nico and Hunter is in a clutch and maybe Alexi sees something, or he's not sure if the players who are in the clutch heard an important information or something, then maybe you have no clue what they're speaking about, right? So I think it can hurt you in that sense, but also if you have 2 good clutchers and they speak their own language, I guess I wouldn't mind it. I just think we made the rules so to have it that everybody understands exactly what's going on, so nobody ever feels they're getting
we also
left
tried,
out of a round or whatever.
We pretty much tried to go the same direction as you said at the beginning, but then when you're in a clutch situation and it's a 2v2, and if you're speaking your native language, the flow of the comms go way faster, instead of having to pause for a second or 2 and then think, how do I say this on English?
But it's also hard to measure because in theory, I guess you should do what's more like mathematically correct. So let's say you actually win a higher percentages of clutches if you actually speak your own language, then I guess that is like
it's hard to argue
correct decision, even though it seems a bit like weird.
Exactly.
But I guess you can't measure it, right? Because you cannot replay the clutch when you're speaking English. And
I imagine the pressure of the moment too sometimes just pulls you back in that language, and you don't always get to make those choices.
What about the synergy and communication? Like the
I think Jax is like in both the lineups, right? And I think the synergy when Jax is there is like he's like the glue, right? He brings everyone together. Like somehow he's this guy in a group of people.
He's a great personality.
He's making everyone like super comfortable, right? So I think like the synergy is super high. It was in the old team, and it is for sure.
Do you think Modesty is going to cause any communication issues with another language being thrown into the mix?
No, I don't think so.
I think you're going to learn pretty fast as well. When you speak like English all the time on an international team, I think you get pretty used to it. And I think a lot of the information in CS, like it's not advanced in the sense that like everybody can say like out long, coming short, like this basic stuff. I guess it's maybe only in like, I don't know how the team talks are going, and I'm not sure exactly like how good of an English speaker he is, but I think he will be fine.
He has good English.
Yeah, I think he'll be completely fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
I would rate it like maybe both pretty much 7, right? I don't think they really like gain or lose anything with like the swaps in terms of like comms and the synergy that they have, right? Then the last one
is overall peak. Now you can be as biased as you want, Nexa.
No, that's
feel free.
I think like in the old G2, I think like we peaked several times. No, I think like our peak in G2 was like around 8. Like we had our chances to win a couple of events, but like, you know, we really weren't like a team made to like win trophies, right? That's like my honest opinion. And with the new team, I mean, just having an opera who potentially can perform or maybe even be, let's say, better than what Simple and Zive were showing now, right? Just having that potential, the peak level for sure has to be like 10.
So we gave like 7 and an 8, that's 15, right? Then we gave a 6, that's 21.
You're doing great so far.
7, that's 28, plus 8, that's 36.
Nice.
If I'm correct, right?
That's why you're the guy calculating your economy in CS.
That's the old one.
And then the new one, we gave 9 for firepower, 6 for experience, that's 15.
40.
What?
40.
Oh, you already did it? Okay, yes. Yeah, that's...
Cruised right through. So 36 for the old G2, 40 for the new G2. Yeah. That's not bad, all things considered.
Yeah.
That's close.
That's fine.
me and then wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just
Думаешь, не монитор только.
Renegades, Fox 7 or vibe that we had, and if we can bring that, we're going to trash these American noobs.
Тут 100% где-то чел.
Green, what's your problem, Green? What is your problem?
I'm quiet because this is boring. Hopefully we get into a round that excites me very surely.
Ну ладно, Элика легко найти, возможно, еще, но Илюху нереально, мне кажется.
There's the first off out at all. There's the second. It's working out. Let's go next time. My goodness gracious me.
Что это такое? О.
Ракета побежал.
Тихо, тихо.
Ракета,
Ладно, я тебе время выиграл.
Ну я вас точно найду, я уверен. Ну хотя, не знаю.
Ты не смотри никуда.
О, гайс.
Просто посмотрел. Ну не смотри, нахуй ты в меня просто смотришь в монитор.
Все.
И в мою тоже не смотри.
Все, я закрыл глаза.
Нет шансов, пацаны. Кирилл, точнее, у тебя.
Окей.
Ну просто ноль.
Курица живая вряд ли может быть, верно?
Какой шепот.
А что ты меня так рассматривал? Я не понял. Таунты, пацаны.
There's the first off out at all. There's the second. It's working out. Let's go next time.
Renegades, Fox 7 or vibe that we had, and if we can bring that, we're going to trash these American noobs.
Да нереально, согласись попасть, Кирилл, блядь. Это нереально заимить, это скотч, блядь.
Last man standing.
Ты такая крыса, Илья. Я что сделал? Не, ну просто. Ебать, а можно было? Как? Шприц, ебать, он бегает.
Таунт, он где-то здесь, он не нажимает таунт, потому что он где-то рядом.
Oh dear.
Он на все-таки бегает.
Я хз.
Там прям вокруг него бегал весь зал. Все, да, нет шансов. Зря, конечно, свистнул. Ничего нахуй, Дэн. Нет, я вот что, посмотри. Оп. Я не успею.
You would really be questioning your existence, right?
Counter-terrorists win.
fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our satellites singing send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal. to my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
On default.
1 HP! Nice. Alltså jag blir shotguns again! Nice.
Sure. Nice.
Never mind, I have a max out. Nice. Throwing. Boxes, things. 1 HP, nice.
Oh!
Take weapon.
1 is low.
Nice.
No!
Didn't you hit
yes,
him?
61!
I said fast talk Mediac and you did not.
Why you keep talking so much? Brollan, they hear you, man.
Yeah, you need to listen.
Oh, CT spawn. CT spawn best.
No
40 HP.
Ooh.
Oi.
What? Where are you?
Kishan.
99! Nice!
I knew you were there!
Please win. No. Please win.
Yeah!
No! Oh my god. Yeah. Nice.
Debutantes, underdogs, rookies. In 2014, there were many ways you could describe Cloud9. However, that could only apply to the organization itself, as their CSGO roster they acquired from Complexity just 2 weeks before Cologne was far from inexperienced. And that experience manifested itself in the most crucial moments, with one of them being a battle against Dignitas. Thanks to Dupree, an even duel on Mirage could soon end with Cloud9's defeat.
Team Dignitas, they've got the smokes down to cut the Cloud9 off, and in fact, they're going for huge plays! Dupree!
But with someone like Hiko on the defense, even the best entries might just not be enough.
That bomb plant's already been happening for quite a while here, so Hiko and Sean, that's a good kill from Hiko, but they realize Dupree's still in there. So Hiko comes in with another kill, and back to a 2-on-2. That bomb's so far ticked, they gotta move quick right now. They're going for it. The defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me? He's gonna go for it. They win the round. Hiko picks up a triple, and Cloud9 win it. What?
Stay rush.
Nice.
Doors, not looking at us. I'm going for this.
Nice.
Inside.
Yeah, I see him.
Going.
Oh, I can reach him in the hole. Oh no. How have you managed that?
I didn't know you could get stuck here. Did you know you could get stuck
I
here?
had no idea. Alright, should we see if this works?
Yeah.
Oh, saved. Oh. One more.
Yeah, hold on.
Strafe.
He's looking at us.
Okay.
I would
Everything
have
is saved.
takes that. Parachuter bird coming in. Commander.
This guy on top of the tower parachuting up as well. There's so many parachuters.
We're gonna try and pluck him out of the sky. Oh, he's got a shotgun!
Nice. Get out of that, I'll be impressed. He's shooting at me, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the trees.
Yeah, he is down. He is down. I'm going.
Under the... Oh!
Perfect. How about that one?
That's pretty nice.
Impressive performance. Thank you in advance.
Where you see me coming, better run for cover. 'Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. spirits never die. Whoa, faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust
We've got SK, we've got Liquid. Second map coming up. I hope you're ready for it.
Liquid, you've got some problems right now. It's definitely looking good for SK.
Liquid starting on the terrorist side and SK on the CT side.
Let's be honest, 2016 wasn't the best year for Team Liquid, despite having great names in their roster. That's why their performance in Cologne might have surprised quite a bit, especially when you consider the teams they had to face. They managed to climb all the way to the grand final, and now stood against the mighty Brazilians from SK Gaming. However, soon enough, Liquid realized that this might be just too much for them to handle, and after being swept from train, they again found themselves struggling for breath on cobblestone.
FNX in position, there's another spray, and FNX all three!
And that's when JDM sparked a faint glimmer of hope.
Seconds on the clock as JDM picks up 2 big kills, a third one coming in. The American sniper saves him, and that's an ace in 1 round. JDM destroying SK.
My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Почему все медленно?
My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Ой. Нет!
No, it's incredible. I'm not pretending it is, but that's what I'm giving it.
Денис, ты не.
Валера.
Тихо, тихо. Как это выиграть?
Ну у тебя, походу, нет шансов, братан.
Ну спамьте подсказки.
Ну я спрятался очень жестко.
Это что за...
Ладно, тут нет шансов.
А на Б может быть или нет?
Такое у тебя лицо серьезное, Илья.
Да я думаю, блядь, что это. Ну нахуй, М-ку купил, ебанус.
Ты сейчас умрешь!
Так нельзя было делать, блядь.
Можно.
Блять, куда? Я не знаю, короче.
Я хочу посмотреть, где вы все.
Очень интересно, конечно. Нам нужен обзор.
You would really be questioning your existence right now.
We can bring that. We're going to trash these American noobs.
Да не прыгай, я тебя настроил уже.
Нет, ты можешь убегать, в смысле?
Не-не-не, это...
В смысле нет?
Прикинь, как кружка может.
Ёбаный, тебе надо попасть.
Или у тебя ничего не светило вообще там, да?
Ладно, я понял.
Бля, ты такой чел, просто Кирилл.
Да ладно, не убегай, братан, я не могу попасть, невозможно попасть.
Или прикинь, ты проиграешь.
Не, я просто не понимаю, нахуй он убегает.
Не, ну убегать, кстати, реально
Тебе
нечестно.
догнать нужно. Это нечестно, когда ты говоришь, тебе ничего тут не смущает. Да не, забей, у тебя шансов нет. Денис выиграл, короче.
Изи вообще, да? Я слился.
Бро, Илюх.
so you don't see many teams run this over and over again, but it works for Na'Vi. They seem to get on the bomb side and hit their shots. That's really what it's all about.
Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting it. Simple.
This is a shooting gallery for Simple. It's practically deathmatch. Just the greatest. Simple with 5. Get out of my server.
Let's get it on!
As a team, I would say we have to do so much stuff yet. There's like so many things happening at the same time. We're trying to fit with the new roles, with new positions in every map. We're trying to feel comfortable playing each position. We're trying to improve more chemistry. Because whenever you change the lineup with like an Alper or a new IGL, or you change like big roles in the game, you need to change a lot of stuff. So we are still trying in the process of looking for the best optimal positions for each player and the best pace for the game for us. And try to find a balance is something very hard. But when you find it, it lasts for so long, you know, because when you find your pace, your chemistry, you can just keep change things up, and it's going to be easier this way. So I think right now we're looking for this kind of chemistry in the team and this kind of comfortableness, if that's a word, so everybody can play more confident.
Welcome back, everybody, to the wonderful country of Poland, where we are about to continue IEM Katowice 2022. It's Furia versus Na'Vi, the number 16 team in the world, facing off against the current titans of Counter-Strike, Na'Vi ranked number 1. It's sure to be electric. We can see the players on screen now entering the venue, and you can feel the tension rising. My name is Parla, and I am your desk host for this one, and I'm joined on the desk by some very talented and qualified individuals. It's going to be Alan and Maniac.
Long time no see.
Here we are.
Long time no see.
Boys, how are you doing? Great to see you.
Pretty good, honestly, pretty good. I don't really see how I could not be enjoying the moment when we have these teams playing, when we're here at the event. It's a good time, and I get to be at the desk with you.
Yeah, Maniac, it's great to see you again. It's been a while since we've shared a desk, and so a pleasure as always. Alan, how's the event been for you so far? Are you looking forward to this amazing matchup?
Certainly am. I feel like even though we're going to favour Na'Vi, let's be honest, in this matchup, there's a lot of compelling storylines, and especially today, one of these teams is going to be in the Spodek, and certainly for Na'Vi, they want to be in there so much.
Yeah, I think for us, it's very important to frame Na'Vi as the clear favorite at this event. We still had a couple of questions. They started 2022 a bit of a rocky way. Blast was complicated for them. But when you look at the other teams, you look at the contenders, you have your Gambit losing a series, you have G2 losing a series, Vitality also on the precipice right now. Na'Vi is reminding everyone that this is LAN. This is where they shine, this is where they excel, and they are the ones sitting on a throne.
I think they are going to be more motivated than ever, considering Boomich is now back with them physically, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. And certainly, when we saw them up against ENCE, they looked really shaky, in my opinion, and they definitely could have lost that series. So for Na'Vi, seeing all the other big contenders having issues, maybe aside from Virtus Pro, they'll be thinking, we need to clean up our game. We need to shore up our weaknesses because we really should be the favorites for this tournament.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I also think that winning a title doesn't mean you play every game in an excellent level. That's not what it is about. I mean, you're going to have some scrappy games. You're going to struggle a little bit, mostly at the beginning of the tournament. What matters is that when it truly hit the fan, you will play the good Counter-Strike. This is now. They can make it to Spodek today.
Guys, before we break this matchup down further, let's take a look at our Colex players to watch.
The Intel Grand Slam winners first go around to try and earn a spot on the Spodek stage. He definitely got the team and the individual performance to take him there. Can anything even stop him? Kerserado, with a top rating in the tournament so far, he definitely looks to have what it takes to put a fight versus the best. If his performance can trickle down onto his teammates, we might have a winning formula. Bed is close to home, while Kerserado traveled far to fight, but both with the same goal, the IEM Katowice trophy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have a check-in there with Heku and taking a look at our Colex players to watch. Who should we talk about? I think let's start off on the Furious side of things with KSerato. This guy was once rumored to be the next coldzera. We've seen amazing performances, but has he peaked, and does he need to do that to topple Na'Vi?
Well, I appreciate the historical reference. He's surpassed coldzera right now. There's not even a question anymore. KSerato is 3 times the player that coldzera is at the moment. Look, he embodies what it is that we like about Furia: firepower, skill, determination. That's what these guys bring to the table, and KSerato is obviously a great example. He had a wonderful, wonderful series against Astralis, and to be able to shake up Na'Vi just a little bit, we need all these heavy hitters.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching KSerato of late. For me, it's actually his CT sides where he's really, really strong.
Beast.
And I do think for this player, although Fury gets a rep for being really aggressive and have that bravado, I do think KSerato has really great decision-making, especially, as I said, on the CT side. So, as we're saying, it's definitely going to be a tough matchup, but if KSerato can show up in great form, then maybe at least we'll get a competitive series.
Yeah, what else do we need to see from Furia to topple Na'Vi?
Oh, well, we can start with Safe. Obviously. He had been rumored to join the team for the longest time. He was in the waiting line, in the pipeline of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He comes in now, and I think there is a trickle effect. When you have Safe with the AWP, not only do you have a great player per se, but you free Art for some of the responsibilities. Now he can just focus on himself. He can play the double AWP like he liked to do with Henny. And at the time, man, that was something great to watch. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to see Art shine as well with the incoming of Safe.
Yeah, I also feel like with Safe, he's a very different player to how Art was when he used to main ult for this team. Much more kind of playing the percentages, more passive, you know, taking good angles and good fights and really thinking about it. And we saw Safe come in the first game against Wisla Krakow. It didn't go well for him, but over the course of ESL Challenger 48, growing throughout every series, maybe the final was a little bit shaky against Virtus Pro, but from what we've seen here, Safe is really here. He's really delivering, and we need him to be in top form for this Furia team to exceed kind of the expectations of what they're setting for themselves.
Now, it goes without saying that Na'Vi are the clear favourites here, and we've already established that Boomic is back in the studio, and luckily we have an interview with him.
Hey everybody, the Na'Vi boys are getting ready for the upcoming series, but right now I have Boomic right next to me. Boomic, how are you feeling right now?
Да, хорошо себя чувствую сейчас. Вот, чувствуется, что готов вернуться, скажем так, к ребятам в коммуникацию, потому что пару дней у меня болело горло, вот, но сейчас не знаю, с чем это связано, вообще там позитивный тест был, 2 негативных, и сейчас просто без понятия что. Но готов играть и чувствую себя хорошо.
Yeah, basically he's saying that he is ready to play, that he's feeling really good. You know, there were some maybe mashups like when it comes to the test, but right now the most important thing is that he will be able to play with the guys while sitting right next to them, and he's feeling really good. Like maybe in the beginning there was something around the throat, but now he's all good and fine. And was it actually hard for you to lead your team while you were not sitting like right next to them?
Ну, на самом деле, спокойная атмосфера, потому что находишься один и как-то фокусируешься больше на геймплане, на игре. Так что было, на самом деле, удобно. Единственное, чего не хватало, там, это между картами дополнительного времени, там, поговорить с тренером и с игроками, да. Плюс каких-то эмоций нет, потому что сидишь один, некому кулачок отдать. А так, в принципе, то же самое, но не было там дополнительных минут поговорить с тренером, там, между картами. Вот. А так, в принципе, обычно.
Yeah, he's saying that like it was actually maybe like not that hard. It was pretty calming. He was like sitting there all alone. The only thing that he really lacked is the fact that like, he can have a conversation with his coach right away, and he can fist bump like his teammates. But outside of that, it didn't cause him any troubles. And right now, I'm sure that he's looking forward to play here along his guys. So thank you very much, Boomic, and good luck.
Thank you.
Love to have that live translation from Heku. Guys, what do you have to say about Boomic's words there? Because it's clear that he's very motivated to be back.
Yeah, and I mean, what he's been able to accomplish with Na'Vi the last year is nothing sort of phenomenal. And I feel like when you are a player next to Simple, next to Electronic, next to Bit, then you are really further down the list of people getting compliments. And he, as an IGL, has been lifting trophies left and right and center. Na'Vi's game in general is much better than it was a year ago, much cleaner Na'Vi as well. So props to this guy. And also, it's cool to hear him talk Russian. Man. That's a fast debut right there.
Yeah, it was good stuff. And I do feel like what we need to talk about is the combination between Blade and Boomic. I feel like together, having a player like Boomic who individually is very strong, and then Blade to bring all of the tactical side, he can do all the prep before the games, having them together on the team adds so much value. And of course, now that Boomic is back in the studio here with us and with the players, that relationship grows even stronger. And of course, in huddles like these, they can have those conversations really before the games, the nitty-gritty, and decide how they're going to approach these big matches.
Let's talk about the fact that Na'Vi undeniably are absolute lanimals. Matthew, do you want to jump in? Because you've got some fantastic stats to share.
Look, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to give you a list of events. Blast Spring Series 2020, IEM Katowice 2020, IEM Cologne 2021, PGL Major Stockholm, Blast Fall Finals, Blast World Finals. All the LANs that Na'Vi have attended, which they have won. It's absolutely incredible. And with this guy, with Bit on board on LAN, they have only lost one series. One best of 3 ever since he was here. That was Liquid, that was World Final. The rest is absolutely phenomenal. Big doesn't know what it is to lose a LAN. He just doesn't know what it is. He's never lost.
Insane. It's completely insane. And honestly, if there wasn't COVID, we'd be looking at this team and saying they might even be winning more tournaments just playing in that offline environment. But as the veto is coming in, Dust 2 coming out from Furia, that's always their permaban. Same affair for Na'Vi, so no surprises there. But Furia going for the Mirage pick, I didn't actually see that one coming.
I thought they would, because I think it's kind of a leveling field for Na'Vi. Right? There are a few maps where they are unplayable. I think Mirage might be a bit more of an accessible dream if you're Furia. Not a bad map for you either. Na'Vi, they don't ask this question twice. Just go for Nuke. That's the map they pick. That's the map they win. And I guess the show is going to be great. We win.
Hopefully. And actually on the Nuke front, even though we're saying absolutely solidified pick for Na'Vi, they always love to play it. They picked it into Ent and got absolutely wrecked 16-4. So at least they've got I guess they've had a conversation behind the scenes about making some changes. But in that game alone, they might have shaken their confidence just a little bit.
Yeah, Furia got to this point by beating Astralis 2-0. And as you just alluded to, Na'Vi just about beat Ents 2-1. Maybe we could read into that. Nonetheless, this match is pretty much ready to go. And if I'm not mistaken, our casters will be ready to take things over.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello? It is us.
Yes.
It is I. It is we.
It's you, it's us.
So, folks, Na'Vi, Furia, Mirage.
Mirage.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. I wanted more analysis, dude. I wanted a bit more of an unpacking before this treat was presented to me, but here it is. It's on a plate. It's dished right up. And it's time, all right? Without further ado, we get into a big one. Furia, are they outclassed? That's really the question mark around this one. I had high hopes for them based off of what we saw from their previous game. They looked good. You know, it was a great reminder as to what Furia can achieve. But it's Na'Vi. And right now it was Yuri just trying to piece out some bit of a B hit. Is this going swimmingly? I'm not sure. For a second, it looked like Na'Vi had it all under wraps, but now they're fighting back.
Yeah.
And Fury have got them a little bit nervous.
Yeah, you know, a plant's a win, I think, in this position. And they gush simple. That'll slow them down a touch. They can assist this bomb plant, and that, I think, needs to be priority number one, if they can manage it. But it looks like they're really thinking about how they can win the round off this gush.
With 2 players low, it's...
Okay.
That's weird.
Yeah, they're just playing it standard, so it looked like they could have gone for a cat plant if they wanted to. They opted not to. And Simple, with no health, still gets his kill. Safe, what can you do, my friend?
Well, you said his name too loud, you made him nervous. So he dropped the first few shots, but he does still kill Simple on his cross through the windows. And Safe's reposition's going to find that second player out. Safe, 1 versus 3. Come on, send them the message. But instead, he's packed into the bottle, and it's Electronic with the CT pistol round win.
He got packed into the bottle?
Yes.
Oh, that would suck.
Imagine.
10-second defuse. A little bit strange in that 2vx. It was like there was no real idea. They could have planted for Safe in that position to go off cap, and they just put the bomb down. Even with cat control, I don't know. It didn't seem like they were thinking about doing too much, but Safe nearly clutches it as well. And again, like if, you know, the bomb's planted for cat, then he doesn't have to play it like this, or he's out in the open. At the same time, he could have tucked behind the pillar. But the bomb on default makes him nervous. It's not nice when we don't see ideas.
And if you're playing versus Na'Vi,
bring some ideas.
Nervous.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't be nervous, and you got to have ideas. Because if not,
Na'Vi will eat you alive. Na'Vi always eat Fury alive.
Always, always, or like sometimes always.
I remember we had this exact same conversation the last time, and you're like, "Oh, I think there's a chance they're playing so well," and then they just get dumpstered in 2 maps.
You know, we had it off broadcast, so the people don't know.
It was actually in the pregame.
Oh shoot!
You're getting really old.
Getting rusty. Electronic, maybe he is too, you know? Time to hang it up, perhaps. Poor guy gets wrecked by drop, deagle to the face.
Just like that, huh?
It's over. It's over. Win a major, have a kid, get out. No, jokes aside. This is a nice force buy from Furia that has already opened up with a man advantage, and Bit will be looking to bring it back. Perfectly timed boost from the catwalk to give him the headshot, but Safe's overfaced from ramp. And with the 2 CTs in that bomb site, just 2 moments there of just double teamworks, right? We get the boost over on cap between the 2 B players. We get this perfect double peek down ramp from the 2 A players. And now they're able to just walk away with a man advantage and keep eyes on middle. So beautiful little attack on both extremities. And it leaves Furia to have to fall silent and look to break through with this last 30 seconds.
They let Boomich get to his safe space here in CT spawn. And it looks like they might actually allow a plant. Now, Boomich is going to take contact. If they get by him, he can let this go. And there's a chance he even stops this plant entirely now.
Smoke down to the triple. That's good from Yuri. But it also opens up this attack from Simple.
My God.
It almost got predicted. In fact, Yuri tried to find that exact kill. Dude, Simple's presence, simply his presence is enough to make you panic ever so slightly. Yuri opened himself to the connector play, and sure enough, Na'Vi lock it down. So, clean little 4v5 there.
Yeah, not bad at all. So, of course, the main things that have changed since the last time they played, I can't remember if Drop was on the team, but I don't think he was. So, Drop and Safe have come on, basically, and what we saw from Furia in their last series was insanely promising across the 2 maps they played. a great Mirage. Safe had an amazing game, especially on that CT side. He was cleaning up. So, you know, just because in the past it's been really difficult for Furia, they actually have picked up one best of 3 out of their last 6, but...
There you go. There's the silver lining.
I guess that's a nice...
Yeah, we found it.
Yeah, it's a little thin, but it's there. This is a kind of a new Furia. It is kind of a new Furia. And in the past, when it was really bad, what happened is that Furia would run at Na'Vi like they run at every other team, no matter how good they are, whoever they are. You know, it's like going to prison and then starting a fight with the biggest guy, right? That's Furia.
Sure.
Except that Simple would just run back at them. You know, more aggressive than ever. I feel like that for some reason, he loves to play against Furia. And that was always really problematic. But you know what might make the difference?
Safe?
LAN. LAN.
Not Safe?
LAN-Ria. Safe is 27 years old.
That is true. And he said that his age is actually a strength in his position, right? It's a forte. It's not a weakness. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Youth is overrated. Experience is not easy to come by. At least that's what the old guys will say. Frag grenade to the bottom of Connector, and it's going to do good damage versus Furia. 2 players weakened. Then the smoke comes out, and oh my god, Electronic just pushes through. Art did not see that one coming. So 5v4 off the back of it, more utility damage, more utility usage, and the T side answers as well by hitting down Bit a tidbit. Simple, clean gap in the window, but the follow-up smoke will take that back from him, so he's not going to be able to further the man advantage.
Oh, they're covering all the right positions right now. And Boomich won't win his duel, but Electronic is here to try to trade this. They'll molly close, and Electronic almost got into his spot to get trapped. This molly that he throws in as a counter will be huge, because then Fury have to respect it for the full time. Theirs is down. He'll just move off the default.
Molotov on the wrong position. Electronic will be happy that that didn't land at his feet. He still has support from stairs. And this outward position from Furia now confirmed. Electronic's position as well to the opposite end. But remember, Bomb is actually heading around through the apartments, so Furia doing a good job of at least selling this fake. However, Simple shows up, tears him to pieces, and now suddenly this 2 versus 4 into the B bomb site is really and truly all they have to work with. Bit is ahead of the utility, so his timing is gonna should work out well. Drop actually catches wind of this. And now Safe has been tasked with going and clearing him from this pillar. Bit working with such little HP, serving up a distraction. And you know Drop realizes it, but he can't look away. He just can't. Safe trying to find Sanctuary within the bomb site, tagged low and still able to answer, but Perfecto finds him through the smoke, and we have the 4-0 Na'Vi start.
They mirrored all of the aggressive options that Furia took that round, whether it was the connector presence, and Electronic was really the star of the show. He was, you know, he wasn't the guy who pushed into A-ramp when they thought he would. He wasn't the guy who was under Balk when they thought he was. And they tried to molly both positions and couldn't lock him down. Then he did some extra damage. And both him and Bit had great disengages in this round. Off a default, Electronic does about 70-80 damage, falls off, lets Simple finish that fight. Bit does the same thing on the pillar, spots 2, holds his spot, makes it really uncomfortable for Safe to try to get out of his position on the back of default. And before you know it, Furia have no odds of winning the round. So a very collected first rifle. Second rifle?
Good flash, keeps Simple off the mark. Ooh, peek over top of it. Boomich, nicely done. Finds the second headshot. Now, Simple's still dropping shots here, but not a problem. It's not like he's taking damage. It's not like the T's have an opening. It's just not as quick as it could be. Good thing for Boomich. Keeping K Serato and Art both at the 0-5 start. So they have been completely neutralized and neutered in the opening bout of Mirage. Safe's just trying to fight in this 1 versus 1, and he can't even win that, dude. On an individual level, this is that Na'Vi. Not the Na'Vi, but that Na'Vi.
It felt like going into playoffs that everyone was gonna suck.
I was worried, man.
Honestly, there were just so many teams that, for some reason, we're third tournament of the year. It felt like everyone was in their first tournament of the year, with the form that Gambit were on, that Na'Vi were on coming into this event. You know, G2 dropping their match, Vitality bleeding. I mean, it was getting weird there for a second. But by the end of yesterday, when Gambit played on map 3 after dropping one map to Copenhagen Flames, they looked like themselves. Vertigo was absolutely insane. So I feel like we're going to get a very high-level match between them and Vitality following this one. And in this series, with Na'Vi versus ENCE over on Overpass yesterday, I mean, it came to the third, and they had to make a comeback in the third. Yep. But when they did, they started to look like themselves. And they looked like they were far better than ENCE. So that's kind of a good sign for the teams that we expect a lot from.
Electronic. There was an argument there that maybe he would have gotten caught, but he'll find cover in the box and delivers the 2K that he always seems to. So let's talk about, you know, the pieces here for Na'Vi that we've seen so far. Simple, just tearing up multiple moments on that A site, 6-1. Electronic, 8-1. Bit, 6-2. I mean, on an individual level right now, you know, Na'Vi didn't even skip a beat.
Yeah.
There's no little bit of warm up.
And they haven't been pushing into A ramp, into Palace, up mid. They've just been playing right on the borders of all of these different positions and waiting for Furia to make a move, and then they just make one a little bit faster. And that's been just enough.
I feel like Furia on their best day could make many rounds close. But Furia...
That's such a kind thing to say.
Thank you. On a slower day, are going to get 6-0 on the start. So, 2K for Electronic, 2K Simple. And again, you're dead on, right? There's no overstepping here from Na'Vi. It's not as though they're taking the fight to Furia. They're just playing a bit reactionary, but they're also not hiding or falling back in any way. You know, they're happy to play that exact middle ground. Meet me halfway.
Yeah.
You know, it's a real gentleman agreement.
And it's the thing where, you know, they're going to come through smoke sometimes or try to create a timing somewhere with a dry peak. And right now in the early round, Na'Vi are on high guard. They have the op staring at A ramp, which sometimes people skip. They doubled up in connector that previous round, even though oftentimes that's just a utility battle and no one ends up coming through. All right, a fast B exec and Perfecto will now get some action.
The pace is here. I will give it to that for Furia. You know, they're trying to push the tempo. They're trying to get Na'Vi off their game. But you got to follow it up with aim of your own. And with fire at the feet of Drop, he concedes that front position.
Yeah.
And Furia, you know, they didn't go for anything other than apartments.
Yeah.
And they hit a brick wall that they just cannot bust down.
Sad part about a B exec is just how important that first guy is. He gets the kill, that can be the round. He dies, you have no exec at all. They didn't even get out.
Nothing.
They leave with minimal grenades, damaged players, and a man disadvantage.
You're not listing anything good.
There's basically nothing good for them about what just happened. Plus, they have the paranoia that Na'Vi pushed Palace, pushed A ramp, took mid control, walked underpass to clear them.
Suppose
late push B after they left.
The only good thing is they walked away.
Yeah.
You know? At least they're still on 2 legs each. A little wobbly on some of these players. With a single smoke, they'll make that A contact. But let's see it, okay? On an individual level, we haven't had any shining moment yet from Furia. And Boomich will make sure that that does not happen from Art. Safe will connect with the op shot, and Boomich now suddenly a little bit more pressured. So at least a very good job of cracking open the A site, and the possibility for the plant would be on the front of triple. But remember, no util. Simple, sketched out, jumps back, and a plant now comes through. So that's a little bit of a difference. Now suddenly we're talking about the doable. But then Simple will recover from his previous mishap. And with 30 health between the last 2 players of Furia, they just need to figure out the pieces. Yuri is deep in jungle, and that could serve as a problem for Perfecto, but he is very much locked in on this spot, so as Yuri comes around that corner, he's canceled out, and Drop is able to answer while the bomb gets defused right underneath his nose. He could smell it, but there was nothing he could do to stop it.
Yeah, that was actually, you know, for Furia not having anything, taking some damage, losing all their nades, and not having map control. They got a bomb plant, and they actually made it close. If Safe gets his kill on Simple, they actually can't scale from CT spawn, and that retake slows down to the point that they could win on time. But instead, Simple wins the really key duel here. versus Safe, who's sitting at Apex, and that makes a world of difference in their odds. So we could see bomb timer ticks past half, and they've already made so much progress. So, okay, timeout called for Furia. What can they do? And we have seen some defaults, but we really haven't seen excruciatingly slow rounds. And I mean, that shouldn't come without a purpose, but I think right now the guard is really high for Na'Vi in those first 20 to 30 seconds, where again, it's actually become, it's like the first thing you do when you learn CS is to op A ramp, but then you stop doing it in your pro matches because people know you're going to do that. Yeah. But then again, with Furia, you kind of have to go back to that way, and Na'Vi are showing us they are prepared for those options early on. So the gimmicky plays are getting shut down, which is solid for the game plan of Na'Vi. And I think that is going to force Furia to slow down the pace.
And when Furia have to slow down that pace, that's when they start losing some of their identity.
I've never seen a bald egg fly.
Oh, man.
Kind of said that like James Bardolph or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how he would say it.
Bald eggs, James. Dan. Dan, James. Bond.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I really wanted that.
It was going to happen. It was going to happen.
We were saying how Simple hasn't pushed in. They haven't gone to that extra level forward. Simple, what you doing with the smoke? Just going to leave that there? You're going to make Boomich come pick that up?
He's just going to play under Balk with it.
Is it Simple?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Simple said, I want you right here. And it's a good thing Boomich picked that up in time, but look at this. K-Serrato gonna push beyond it. Boomich still got a kill with that, but the Palace player comes out wide. Electronic was not able to help Simple, and so we've got a little success. Furia finding a weird timing. Okay, it wasn't a rush out of the gate. It was slower, like you alluded to, but even with the slower round, they still made it, possible to just go for that quick pop, that burst. And it found Na'Vi off guard. K-Serrato deep on the ticket with drop by his side. That's a 1v4 attempt from Bit. He saw K-Serrato's gun just now, but I think he understands that the likelihood is low. So, Furia, 7-1.
Yeah,
Brazil.
They make it happen. Has to be Brazil. It has to be. So, yeah, they do it that way. It works out. Slow down the pace. Same punchiness, like you're saying, but later into the rounds. And I think that still has to continue. Like, in terms of conditioning, Na'Vi have won the mental battle. Like, if they shut you down early. No aggressive options. And because it's Furia, and it's their name brand, teams are always going to use nades early, just in case, that they try to be overly explosive. So I don't think Furia have to overplay in that from that perspective. But, yeah, I'm really curious if they will try to just go for a straight-up default. Worked quite well. You know what they say. Never seen a good team with a bad default.
You say that. You are the they.
Oh my God.
What do you say about that?
That's wow. That's supposed to be like the free way to kill someone if they're in connector.
Felt like that had like two directions within the flick. That was like a Pasha biceps flick.
Yeah.
The little L shape.
Does a U?
Little U curves. Little right, up, down, right, up. Simple putting in the cheat codes.
Like a little Konami code or something.
5v4.
If you work that hard to peek connector, you're supposed to just get the kill. But
well, Simple's also not supposed to be this good at a game.
Yeah. But you know what? Ideas win tournaments, and that was an idea.
Okay.
There's still a little bit more to it. But you know what they say, I've never seen a good team with bad ideas.
Stop it. What else do good teams have?
Simple.
That's the solution? You've got defaults, you've got ideas, and you've got Simple. And if
Carlos paid $600K for a high schooler.
Damn.
To get a Simple.
That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Art. Woo! Quick little shot on that one. Goes back. There's a second player there.
Yeah, they don't know he's doubled up.
Simple's got the position. Saw the jump down. That should be a pickup. He is so fast. Electronic Losing half the health inside of jungle. Drop's not going to be able to trade that one. Little separate engagement there. Nicely done by Electronic. And an attempt from Yuri to spray to the second ticket player. But that, sir, will not work. We've got the Perfecto Simple Electronic show for Na'Vi. And an 8-1 lead for them as well.
Yeah, form's good. You got Simple in your fantasy.
No, I don't. Stunna has Simple.
Oh, Stunna has Simple. Stunna actually got 3 oppers.
I've got 4 oppers.
You?
No.
Oh, he got 4?
Stunna has 4 oppers. He said, hey, I heard they buy these things for 600,000 bucks.
Right. He got Monacy too. So, but yeah, but Simple didn't have like the, you know, he wasn't in murder form for the play-in and for the event so far. But he's back. He's very back.
Yeah, this game is this is Simple doing what he does best, just dominating players as if they're not even of the same caliber. He'll peek into Art, and that'll cost him. As Yuri also opens one towards middle, so you know you can't count things.
Chickens.
Yep.
Hatch.
Down the hatch with the chickens, as they say. Half the health gone from Bit, but again, it's just the kills, so screw it. If you're winning your duels, you're winning the rounds. And a 9-1 lead looking very likely. Quesarado on the case. Minute with the bomb on his back. Molotov and a flash.
That's where you unmute to say, I've seen you win these. Works about 36% of the time.
That's not a passing grade.
But on the bright side, there's no one on Cat to stop him on the cross. There's no one on the CT to actually cause him a problem right now. And he has a little bit of time. So he will have the fairest 1v3 possible, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. That's beautiful timing from Boomage. Right when the bomb's going down, like, can't cancel at that point. You're just going to take the money.
Na'Vi just playing a very high-level game of Counter-Strike on an individual level, looking way better than everybody else. And I think this goes back to what we had mentioned, where it was like everybody was kind of playing subpar CS, whether they were coming from the play-in or starting off. You know, there was nobody who just actually Heroic kind of, I think, are one of the most impressive.
They had a very fast start,
you know, like, and so they reminded us that they are here. There's a lot of talk about the new rosters, you know, in the game, but the old dogs can do it too. Now, at the end of the Gambit match, that was powering up. And at the start of this one versus Furia, Na'Vi have showed us, okay, this is not going to be a fall-off event. They are, you know, they are destined for the arena with performances and individual levels like we've seen in the first 10 rounds of Mirage.
Sometimes we get hypnotized by the thought that Na'Vi are just a collection of really strong individuals, but they are also the best team in the world on many maps, and it's pretty much comes down to what kind of form they're in. When they played against Gambit at the Major, that was the most satisfying game of Mirage I think I've ever watched in terms of how high of a level it was. And right now it feels like Na'Vi are burgeoning on that, and they could be putting that matchup for us, but Furia are not anywhere close to that point. So, you know, we're really just waiting to see if Furia can show us more. But for the time being, it's 5v4 after 5v4.
Yeah. Quick opening again. Electronics looks so comfortable, whether he's getting rushed at the bottom of connector or whether he's taking the fight to either underpass, or in this case, top mid. He's just very mobile at the moment. And Simple is very sharp. He has missed few shots, barring that one time from the ticket booth where they were still able to pick up the rounds. I feel like he's just hit the target every single time. And Bit peeks perfectly out to catch Yuri top Tetris. So once more, rinse and repeat.
I mean, if they were two animals fighting right now, which ones would they be? What would Na'Vi be? Start with Na'Vi. Something.
Great white shark.
Great white shark, and then Furia has to be probably gotta be underwater.
Okay, actually,
go ahead.
I stopped because great white sharks.
I stop.
They've just got a bad reputation. Okay.
Oh, they're actually nice guys.
I would say, killer whale. Na'Vi are the orcas.
Did you know they are unable to ever keep a great white shark in captivity for more than 6 months?
Really?
It would always die.
They're just destined for freedom.
Yep. Did you say orca?
Yes, so Na'Vi are the orca whales, and Furia are the seals.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen those
you
YouTube
actually picked
videos?
like a real...
Yeah,
that's
dude.
nice.
When the seals get thrown like 45 feet up into the air?
Yeah.
That's horrifying. Orcas are known to kill great white sharks, in fact.
I would have picked something silly like a squirrel and a hawk.
I recently learned that orcas can kill blue whales.
Aren't those the big ones?
The biggest animal on the planet.
They have to work on them slowly.
I read that orca's favorite food is the tongue of the blue whale.
I feel like they'd have to speak some kind of language that you could talk to them back in to get confirmation. Like, sometimes I'm not sure. There's so many animal facts that I just... Have you seen it for yourself, man? I don't know.
All I know is I'm watching a bunch of animals on the side of Na'Vi tear Furia limb from limb because we have not seen any real openings. Pistol was the closest round, barring the one that they actually picked up. We are back to the winning ways of Na'Vi, 3 in a row, looking for a 4th. Electronic and Simple, side by side at the top of the scoreboard, 13 and 12 kills apiece.
I'm not that smart, but I did see this coming.
Okay, I like how that was a very humble compliment you just gave yourself.
So, it's just about expectations.
You know, I'm not drop dead gorgeous, but I'm pretty damn good looking. Lalander's way. Here come the smoke grenades, so Boomich will be on high alert, but I like this variation, creating the wall in front of the bench. Kind of screws with Simple. Nice Molotov beyond it as well, so A-site's actually
they're not coming though.
Evacuated. Yeah, they're just on the cusp of it. They hold out for a moment, and then with the follow-up flashbangs, they decide to start taking their attack by storm. They will kill Boomich and Kcerado, catching 2 frags at the bottom of middle. That's a nice little double up on the Galil, and Simple's even dead.
Wow.
He is mortal, and Perfecto is alone.
Hey, that's a new strat.
I like that exec.
I mean, I don't think...
Talk me through it.
I have seen that those exact smokes before, or if they've thrown them before. I'm not sure, but hey, cool idea. They do the wall smokes that... Did they have stairs smoked as well? They did, right?
Yes, stairs, and then 2 in front of...
Connecting to triple.
Exactly.
So it does stop some antics like the bench push that Oppers do off the corner of the smoke from stairs jungle. And it removes some of the spam battles, I guess. But it does open up a line for like where Boomich was able to connect over to triple. And they paused for 5 seconds or so, and Boomich crossed. And I feel like they got 2 players escorted over to default quickly enough that, wow, they used 4 smokes on this. And I mean, that means they can plant default, they can plant opposite default, they can plant back triple. The only issue I could see is if, you know, a molly landed on the cross, they might get really scared. And they also, again, can get wrapped on triple. But clearly, Na'Vi did not know the appropriate reaction. Sure. And that made him a little bit nervous. And Boomich said, well, this is a clear option. Let me try it. But Furia, we're ready.
So definitely creating a round win. An impressive one at that.
That was cool.
Can they go back to back? Because we've seen nothing consecutive from the Furia T side. Ooh, safe. Finds the opening kill. Man advantage here for Furia. Let's go. There's still time to recover a little bit of this T half. You were caught by the sharpness of Na'Vi out of the gate.
And the 2 rounds now have been these, you know, mid-round 5v5 execs on the A site. Oh, maybe they go for it again. You know, how interesting would it be if they actually tried the exact same thing? I mean, they have some of the utility. They're missing a smoke, so maybe they'll have to do something a little different. Looks like some regular A-side, right side site smokes.
Boomich is going to get Molotov out of position as well, so that makes things very awkward, except he jumps up the ladder just in time, and he didn't even take any damage, so no audio cue given. And Simple setup, Boomich. Whoa, that's close. Almost slides blind right into Yuri's gut. But rather, Simple now feeling a little timid here.
They don't have a smoke for the cross, yeah.
That's huge, though.
They waited too long.
Oh, things got awkward here for Furia. Now they could have to pay the piper. Na'Vi looking to dance on their graves with an 11th round win. The head presents itself from Bit. He has to back up slightly. And that little bit of pressure,
10 seconds.
If you don't have the smoke, could at least help. Simple, not able to punish on the bomb plant. CT support from Perfecto. Frag grenade negligible. and a fallback as Safe takes position in sandwich. Yuri retreats down ramp, and Simple is right on that line. Collateral shot from Safe, but not the kill because Perfecto jumped and took it to the legs. Safe looking back towards middle. That distraction serves perfectly for Perfecto, and now Yuri, I love this. He moves out of ramp, and he hopes to catch them off guard. Look how the Incendiary goes too far, and Yuri, can he go the distance? Just one more shot, and it's just not there for him. But is the time? That's the question. Just enough. Perfecto with the clutch.
Damn, they'll make it happen. It's another situation where, man, they're letting their smokes go all the way to these last few seconds. Then it looks scary, them trying to get the bomb down. They have been successful twice, but it is replicating the formula for success that has worked for them in the other 2 round wins, where it's late towards A, they keep everyone alive in the default, and they just burst with smoke. So that's something good. I don't mind the idea from Safe to go towards connector. He knows Bit was there, and Bit needs to come in for the retake. And ultimately, I think Perfecto makes a great play that makes Safe's play look wrong, but I actually really like the idea. An NT for him. 2-op setup here for Furia.
When in doubt, pull it out.
Sometimes you... I was going to say, sometimes you lack mobility when you have a 2-op T-side, but they've been going slower.
A4 gang.
Yeah. It's a small gang, but very dangerous.
Yeah, but it's a gang on top.
Yeah.
You know, it's half of Na'Vi at this point.
That's true.
Infected by the Bit. Silence from Furia here at the minute mark. They fall away from that B contact.
Yeah, Furia looking a little bit like Gambit in these last few.
Okay, Serrato walking out top middle, gonna go unchecked. And the bomb looked like it was coming with him, but now instead decides to go around the T-spawn. So we're gonna have 3 players coming at the ramp/palace, and maybe even a 4th, because Serrato also starts to peel off, but...
So last round we saw the right side site smokes, and that's countered by an op and CT. This flash will help, but it's an after image flash, and Simple doesn't have to move. They don't coordinate the peak well enough, and Simple can keep an open line right directly into where the 3 remaining Ts are.
I mean, they've got to call this off, no?
Yeah, I don't think they can even go for this at this point, so they'll hang back and save. Ugh. When's the last time you've seen Furia save?
Oh.
They are playing very different. I mean, they had to adapt. I do appreciate that they did. You know, they threw out their game plan to play a style that would win them rounds, but it still only amounted in 2.
Ooh, that's a little uninspiring towards the end, but obviously, you know, they were pinned in that position.
Simple's picked the right time to be in CT spawn, about 3 rounds now on these rifles. Oh my god, Perfecto had an M249, I think.
I saw it.
Yes.
It's on the ground. There is an M249 on the field.
Is that which Negev's the cheap one?
Okay, the Negev's the wind-up. The M249 will be left behind. It actually has really good first bullet accuracy.
It's also, yeah, it's good for B.
It's not a bad gun. Harry would convince you to pick that thing up.
They missed their mid-smoke.
And that will cost them a life. Serrato taken aback by Electronic. And Art retreats ever so slightly. More CT utility usage here in mid. And Furia just gonna try to get one of those quick timings, but Simple, that's such good cover. Boomich needed him to pull that off.
Yeah.
Imagine being Boomich, where you can just run into ramp, ignore the guy on the left side of your screen, and just know that your teammate's gonna scoop up that first kill so that you can get the guy in the background. That's so gnarly. And because of it, we've got a comfortable 5 versus 2 turn 5v done. Bit finishes things with a 13th round for the CT side of Na'Vi. This is an uphill battle for the Brazilians. Can they show us resilience?
Yoshi asked how we keep performing under pressure. You know, in our team we have 2 psychologists who are working with us, and you know, like it's like a real sport right now because we're working like on mentality, psychologists, a lot of work on boot camp right now, like these 3 weeks for us. It was really hard because start of the season, after the vacation, and you can feel this pressure because after the previous results in the previous year, you should do your best right now at the start of the season, and you can't be like calm down, you know. So we feel some pressure, but we're working on it and trying to think only about our game and how we do the next wins on the tournaments.
It's hard to imagine the playoffs in Cologne without Nadas Vincer, and 2018 was no different. However, it wasn't just Na'Vi making it to the grand final that made that year in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike special. The German team big and their almost miraculous run throughout the whole tournament made Na'Vi the antagonists of the event, and some fans will say it's a shame that Big's Cinderella story didn't receive a happy ending. Big may have leveled the scoreline by taking Dust 2.
Copy left nothing to be desired. Knew that there was a possibility a player would turn around and check it. Zeus tries to hold off. They knew he'd gone into the corner. They find him. Edwards in the sight, but they already pushed back through tunnels. Tizian gets the shot.
But Navi's Electronic became a herald of what was soon to come.
Great mid-round calls. Now it's on to Electronic trying to isolate. Here we go. They completely surround him. How the hell do you turn that around?
To do nothing about this. What?
Oh, he reads it. He reads it. And an arc. A power surge right through 2.
What the hell just happened there?
And so we return to the battlefield drenched in Brazilian blood. I'm telling you, Furia, this is a tough pill to swallow. They looked so good in their last series. It looked like this new machine was going to work. And we praised the new pieces of the Furia camp because they slotted into the Furia identity. It was fast, it was aggressive, and it was really, really sharp.
You know,
but not as sharp as Na'Vi.
You're a romantic. And when we talk about teams, sometimes we want to believe they can all be top 1. But there are levels, and you know, teams when they get in the server, they understand that. And right now, Furia leveled up for sure with this lineup, and we can look forward to their future. But if Na'Vi play at their best, we have to be, you know, harbor our expectations. Is kind of like when we talk about Big. You know, you can get excited about an upset or some good series, but there are teams that are just so far ahead of them. And right now, Na'Vi are playing like it.
If they win this pistol, it is safe to say things are over fast. And I may be a romantic. It's the French in me. But this one, man, let's just let Furia tell us otherwise. All expectations, Na'Vi closed Mirage. Kcerado will be found out, but the second CT is not. Safe, gonna deliver 1 kill before he's swarmed by the entirety of Na'Vi. And now with Drop having the Incendiary and Flash, there are some tools for this 2v4 retake attempt. Bit goes deep within the window. They're saving in a pistol.
Yeah, it's hard to get back in.
Done.
That was so clean.
They're so toast.
That was a guillotine. We've watched a couple of matches. Now we watched this Vertigo game yesterday. Like, you never want to cast and be like, this game's over.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like,
I also can't lie.
It's tough. It's
I
really
can't lie,
tough. When you
bro.
see Na'Vi playing like this.
Yeah.
But it's great for the storylines no matter what. You know, if it's decisive for Na'Vi playing as well as they are. Furia making this close wouldn't have been unbelievable because they probably were pretty confident after their last win.
For sure.
But today, in this game, on Mirage, right now, Na'Vi are two rounds away from closing it out in what feels like 30 minutes.
Frustration.
It's insane that you can do it to players like Yuri, Serato. You know, there are some serious talented talents on the other side of the server, but I just don't think that Na'Vi really respect them.
You know, and to keep things romanticized, at the very least, we're not talking a lower bracket matchup where Furia show that they're not able to even compete. This is just the best in the world taking the quickest route to the playoffs. You know, flying ahead as they should. Furia, bro, there's no reason that they can't go down and duke it out with the others. We've got Nuke after this.
Yeah,
Na'Vi, you know.
That should actually be pretty fun. I mean, even when Na'Vi do eat them alive, and again, I mean, the one win they got was actually a couple of series ago that Furia were able to take them in a couple of close matches. It's always exciting between the two. Like, it's always an entertaining game one way or the other because obviously so fun to watch Furia play no matter who they play against.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, they just have this kind of symbiotic relationship with their play styles that just lead to the most fun rounds.
Na'Vi very much taking their time with this one, but Simple will be the front runner, and it feels to me like Safe hasn't realized this timing happened. Scout shot missed, and the T-side start to run outwards, closing that gap to the A bomb site. 25 seconds on the clock to make sure that this goes well. Bombs just being thrown over, and Simple tries to give cover, but Art over the top of the stairs attempts to crest and is sent to bed. The tap from Simple as him and Electronic just tear that A site to pieces. Ooh, that's the kind of Simple I like to see. Serato on the flank, dead to Electronic. His 3K, Simple's 2, a full house on the Na'Vi squad, and a 15th round secured. 13 map points. Good luck, Furia.
Na'Vi gonna have to do a full workout after this game just to use up all the energy from the meal they ate before this game started. 20-6 from Electronic.
Crazy.
Yeah. Landtronic, I should say, because online he's unrecognizable. Who is this guy?
Definitely.
Come on, Electronic.
One of those guys.
Yeah.
One of those drop-offs. Furia, 3 MP9s, Desert Eagle Scout. It ain't the best recipe. And with, again, the successors of the last round popping off for the start, we finally get somewhat of an answer here. Yuri gonna try to make things problematic, but ooh, he does reposition nicely. Something to write home about. We could have a kill from Serato towards mid. His Desert Eagle, no. That one's gonna get denied. Bit's gonna find himself on the scoreboard. As Yuri now behind smoke, his cover fades, and so do the very, very slim chances of Furia's run back. 16-2. Na'Vi, they don't just beat them, they consume them. And the only silver lining here for Furia is that this is a best of 3. So, let's go ahead, everybody walk away. Pretend you didn't just see that onslaught, that slaughter. And we'll see if things can get reset for Nuke. It's not gonna be an easy day for Furia, but it could be a quick one for Na'Vi.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends, and when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions, the defeated, lifting that trophy, writing esports history.
My expectations would be playoffs. I think that's a very good thing for us. Right now, winning, I don't feel like we are ready to win. Of course, CS is just like one of those games that you can just win no matter what. You can have a complete and win. We can play with Lionel up and win. But we're gonna, of course, do our best to win. That's gonna be like huge. But right now, I would feel comfortable with going to playoffs because I think it's a process for us, and I think if we win, it's gonna be awesome. But if we reach playoffs, I think it's gonna be very good for us because we are gonna play a lot of matches and improve a lot more. My only focus is improving. That's the most important thing for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the back guy. Okay. I'm on the back guy. 2.
Oh, I didn't heal. I had 2 medis. There's so many little ants down there, actually.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Oh, go below, rush below the water tower. I'll show it.
Yeah, good luck. Looks good. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Both.
Going.
So getting pushed by the zone, going around the back. Yeah, I called that on can to count.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go
here at the red heart at the back. Okay. At this red heart rush. The big rock.
Going.
In the water one.
I got the water.
In between the rocks. In the smoke, in the smoke. I knifed him.
I was just waiting.
I lost 50 HP and didn't get where I needed to get. So. We'll put that one in the blooper reel, I think, right? 2 lighthouse front door. I'm just going.
Okay.
I got no idea. Oh, I'm on 1, on 2.
Coming. I'm going for the goon.
Close to me.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh lordy.
I was in orbit.
There is a well-known expression applied across competitions, skill-based games, and it's there are levels to this. I think Na'Vi showed us perfectly how that expression can be applied to Counter-Strike, just leagues and leagues ahead of Furia, winning out on Furia's pick, Mirage, 16-2. Alan, Maniac, let's try our best to break it down.
Yes, let's try to make sense of the madness that we have witnessed. Look, there was never any question about the issue of that map. Na'Vi were the better. They were a better team. They had individuals fired up. We're going to touch on Electronic for sure. Simple was in it for the show. Furia quickly ran out of ID. I'll give them some praise for trying to figure out how the hell they were supposed to play Na'Vi. But that's the trick. Na'Vi are unplayable when they have that form. They are simply unplayable.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're playing Na'Vi in this sort of form, they just expose all of your flaws in a way that other teams just do not at the moment. And in that game, 12-3 in opening duels for Na'Vi. That in the first place is a death sentence when they're on the CT side with their kind of 5-on-4 sort of conversion rate. But yeah, when you're going up a team like Na'Vi in that sort of form, you can just see for Furia, they've had some good showings in other games, but in this one you could see lack of team play, fundamental mistakes that just wouldn't get pulled out against other teams. And you just look at Furia and you say, it's just too early for them. They need more time, they need more set rounds, they need more structure to take on a team of Na'Vi's caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, if they don't have that, let's assume, I agree with you, that they might not have all of these protocols and mechanics quite ready. Let's at least hope that some individuals will shine and freaking take the fight to Na'Vi and make the difference. Yuri had a couple of moments when he was sort of putting together a resistance. We mentioned Cervado, beast of skill. He, 4 kills, 48 ADR. Of course, ours right behind with 3. These are numbers that tell a story of a battle that never happened. It was just Na'Vi all the way.
Yeah, you mentioned Yuri. He was the only player on the side of Furia that broke double digits in kills. Alan, what were Furia doing wrong, or was it just a matter that Na'Vi were too ahead of the game?
It just felt like Na'Vi was such a class above. Everything Furia tried wasn't working. They tried a lot of different rounds, mid-control, fast A hits, fast B hits. Nothing was working at all. Maybe they could have tried getting more aggressive with the spawns, doing fast mid-control, taking those fast window smokes, using some of their really aggressive players, but when you're in the moment and you're trying to call that sort of game, imagine being Art in that game. Nothing is working. You're trying all your set rounds and you can't even open up and find any frags. So I feel for him, but in terms of their playbook, they just had nothing to go into to take on Na'Vi.
That's what I was going to say. I don't even fault Art for this. I don't even fault Furia for this. They've obviously tried much different approaches, how they wanted to get into these rounds with change of rhythm, strategies or not, duel or not. But when you don't find any kill, I mean, Counter-Strike at the end of the day can be a very simple game, right? You either win your duel or you don't. And Na'Vi won every single one. Just look at these numbers.
Yeah,
man.
we have the team stats on screen now. And Na'Vi, everybody doing their part, but Electronic and Simple were just running the server. You know, they were the server admins.
They were. They had everything. Look, with Simple, it's never a question. And this is where it really hurts when you play against Na'Vi. For Electronic, when you're on LAN, it's also not a question. There you go. You have the double take, always here to destroy you, and Bit is right here as well.
Let me jump in just to direct you guys a bit here, because we've got a round that we want to talk about. Round 16, the second pistol round. Alan, Matthew, take it away.
I mean, when it rains, it pours, right? You're Furia. You basically have the setup that you need. You have a lot of CTs stacked together on the A side, and as we could just see, not anyone being able to find it. You have that double stack into Shadow. First player is being found. Yuri is supposed to have a multi, doesn't, gets traded instantly, and just like that, it falls short for Furia. So I looked at that round and I thought, oh man, I feel you. I know what you mean.
We were all talking about that round backstage, Alan, right? Because it seemed as though Furia were set up in pretty good positions to sort of deal with what was coming from Na'Vi, but what happened?
Well, on that round in particular, they made the perfect read. They said, we're going to play 4A from the start with no information. Had the perfect stack, but when it just came to the duels, didn't win out. Setup falls apart. Team play looks quite bad towards the end. And for me, it was just so symbolic of that game overall, where even when they make good calls, even when they put themselves into good positions, nothing went the way of Furia.
Let's get our Air Force aim high up on your screens. We're taking a look at Electronic versus Yuri. And again, to remind everybody at home, Yuri was the best performing player on Fury. And if you compare those stats to Electronics, it kind of tells the story of that 16-2.
Yes, and it's a testament to Electronics' value and quality on LAN. I repeat, he might be one of the few, very few top elite players who at times disappear online. He really goes down the level. But when you go back to LAN, and when the prestige is here, and when importance is here, then you know you can count on him. It's incredible. He's an incredible player. People tend to forget that it's been, what, 4 years now that he is in the 6 best players in the world of Counter-Strike. Just because he's got next to him Simple, who obviously is getting all the attention, rightfully so. He is still an exceptional player on who you can always count and will always deliver on that.
Listen, imagine a world where Simple didn't exist. We might be saying Electronic is the greatest CIS player we've seen for a very long time, and it's just a product of him being on a team with Simple. Simple gets all the spotlight, but Electronic, especially in some of these positions, CT side, Mirage and Connector, he is such a monster, and as Maniac said, If it's not simple, you're meeting Electronic, and that's just
and you got bit behind as well.
Gentlemen, any final thoughts before we head to a short break?
I think the break's going to be as short as this first map. That was quite easy. Move on to the second one. I just want a game. I want a game. I want to see a fight. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, we know Furia can bring it to the table. We know they can pack a punch. I just want to see it happen. I want to see a fight.
Listen, we had this conversation in the final of Challenger when they were up against Virtus Pro and the first map was a disaster for Fury. And we were just saying, throw everything at them. Throw the whole kitchen sink at Na'Vi now. Use your skilled players. Use your spawns. Get aggressive and at least give us a show in this series.
All right, everybody at home, do not go anywhere. After a short break, we'll be back with Nuke.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Почему все медленно?
My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Нет!
No, it's compatible. I'm not pretending it is. But that's what I'm giving it.
Денис, ты не.
Валера.
Тихо, тихо. Как это выиграть?
Ну у тебя, походу, нет шансов, братан.
Ну спамьте подсказки.
Ну я спрятался очень жестко.
Это что за...
Ладно, тут нет шансов.
А на Б может быть или нет?
Такое у тебя лицо серьезное, Илья.
Да я думаю, блядь, что за хуйня. На нахуй, М-ку купил, ебанус.
Ты сейчас умрешь!
Нельзя было делать, блядь.
Можно.
Блядь, куда? Я не знаю, короче.
Я хочу посмотреть, где вы все.
Очень интересно, конечно. Нам нужен обзор.
You would really be questioning your existence right now. We can bring that. We're going to trash these American nerds.
Да не прыгай, я тебя настроил уже.
Нет, ты можешь убегать, в смысле?
Не-не-не, это...
В смысле нет?
Прикинь, как кружка может.
Ёбаный, тебе надо попасть.
Или у тебя ничего не смутило вообще там, да?
Ладно, я понял.
Ну ты такой чел, просто Кирилл.
Да ладно, не убегай, братан, я не могу попасть, невозможно попасть.
Илюх, прикинь, ты проиграешь.
Не, я просто не понимаю, нахуй он убегает.
Не, убегать, кстати, реально
Тебе
нечестно.
догнать нужно. Это нечестно, когда ты говоришь, тебе ничего тут не смущает. Да не, забей, у тебя шансов нет. Денис выиграл, короче.
Изи вообще, да? Я слился. Бро, Илюх.
To be brutally honest, that prop hunt game looked a little bit harder than Mirage. Now that we're back in with Nuke, maybe Furia can turn things upside down, but this is just a world-class performance from Na'Vi to begin their day. Now, of course, it is Furia to the CT side of Nuke. Maybe that's the saving grace. Maybe they can just lean back, relax, rely on some sharp individuals that we know they have, but that were just outclassed when it came to that opening map.
Yeah, looking at the map picks. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Na'Vi picked Nuke. Oh, yeah, Na'Vi picked Nuke. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, oh, why are they starting T-side? Na'Vi typically start T-side in their Nuke games because, of course, they're really good at it, so it ends up being the map they choose. Okay, what are we going to do? Boomich running down the A site.
Gets the kill to Art.
All right.
Perfecto's going to help out. We do get an answer right away, though. Drop, double kill. K-Serrato solo. Perfecto within this bomb site. Remember, you're not allowed to run away from him. Once he finds you, you're not allowed to run away. K-Serrato right on the edge of this, bro. Perfecto's going to give it up. Now, the bomb's been dropped in the meanwhile. Ooh, Simple. He's got the back of K-Serrato. Just as long as Perfecto doesn't go... Oh, hold on. K-Serrato piecing this one together. But Simple crouches down into that headshot and leaves Drop, who's already given us the most success from Furia's CT pistol. Wow, he's going to have to get 2 more kills and clutch.
Maniac did put it this way, where like a round like this is a good example. I mean, the strat is fine, but Furia are not caught off guard. They're ready for some kind of A hit. They just don't keep up in the frag department. There's so many 50-50s that go the way of Na'Vi. And in the 1v2, Na'Vi are just going to make sure that they win this round using the full extent of the time. They can, of course, walk onto the A site whenever they want to, but just want to see if Drop will give him the free frag. And he's outthought himself. He's downstairs, so this will be a free bomb plant. And maybe a free win.
Drop doesn't want to make the sound. He's going to have to walk slowly. That's going to buy a good 10, 15 seconds to Na'Vi's favor, but at least he's got the kit, so he'll regain a little bit of that timing. And it'll boil down to just how clean can Drop truly be. He'll take to the heavens. Both players still on site down beneath him. It's Perfecto watching it, and then Simple even deeper. Ooh, it is over.
Yo, after that prop hunt game, dude, Perfecto, he's not going to confuse anything for anything else. Right? If a CT shows up on the screen, he knows that doesn't belong on the map. He saw it all in that game.
I mean, the Ferrari in Garage. I love that content. Props to ESL. That was really nice.
Very fun. I was crying.
Sign me up.
Perfecto was not having that much fun. He was very. I wish I wanted to win something as bad as Perfecto wanted to win prop hunts.
Right. It matters, man.
Yeah.
It matters. So force buy here for Furia with the triple MP9s. They'll see if they can hold it back with a little bit of aggression. It can be limiting at times, your aggression into the lobby when nobody's here to receive it, but they will find Bit in the corner. Now, how do Furia move from this point onwards? Electronic and K-Serrato have crossed paths within that smoke, and Boomich takes the ace. Check, this is weird.
Yeah, that is very weird. The bomb, well, K-Serrato is going to see one.
Uh-oh.
Lots of damage here.
But
oh, they've got the flank.
Yeah.
That was the key squeeze. I think K-Serrato made the interesting play of the round to work on a lobby flank with the teammates of his inside of lobby. Yuri goes up high. Everyone's in such a unique spot.
Oof.
And they're still being found. A little bit of prop hunt might be a nice warm-up.
Right?
To get used to weird situations on Nuke.
Checking every corner, every spot. Art in a 1 versus 4. Unfortunately for him, so much utility, going to be zoning him downwards. And then on top of that, he's outnumbered, outgunned, and soon to be outdone Navi shooting for that 2-0 start.
We had a good match from Art yesterday, and that was a real big reason why Furia looks so good. He always takes the, very low percentage plays, and in games where he just wins a lot of them, he's got so many good players behind him that they can snowball, but he didn't really get much done on Mirage. Not that anyone did, but that's just to say. Art giveth and taketh away. I watched him play chess. Sometimes he'll play Elite chess games on Twitter, and he'll invite random people in.
Okay.
So
cool.
And you can just click the link and watch. He's pretty good.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
To be honest, I remember Blame F for a little while was on the chess train.
He wasn't as good.
He was okay.
Well, he was new, but Art was actually like decent.
Okay.
Like, I think Art was like 1500 rated or something like that.
And what are you?
I'm a big noob as well.
Ah, well, at least you can admit it. You may suck at chess, but at least you're humble.
Yes.
Flashbang for Quesarado.
I'm actually the most humble.
Yeah.
By far.
More than anybody else.
Yes.
Simple looking for the MP7 kills quickly on the A site. It is completely open because Furia were entirely outdoors. And that is where they will stay. They're not allowed in.
The freest site of all time.
And even then, Navi are still pretty cautious with this one. They're going to go boosting up onto the rafters. You're not allowed to do this. This is CT positioning. Simple, turn from the flash. And now, going a little bit deeper towards heaven, he'll be met by Quesarado's Deagle, which was good enough for the one bang. But Perfecto's nade finds him. Leaves him sprawled out on top of the rooftops. Navi 3-0 start. Now may the game begin. Furia, good luck. And check this out. We've got triple MP4s, triple M4A4s on the side of Furia.
Was it?
Dude, they're like, okay, maybe we got wrecked so hard by their A4s. That's why Mirage was a blowout. Guys, let's take their guns.
Yeah, but
the A1S era is over.
It's kind of nuts how many people are switching back to the A4. Maybe time has balanced it. I still don't believe in it personally, but what do I know? And even on Nuke, man, especially.
Yeah.
You know, smoke spams on the cross, smoke spams on Squeaky. We'll see if it works.
That we shall.
Navi are going to do some of the same, actually. All right, well, Navi are not the best team in the world T-side Nuke. They are very good, but they still have some problems sometimes, and we'll see if Furia can exploit them. This is a good start. Bit is always going to be chilling in front of Squeaky, trying to either drop vent or put pressure on Squeaky. And that is, it's like a fun guy to kill early, you know? Because how many times do you die to a guy spamming a smoke in Squeaky? Almost all the time.
I've been pretty keen to the whole, you know, the new, like the two-man boost behind the vent. To just look over the rounded part in through Squeaky. I like that. If you've got an extra piece floating around the A site, and if, you know, Navi haven't been pressuring you too much, then that was one of the adaptations of the A site that I'm a fan of. But this one's been pretty quiet from Navi. Looking to play a respectful 4th round to their T side.
It's kind of a little bit like Mirage, where they're like, all right, let's see what Furia push in the early rounds.
And nothing too much. So with Art above on Hut, Quesarado spots a limb. And there are flashbangs here for Furia, but that's about it. We've got 15 seconds as the man advantage is lost, but Safe will be under pressure in the back of that A site. They've got a timing.
No, oh my God, they can actually make it.
They can indeed.
Wow.
And the CTs, well, they've got a player here. Drop's gonna find that bomb, and now there's no time to plant. Drop's position is what makes the difference, and Navi lose the round.
Okay, shout out to Drop. He makes that possible. Could have been a 2-on-2 situation if they didn't have to panic in that spot. But, yeah, Furia at the time was on their side. When it came to hitting A, they got 2 frags, and there were still 2 more guys upper. So Furia were well prepared for a site hit at that point in the round. Look at this, still 2 guys backside. But it's the key rotation from Drop, or not over-rotating one way or the other. That was really important. So nicely done from him.
Crucial moment. Perfecto didn't even look like Perfecto was looking for the duel or the possibility. It looked like he was just running bomb out. So there could have been, you know, a little chance, but no, sir. It is Drop to be the insurance policy, and Furia find themselves on the board early in the CT side. A Bumblebee.
Top 3B?
Top 3B. I don't know what that means, but you're looking at me funny.
On the list of great Bs variations.
Oh, yeah, okay, I suppose.
It's a top 3B.
Yeah?
No bumblebees, there are no humans.
Okay. The best bumblebee is the transformer.
Yes.
Here's a
they're
fast
going
one.
fast. Yeah, they're dropping this early.
Screw waiting around. We're just going to murder you. Art and K-Serrato, though, they've got other ideas. Solid hold within that A site, but a bit more damage on the fire means K-Serrato is barely holding on, and Simple's going to keep this one sharp. Fires into the heavens, and now on the back site, we've got Art into the 1v1. The AK swap is quick, but he doesn't expect Simple to have pushed that far forward. A 3K from the best in the world to give Na'Vi the round right back.
God damn it, that was such a crazy round. That's another round where Furia have so many players upstairs ready for that defense, and it looks so good at the beginning. And then Simple does this crazy thing where he starts spraying at everything, breaks the vent open just in case, and then is ready for the smoke push. As Safe is like, that's my way in. Again.
Didn't reload, had 6 shots for that last kill, and gets it.
Damn. I don't even know. You know, oftentimes, I always like to say, Na'Vi dangle that A exec over your head for like a long time into the half. 6, 7 rounds pass and it doesn't come. This time, Na'Vi throw it in early. And it's the perfect idea. But it does exemplify how much stronger their entry pack is, you know, versus these CTs who are... If you have 4 guys on the A site, you can't lose that round ever. I mean, that's just way too many outs. You should be able to put up a suitable defense with just 2 people, you know, get 3 kills. That's what your, you know, advantage is with all of the positions that you can play, top hut, back of the site, inside of hut, like... Very, very strong CT location, so that is not a very great sign for Furia. Even though they put themselves in a good spot, they can't keep up with the frags.
This positioning from Simple could definitely find him off guard if K-Serrato has to move. It's Art instead to make that little bit of a peek. Just hoping to gather information, instead he gathers lead. And we've got Na'Vi pinching down into this B bomb site. There's a little chance that Drop can deliver something. He's got space to work with. Bit tucked into Squeaky. Confirms 2 players from A to B and kills 1. Drop's cleared, and this could be a flawless round. But it's not, because Boomich will be fragged. Bomb dropped in the end, but so be it. That's still 4Ks up for Na'Vi. 4 AKs up for Na'Vi. And a 4-round lead to boot.
We'll try to buy again. It's a deflated Furia. It's not really great. Again, you know, between the coach and IGL, they've done their job, but firepower department is understaffed at the moment. So still opportunity to wake up. However, full kits, op on safe. Actually, I say full kits. They literally don't have any diffuse kits on this round. Any post-plant situation will be a nightmare. Nice frag from K-Serrato to kick things off. Ooh. Safe looking for one on the cross. The late flash is beautiful.
Art's almost lined up 2 players there, but Simple catching him through the fire and the flames. There's a heaven peak.
And they'll actually jut back. They leave one lurking outside.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, because Furia are going to be scared of Secret, they have no choice but to respect it.
But
this is going to worry them. But look at Yuri.
Ooh, accidental shot.
Oh my God.
I mean, are you really going to expect him to be up here? Oh my God.
I mean, it's so loud. It's so loud. I mean, a footstep is different.
Oh, that's so awkward. Now, K-Serrato, as long as he doesn't shoot, but Simple's already posted.
Oh, he didn't show himself.
Okay. Safe's coming as well. So K-Serrato and Safe are going to have a good crossfire here. Perfecto takes the front so that he can be traded. They confirmed the operas here, and now maybe that puts K-Serrato in the most perfect of positions. But check out Electronic. He's also made his move. He swapped from Garage towards the outside of Heaven, watching Secret instead, trying to call out that Drop will come hunting for him. Oh, Boomich comes in from top. Simple will still trade, gets dinked in the process. A Molotov to cut off Safe. Safe is in the fire, but still clips Simple's wings. 10 seconds as Electronic gets through the hut, takes a wall bang in terms of damage, and only has 5 seconds left at this point, so he cannot win this round. That is all Safe all day.
Wow, well done. Oh, he gets him after the time, too. Electronic, I mean, he has some money left over, but that's still a big win. Oh, nicely done by Safe. Pushing into that molly was just the right amount of disrespect. I mean, absolutely necessary. Unlucky situation for Yuri, and Perfecto really actually wasn't aware of exactly where he'd be, but they knew he was somewhere. It's a great move. Yeah, it's frustrating. He was so close to getting away, right?
I love how there's that flash of frustration, but then there's the smirk, because Simple knows how good that feels for Safe. He's like, oh, okay, well played. That's a good shot. Oh, I hate you, but oh, I respect my opponents. Well played, Safe. Good moment. And a good opening for Furia here. Still trailing, but standing, ooh, I was gonna say, in a competent spot. Simple gets his revenge as quick as possible. Safe is dead to start this round and drop up close on the wall of ramp. Ah, it's Perfecto to swing out and trade. Good job. That primes Na'Vi perfectly for this ramp position, especially with Electronic already having the vent rotate. But K-Serato kills Bit upstairs.
Do they know that 2 are lower already? They set up in post plants. They don't really have to think about it right now. One will make noise in decon. And Perfecto, wow, he's holding all the way to the left. Look how well he's reading this situation.
Oh, good trade by Boomich up close. K-Serato 1 versus 2. He's got more health than these 2 players combined. He's got utility as well to work with and a gap in the door to try and piece together the angles. But of course, that's going to indicate where he is. Right now, they know. And the T side, with 2 flashbangs, could set each other up quite nicely. With the clock this far gone, K-Serato has to concede it, and that will be a 6th for Na'Vi off of the back of the ramp room success. Safe from the savior to the liability at the start of the round. Bomb pops, 1 player standing on each side. Electronic grabs op, so all things considered, Na'Vi happy with that result.
Actually, an awkward amount of money here for Furia. Don't know if they can buy. You can have K-Serato drop a gun, but yeah, we're talking FAMASes, pistols, and utility if they want to try it. So they might just carry this 1 M4 forward and see if they can pull something off the back of K-Serato's weapon. They half invest, even out a little bit. Some guns. But still, I think Na'Vi are pretty much in cruise control. They obviously still have to try. We could see on Simple's cam, you know, how much he really wanted to win that, but all things considered, good start.
A1S is inside the garage, nice and deep. Waiting to see if there's any kind of a wrap around the outer. Electronics had an affinity for that in a couple of these rounds already, but this time he goes down secret instead, and it is wide open for the taking. Nobody down there. We've got 3 pistol players on top of A site, one of which just dropped vent. Bit's going to be confirming all of this. And even Boomich is given a chance to cross over here. So slowly but surely, we do have Na'Vi creeping their way to that B bomb site. And if Bit wants to attack it from the back, he's going to have to get by this Deagle. Not going to happen. Art, with a timely upgrade into the Galil, puts Simple on a measly 6 HP. Back to the sidearm he'll go. He knows he's pressured in this position, but he's still fighting tooth and nail. As Electronic takes his teammate down, Art is the playmaker, and he is put to the wayside. 3 versus 3, right back at it, but still, Furia not in the worst of positions considering where they began this round. Boomich able to cross that open B floor. Electronic will get caught within this fight, tapping between the 2 CTs towards ramp, and Perfecto no trade frag. So man advantage in the retake. Boomich pinned back bomb site. This is not ideal. As all of Furia start to trickle downwards from that ramp room, the numbers are unknown. And Na'Vi no longer feeling comfortable. Boomich is still pinned behind those boxes. K-Serato wasn't ready, thinking instead he's behind the silo. And now Yuri, MP9 this far away, it just seems undoable. Boomich, he is the key piece to this one for Na'Vi as they take their 7th.
Wow, he had barely any HP. He basically had no ammo for most of those fights, and he still pulls out 4. That is the epitome of awkwardness, and a round where maybe if Furia did fully force up, they could have won, but I think Art did all that without even having armor. So that was pretty good.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah. Just got really rattled when he finally had to commit in that full swing with the Galil. Tried to take an off angle. And Electronic finally killed him. Finally. After all that time. Nicely done, Boomich. CT timeout called. Full investments. I don't know if, you know, we're going to see Furia take the aggression to the nth degree. It doesn't feel like that's coming for some reason, but why not lobby crunch every once in a while?
Yeah, just here and there.
They seem to be so worried about the upstairs execs above anything else. And they've been kind of right about it. They just haven't been able to win.
Ooh, that's a creepy ball.
That's info.
That one had some extra spread on top.
Art beats out Electronic outside.
Okay, Serato takes to the corner of Mini. That is a great flash. Boomich doesn't turn back because he gets distracted from the heaven drop. Serato, clean turn on that second player, but we're into the 2v2. A spray from Simple. Art's atop the bomb, and he's got the player backside confirmed, but not down. 17 health. Perfecto with a clutch, and Na'Vi taking 8th.
Ah, so close there. Serato, if he had swung out a little bit sooner, his teammate upstairs would have stayed alive, and then he tucked, ate the flash, and then was useless to come in for the fight afterwards. Ended up refragging for 2, but another A defense that does not go their way because their opening kill doesn't. And I think at least they were able to take out Electronic earlier on outside. But it doesn't, I don't know. You don't even need 5 guys on the T side to take over the entirety of the A side. So it's a nice way to hedge against losing an opening frag, just going back to lobby and doing a full execute. That's the kind of game that saps your confidence, man, the way that Fury are losing these rounds.
Yeah. This battering can only go on for so long. Can't forget that it's like dog-piled on top of that blowout within map 1. So Na'Vi have slotted into their groove early, and they're just swinging around this track.
This isn't even the hard side. It gets worse.
Don't tell them.
It does.
Don't tell them.
They know.
Ooh. Drop's gonna give it to Perfecto. Bit swarmed within that lobby, but hey, there's Simple, 13 and 6. Cashing out a couple kills. Serato give us the dig. Just the one headshot to Boomich. Na'Vi's 9th on the board.
And as we near the conclusion of the half, I think whatever Na'Vi thought about that they need to be concerned of in this half have washed away. They can kind of do whatever they want. Will they turn this into another upstairs hit? We have the double op set up here for Furia. The one thing Na'Vi really haven't tested is the early entry into ramp versus rifle rounds. They've saved that for the anti-ecos.
Another fast one, huh? Ooh, well, they just can't stop it.
They don't do this versus everybody. They've just done so many upstairs hits, and this is the round that Fury buy 2 ops because they're like, all right, they won't do the upstairs hit.
And then
if they buy the 2 ops, that is a sign that they don't believe the upstairs hit is coming that early. And then what happens? They just do it one more time.
Shredded, dude.
Na'Vi are just playing with them.
Furia, just a pile of pulled pork.
Yum. How do you say the Brazilian barbecue? Fogo de chao? Something like that.
Esagaze?
Esagaze.
Biara Anazan?
Biara Anazan. Learned so much, but except for that. But we've had so many. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Serato dies to bomb.
Poor guy. Gets shot just before, and then he's going to look like a fool. The kill feed makes him look like a fool. But obviously...
Oh, he took some damage.
Guri goes... Oh, that's a... You know, sometimes we cry with everything except for tears.
Yes.
And in that instance right there from Giri.
That was that. That's what that was?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be a fun post game.
No, it's not.
It really isn't.
It's not. Another
They're
fast one.
They're literally just doing it again.
Electronic.
And oh, it's not working though. It's not working.
Okay.
Let's go.
Furia.
They stopped it.
Come on, dude.
Bro, this is like a scrim. They just tried the upper hit 4 times in a row.
Let that be a contrast, right? You said it last round where we come in with the double ops on Furia's side, so they're thinking to themselves, oh, there won't be an A hit.
Yeah.
It happens. Look how easily it goes for Na'Vi. The contrast right after is, okay, guys, we've got to be ready. They are, and they win. So preparation, you know, that expectant sharpness, it gives Furia a third on the CT side.
Sometimes,
is it too little too late?
It's like sometimes in scrims, you try the same round over and over again just to see what's wrong with it. You let a team get good, very good, to the point that they can defend against it, and then you figure out how to, you know, how to do it some more and make up for that. Oh, this could be the... Oh, that could have actually been a great play from Art. I mean, it wasn't entirely ready. He just missed his shot. And they can't afford to miss a shot right now.
Smoke fades for Perfecto, so he's got a clean 1v1 versus drop, tucks into the corner, wins the duel, barely even damaged, draws Safe back up from ramp ever so slightly, and Safe will be chasing Ghosts because the T side walks away from this. Na'Vi gonna slow things down in contrast to the last couple rounds.
I feel like every team that's lost to Furia and couldn't figure it out and got decimated and rushed down every round, they're just smiling ear to ear watching this match.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Sweet revenge.
Yes. Enjoying this. But yeah, this is how Furia make teams feel all the time.
Collateral, though. That is
the third and dairy upper of Furia.
Points. A little U-turn outside of the doorway. From a 3v5 to a 3v3. You take those. Safe activates. There we go, the double op for 3 frags, but Boomich up above Yuri, dies out to the A1S, and now it needs to be Electronic, a shutdown, a 3v5 victory from Furia off the back of the double ops. Can we get too excited? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a fourth. You get a fourth, you get a fifth, you switch sides.
Yes.
Dominate. You know, it's just that easy.
Right. Hey, it was a good round. That was a nice shot from K Serrato.
Lining up.
Yeah.
It's not every day that you kill Simple and Bit with 1 bullet.
Do flat earthers also think the moon is flat?
I don't know. I really, I don't know.
Throw it into.
I don't know.
In the last round of the half. Hit you with that one. Hey, wow, Na'Vi have no money whatsoever. So normally what that means is that a very high likelihood that Furia clean up easily.
And that's the 5-round CT side that, you know, they'll be content with, all things considered. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been better.
They're getting all the way around. They have vent control. The only rotation now is through ramp, and they aren't pressuring ramp, but they have this open. Art's, yeah, lots of pressure here on Art, but he hits a shot when it's important. Electronic will start to open things up. Art still going.
Nice. And easy. Turning that op back and forth within the B site. 3 kills for Art. So turns out ops are the name of the game. And the comeback on the T side is what is needed here for the Brazilians. It's an uphill battle. It has been all day. It's never easy taking down Na'Vi. Difficulties after the break, perhaps.
Флеш? Дал раз. Дал 2.
Топ убил! Дефолт! И на будке, на будке! На будке! На будке упал! И мейн бежит, мейн идет! Дефолт и мейн! Дефолт и мейн! Дефолт и
Еще дефолт лысый. Коллаж взял.
Очень
Коллаж взял.
Братан, хорош!
And so Na'Vi find themselves 1/2 away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in that beautiful spaceship-inspired Spodek arena. They're almost there. Quarterfinals at the very least, semifinals maybe. All they've got to do is maybe put a dampener on K-Serrato. Of all the things that went well for Furia, albeit limited in the first 15, his 19 kills are nothing to scoff about.
That's true. It didn't, he had that nice collateral rounds with the op and a few good rifle kills upstairs. Some of them were inconclusive, but at 19 kill half, I mean, that's not easy to do. This is, yeah, this is the tough half for sure. If Fury keep hope alive, so will I. But for now, I think Na'Vi are just gonna chill and be happy. However, Art finds an opening kill.
I'll take another one of those, please, Art.
Not bad.
Make it a double. Ah, not gonna happen. Electronic finds the better of the timing. Perfecto whips out the dualies.
What?
Oh my god, how's he alive?
He's shooting so fast.
He's just jumping up and down on top of Hut. We do get K-Serrato's answer. Perfecto, he knows he's doomed at this point, but Bit looking to attack from the back. The door closed on him and he can't recover. That's awkward.
He could have hit that, but oh man.
And sometimes, once upon a time, we had Bit actually outshining Simple on Nuke.
Yes.
Right?
There was, okay, yeah. So the story was, it was Simple, the best rated player on every single map he played last year. And then Bit joins the team, and Simple's best map of the whole map pool was Nuke, and it was a CT side. But there were games that Bit was playing so well that he was out-fragging Simple on the map and actually, taking away some of Simple's stats. And he was doing it from ramp, getting space for himself. This game, he's actually, not done much.
No, he hasn't.
So, we'll see.
Can't even shoot a guy in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
He is a very, very good ramp player, that's for sure.
So we'll see if he ends up being fed some frags. On the T side, wasn't really needed. Can't complain about a player who wasn't even needed. He's going to try to get something done as he falls away here. Towards the B site he'll go, drawing Simple closer towards ramp. There was a peek behind that Molotov from the T side, but they decide they will attempt to sink their teeth into B. Bit empty-handed as he dies to drop.
Some damage, but that's it. Still got control side getting approached upon. Door will swing open to try to scare Furia.
Ambitious. But the bullets have to go somewhere. That's how it works.
Yes, there must be an exit wound.
So Bit, no kill, just damage against Art.
What are you saying, he's bad?
I'm just saying that he's 4-14.
Yeah, he is 4-14. All right, predict Bit's scoreline by the end of the map. Go.
15 and 20. 15 and 20.
15 and 20. Okay, so long game. I will say 17 and 18.
Okay.
Okay.
Bet. Everybody remember, write it down.
Yes. Both expecting long games, though, here. So that's a vote of confidence for Furia.
I do.
And with both of our scorelines, Furia maybe win.
Maybe.
Based on that.
Maybe now. Settle
maybe
down.
They win. Hey, within 3.
I'm just saying, Quesarado is the best performing player in the server right now.
He's going crazy.
Nuke, 21 and 10. There was the damage done by Bit, but it's because the MAC-10s are always jumping.
Yes.
Okay, it's one thing to get spammed down by a MAC-10. It's another thing when they're doing it midair.
Speak your truth. You think they should stop that from happening?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think Bit should just get a headshot.
Oh, okay. I like that. Let's stop blaming the game. Blame the player.
He gets boosted up this time over towards ramp, where we do see Furia start to lean ever so slightly. The MAC-10's back at it. We've got a 3-player setup here. It is Bit dead, I believe, yet again. He was hit by a jumping MAC-10.
Yeah, he was.
Jumping MAC-10 headshot.
Upstairs is the correct play.
Because that makes sense. And we've got Quesarado trying to follow his teammates into the upper site. Like you said, it makes sense.
Late Molly, they're all up in heaven. They're getting into the back of the site.
And they're trickling down into their own deaths.
Okay.
The coffins were left open. They filled them right up. There, see, Electronic makes it look easy. Deeg to the forehead. Misses his chance to frag out versus safe. Quesarado adding 2 kills to the tally. Furia adding an 8th round to the scoreboard.
Yes.
And making things interesting.
Hey, some nice pragmatic decision making. To go ramp, they say, don't okay. To come back would be astronomical. Yeah, they're only 2 rounds down, but this is Na'Vi CT side, okay? Reel it in, partner.
That was like a morbid slip and slide on the back of the A site. You know?
It was the waterfall, except there was no water at the bottom.
Just crocodiles.
Crocodiles, yeah. And jaguars.
Do you remember the difference between
panther?
Panthers? Yeah, panthers.
Yeah.
Or pumas. We still haven't really
Pumas,
decided.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Difference
between alligators and crocodiles?
Yeah, do you remember?
Just a few letters.
No.
It's the amount of teeth.
No.
One of them can climb trees.
No.
One of them runs 40 miles per hour.
Maybe.
Both like to eat hippos.
Bro, they would get wrecked by hippos, for the record.
Okay.
Secondly, go watch hippos eating watermelons on YouTube.
Okay.
Thirdly, it's the shape of their snout.
Gotcha.
And the shape of this offense is pointed towards ramp. Very quickly on the offense, Furia going to go ahead, challenge it yet again. And, I mean, immediately outwards. This time it's completely uncontested. Bit's not even in the ramp room. So maybe expectant of a far faster A play. Electronic will take up the mantle, back B site. Ooh, gets there. And as he gets swarmed by the other 3 players, it is Art solo outside. Boomage down in the decon door with the swing.
Oh,
and the hit.
Didn't hear that, really.
Seems not. Quesarado did just get the kill back down here in the decon door. Simple takes the place of his teammate's corpse, peeks back, drops bomb. 3v1 is where we are left. But the star of the show in Quesarado is the man at bat. And with a Molotov down towards decon, he's going to try to work this around in control, or at least create a ruse, a rumbling. A little bit of misdirection. Jump out from window, and Bit, welcome to the game.
All right, this is the first time I'm going to be, I'm going to point out a clear mistake here by Furia.
Hit it.
With the decon door open, they didn't have control side. They got Electronic dead on clock. They did not even listen for the decon door. They didn't smoke it. So they had no control on the perimeter of B, and instead all ran around the railings on the top side of the site and then had to drop in and nearly got opped on their way down. So that's the fundamentals breaking down completely. I mean, they had a free ramp, they got downstairs, they went 1-for-1 versus Electronic, and they throw no utility.
What Electronic now far more forward. Fed Art. And Simple looks to chase them downwards here. They are definitely running into a more capable looking setup.
They switched spots, huh? Electronics downstairs each round now.
Back to back. Taking Bit out of position. Electronics now known to be back here. Utility's gonna pressure him. He tries to move forward. K-Serrato clips his wings. And we do have Boomich working around the control room. Everybody's coming downstairs now through the secret side. Bit the last man into position. Bomb planted, front sight. 2 stuck in dark. I'm talking 2 T's stuck in dark. There's only enough room back there for 1 guy. They're standing on top of each other as Simple kills drop in the back sight. That's going to take 1 player off of it. But remember, K-Serrato, he's still on the rafters. So that could cause an issue for Na'Vi. Maybe they don't even figure out the fact that there are 2 players dark. K-Serrato, quick kill. But they find all of the pieces with enough time for the defuse. 3 men standing here for Na'Vi. They waited, they popped, they succeed.
Honestly, it's another subpar post-plant situation. They're still all within the site. Doubling up on dark is not a really great place to be. You can't always get control side, but they need to fight for something, or they need to play that post-plant back from ramp, and then they have some outs. But in this situation, they literally are just so... I mean, it feels like they're so convinced that they can't even get in the site that once they do, everybody's there, and they haven't thought prudently about what to do in case they actually get odds of winning. And that's, yeah, that is a pretty easy retake situation for Na'Vi. So yeah, another one that doesn't look great for Furia.
The starts of the rounds are there, and so is K-Serrato. He's been pretty damn consistent. I mean, he has really taken it to Na'Vi. 27 and 12.
That's ridiculous. I can't remember the last time I've seen a round score this lopsided with a player doing that well. 8 rounds, 27 kills. How's that happen?
Bit with the headshot onto Art, and Simple's here to help. So Bit back into his position on ramp. We saw that electronic shakeup in 2 rounds back to back.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And his positions weren't like forward on ramp whatsoever. It was when he was actually playing B-site, once from behind the top of the silo and a second time from the actual ground floor.
Yeah, because, it's a far cry from his normal spot, and Electronic plays a very difficult spot on this map. You could argue the hardest on the CT side inside of Mini. So there's no reason to play spawn-based for those 2 positions, I feel like, on this map. So not exactly sure what the idea is there, but maybe they are trying to just change things up. Ambitiously tight angle here from Perfecto, but he believes in it. And he's one of the best upstairs anchors for sure.
Who else do you put on that list? For the record.
Who else would I put on the list for upstairs anchors, man? He is actually the best example that I can think of.
That's fair.
It would be my number 2.
You think about it.
Yeah. The problem is I keep thinking about all the bad upstairs anchors.
I was like, don't make a joke about Kyojin.
Yeah, because we spent so much of last year talking about everyone failing on upstairs holds.
Time expires here for Furia, so Na'Vi will continue with their winning ways. A 13th added off the clock. This time, it's easy. Bit's going to get that clean headshot. Simple right there for the secondary. And unfortunately for Furia, they just kind of fizzle out thereafter.
It sucks when you get ramp for free and you still can't convert. They're going to buy up into this.
Force attempt.
Yeah. 1 AK, a Galil, a couple Deagles, Tech 9, low grenades. Maybe a little bit of hope as they get another opening kill. K-Serrato, man. He is squeezing water from stone, trying everything that he can.
Yeah, sign me up, If he's offering, I'm watching. Electronic from the blue box. Saw Yuri's gun. That's going to be the indicator.
And look how he's playing that. Just sitting on top of that blue box. Open to every single angle. Just not scared at all.
Such confidence, man. Yeah. Such confidence.
And you're not going to clear it because, who would be there?
Perfecto takes up a position inside of Mini. That's going to be the kill versus Art. And despite K-Serrato's best efforts with the opening AK kill, nothing thereafter for the T side. He's still shooting for that 30 frags. Simple posted inside of Hut. That's a collateral shot, but Safe survives it. His shins shattered as Electronic rocks it back into the depths of this A site. If he peeks to K-Serrado, with K-Serrado's form right now, that could maybe be the A door open. However, just once he's off the angle. 35 seconds left. Perfecto's still tucked within Mini.
No, technically there is an opening towards Vent. I'm not sure if anybody's watching this.
You saying go B? Ah, no, it's
no,
being held.
Electronic comes out. Okay, well.
Good headshot.
24 seconds.
K-Serrado's looking for it.
It's still one upper, but K-Serrado goes down safe. Last one, 1v2. It's the shot, one-on-one, 15 seconds. He can plant the bomb.
But it's Bit. Bit's gonna waste no time flying up the vents. Such little HP here for safe, but if he can get a 4K on this one, shine alongside K-Serrado, keep Furia's T-side alive and kicking, he stands and he waits and he holds and the tap comes through. Safe. Oh no, a missed shot, no. A missed chance, and a missed clutch. Stolen away by Bit.
That was free 99.
Ah.
That couldn't have been easier. That's unfortunate. I don't even know. It looked fine to me. I would have rounded up. Give him the kill.
That's not how it works.
40%. Let's play it back. Run it back. Another try. Don't do the replay.
Are we gonna replay it?
Do him a favor. Don't do the replay.
We're gonna replay it.
Don't do the replay. Oh yo. That's how Bit's movement is so good. Positives. Silver linings.
He knows.
Oh yeah. It's just unlucky. I mean,
that's an ego killer.
It's unlucky.
And
he played it so well too.
Exactly. It's unlucky, and after all,
completely outplayed.
He did the nicer shots as well. Like he did the difficult ones. You know.
Plant. Bit saw that plant. He didn't even cross his mind. Safe could have been back.
Why are the easiest shots the hardest to land?
Yes. It's because when they're not looking at you, you don't know what they're thinking. If they're looking at you, you can rock, paper, scissors them. Are they going to strafe right or left? So when they're not looking at you, it's like trying to predict a bot. Not that Bit's the bot in this analogy, but...
Well, he is 8-15.
How dare you?
Luckily, he's got some of the best teammates in the entire damn world. So Na'Vi will continue on their winning ways. A very difficult pill to swallow for Furia. That's going to be one of the what could have been moments of this T-side. But this T-side is also still alive and kicking. It's dying, but it is alive and kicking. Spray attempt from Electronic will get them nothing. This is a relatively clear B site until Boomich drops down the vents, lands with a thud.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Takes off Yuri's head and keeps Art in this awkward position. Meanwhile, it's not actually the B site that's under question. K-Serrado takes to the helm of the A push, clearing Perfecto off of it, getting his 29th frag, and now Art just becomes a thorn in the side of the B rotators because Vent seems closed for business. But Bit redirects around the side, offers his backup again. Meanwhile, Simple's no-scoping noobs, and maybe pulling off clutches. They know Art's still downstairs. Utility's being thrown. He is. There is a player coming back around the squeaky door. That's going to be safe. Simple's back turned. He sticks the landing, and Boomich gets deleted for K-Serrado's 30 bomb. So Furia, like I said, alive and kicking.
Yeah. You did say dying and alive and kicking, which there's no way that happens at the same time.
Well, I'm alive right now.
You did hedge your bets.
And I'm also dying.
Well, actually, that's not a bad. All right. It's a Pyrrhic victory, I'll give you that. Wow. Yeah, that's so weird to see someone who's 30 and 14, and yet you're losing 9 to 14.
It's crazy.
I've never seen that before. I'm going to put it out there.
You know, if I didn't trust ESL's production, I would say there was some kind of HUD bug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No. There's only one op that you've got to deal with this round, Furia.
Of all rounds. It's been Furia getting the opening kill like 4 rounds in a row and then losing, except for that last round.
Simple moves into position, gets wrecked by Safe. Bit's Desert Eagle just jumps back into the safety of the B site. He's got teammates coming down with him. Can anybody grab the op from Simple's dead body? I don't think so.
They're going to jump on it.
Electronic wrapping around town. Safe is holding
watching.
flank.
Okay.
Squeaky push. This could actually be Electronic's kill. Safe's not going to see the peak, but I mean,
they're being so careful about it. They're waiting for the upstairs hit.
It's a low-hanging fruit. Oh, he leaves. Electronic will never know.
We'll never know.
until he watches the demo. So it will be the pistols of Boomic and Bit that need to deliver here at the 40-second mark. Flashbangs in their faces. Bit, nice headshot. The bomb delivered on him. And Perfecto is trying to cheese around the side of the smoke. Awkward shot with the CZ, especially with fire on the other end. And everybody's dead. Furia, double digits. There is a slim chance. Slim chance indeed. But at least they're within 4.
Yeah.
And on top of that, CT economy ain't in the best of states.
Yeah, it's almost in shambles here. So no op for sure if they want to buy. They could try it. It seems like it's a curse to get an opening kill in the second half. Whoever gets it loses. So they'll save. They'll play for 11. Doesn't mean they're out of it.
Nice timing on the
stack is correct here on the A side. One trade comes down, but the trades are even better for the T side. Caserado putting up more numbers.
There we go. That's what you like to see. Quick and easy by the looks of things. Bit getting baited by Caserado's jump. Bomb planted on the A site. Nice
flying.
Movement, dude. Man's on skates. But he's also pinned in. So as he exits here, it's going to be the op shot from Safe. Furia on 11.
Yeah, another 2 kills from Caserado. He's at the, we're on Caserado watch right now. That's what this is. If
32 and 15.
You're watching National Geographic, Caserado would be the apex predator. And that would make you David Attenborough.
And as the alpha male finds the 30-second frag, we find ourselves back to the CT spawn. The planet is alive, but also dying.
The only thing you missing right now is being 95 in limber.
Yeah, right?
Traveling around the world.
Good for him, man. That's goals.
Yes.
That's goals.
Right.
Caserado's also goals. I mean, I'm still kind of in shock that this individual level was enough to keep them going, and now I'm starting to believe in the team. But Perfecto, he stays tucked on top of the A-site silos. Very good job at just waiting out the utility. I mean,
what are they doing there?
He's not panicking, but that's kind of because Furia don't force anything on him.
And I was going to say okay, hold on. Simple could actually just... Oh, dude!
Simple can what?
Yeah, right.
Simple can what? Simple can slay. And Bit's going to fall back down the ramp yet again.
Yeah, right, man.
Oh, and that was Caserado as well. You know, it's not just some chump. It's the sharpest piece of Furia's arsenal that just gets flicked on. Oh, that's nuts. Boomic, he's got Safe pinned behind vent. It's a pistol out for Safe. He runs through and loses his head. Yuri with the bomb trying to come up heaven, so Perfecto's going to be on high alert for this one. But Yuri's also not alone, so 2 targets to take down could make for a difficult job. Sprays there, no frag for him. Remember, Boomic just behind the boxes. Kills clean on both. Boomic gonna be the anchor within that A site. And just when you thought maybe Furia have something to give us, it is now all the marbles in this series. 4 map and match points for Na'Vi. If only Caserado didn't get slammed by Simple.
He didn't do anything
Check
wrong.
out this replay, folks.
That's just insane. As soon as he comes into vision, it looks like Caserado's, you know, if he was standing a little bit farther back, he wouldn't have got spotted as soon. It's such a ridiculous shot from Simple, though. What can you say? When they first exec, I was going to say Perfecto is like the best at dodging flashes. That's what he's so good at upstairs. And they had him full blind for like 6 seconds sitting on top of the site, and he just tucked and waited, and they didn't exec. That was an opportunity to get up there. So I'm not sure if the idea was to do a false one, wait for someone to make a mistake, and Art would post up in the hut. But that ends up being the strategy that gets them killed, because Perfecto just chills. He comes to, sees Art in the corner, and it's a free frag for him. Heartbreaker.
Pressure now truly cranked to a 10. At the very least, you know, we come into this second map and all our analysts were really hoping for was for Furia to give us a fight, right? That's what both Maniac and Alan wanted. They identified that the pieces of Furia are there, but we just didn't get any of it on Mirage. You know, the fire wasn't quite lit. And Simple, well, he is a flame in and of himself. And as Furia try to stamp it out, all they're doing is pouring gas on the problem. Simple will walk away with 18 health. Boomich looking to pop back up through vent as K-Serrato could commit. Wary of there being somebody inside mini. It wouldn't be the first time that someone's this close, but the CTs seem very difficult to find all of a sudden, and they've actually given some excellent spacing here to Furia. K-Serrato able to punish with a double kill. You give him a little room, and he's gonna rip you apart. Simple, forced away from heaven, bomb plant, easily secured, and that's just Furia given too much space.
Hey, that was a sneaky one. I mean, they thought there would be, at least be a late flash as they started to scale. Furia do that sometimes. We see that on overpass with a walk-up long or walk-up bathrooms all the way to plant the bomb. I don't think any other team in the world does that. And yeah, it works here. It's a little pocket play, kind of a beautiful mid-ground call from Furia. In Navi's setup, it's very individualistic. They're not trying to hold any of the crosses out of the choke points, just sitting inside of hut, waiting inside of vent, both waiting for some information, or at minimum for a split to come with the help of a hut player. But none of that happens. Furia don't overthink the situation, and they win because of it. They even eliminate Boomich at the end of the round. 2-0 save from Furia. That's a cool one. And I think it's great every time K-Serrato is the reason that they get the kills. 34 for him, 2 entries here on the upper site. The best thing about Furia right now.
Yeah, he's doing wonderfully.
It's going to be interesting to see his rating, his ADR, stuff like that after the game. His KAST, like how many rounds that he was a part of that they won. So it's just starting to feel more and more impactful the more rounds we go.
For the record, coming into that last round, he was sitting at an 89% on KAST. He's been everything.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. K-Serrato low. Oh, K-Serrato out. 3v5. Oh. Gun here to upgrade for Boomich if he'd like to.
And this is when all of a sudden you remember that your CT side was nearly non-existent.
Yeah.
You had a fantastic T side yourself, but at the final few hurdles, Navi just a little bit taller. They raise the height requirement. And Furia, they've already been spotted. Electronic, a little pixel gap. He saw one player cross. He's gonna make his move. Bit on high alert. Can't pick up the frag, but Electronic gonna confirm that safe is all that's here. Such a tough spot. Swaps out to the AK-47. There is nowhere to go but forward, brother. And as he will, the CTs all stacked atop this mini. Boomich gonna get the team kill, makes things a little awkward. Safe 20 health and an evacuation plan through smoke to potentially wrap the heaven. Electronic's actually gonna give him this space. What if he just goes ramp? We've got 2 players incredibly low, but Simple's the fully HP'd and the one committed to B, so safe. He just made the right decision to head back to this A site. We've got Boomich back in the site, and Boomich for the final round win. Navi surviving the test of an inspired Furia T side. It's unfortunate for Furia that we didn't get any of that on Mirage, and that as well, Nuke was a clean sweep for Navi's T side. But at least the tip of the hat, we got a little bit of fight from Furia. We know that K-Serrato is playing to an incredible level. But ladies and gents, it's official. Navi will be in the Spodek with a chance to lock in that semi-final spot. Quarterfinals at the very least. They have truly come as the #1.
Yeah, to be of the top and try to stay at the #1 team, it's a little bit harder because, you know, then you're going to top 1, you're motivating yourself, like, be the best team. Right now, you're the best team and, you know, you need the stability. And it's really hard to be stability in CSGO because it's a lot of teams evolving day by day and doing the new rosters and something like that. So I think be the #1 team, it's like harder to stay because everyone have more motivation to destroy you. So for me, it's harder.
Two rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
Two players now for Fnatic just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who is going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They see him with the AWP now. And a desperate play into B comes in. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even... He had one button on his mouse there. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Natus Vincere do it in 2. They topple Furia and now have booked their place in the playoffs. It took place across Mirage and Nuke. We are going to focus in on Nuke now and I guess just give our overall thoughts on how that series went. Alan, let's start with you. Nuke ended 16-12. What's your breakdown of it?
I think overall, it definitely was a much more competitive map from Furia. That first half, it was 10-5 from Na'Vi, but for me, Furia played a pretty good half, actually. They took a lot of rounds close. It was really in those after plants, I think, that let them down. And even in the second half, those kind of T-side after plants getting a little bit stagnant, maybe not always having the map control. So overall, a much better performance, but there's the same story again. The class in Na'Vi was shining through.
Yeah, we got the show we wanted. We got the battle we wanted. We had Furia actually forcing Na'Vi to kind of scratch their back and think, oh, the hell are we going to win this game? You talk about the first half. Na'Vi took the easy route. More often than not, they abused that A side time and time again. It took a moment for Furia to figure out how to close that. And then we move on to the CT side. And you know, Na'Vi had that space they created for themselves on the first half, but that was a hard game. Art found a way to make them uncomfortable.
I think Art found a way to make them uncomfortable by way of Queserato. That was an incredible performance on Nuke. 34 frags. Well, 38. That's across the series, guys, his stats on screen. But on Nuke, yeah, 34 frags. Unbelievable performance.
I know why you're confused by the numbers, because yes,
the first
exactly, he had 34 of these 38 kills on Nuke, so you have to commend the bounce back from Keseraro. He was completely invisible on the first map, as was his entire squad, but man, oh man, did he show up on Nuke. Multi-kills galore. I mean, the man is a machine. He's a turret. He's the absolute definition of multi-kill. Every time I see him in that zone, I wish for him to have more success than he actually does.
Yeah, we talked about it going to that second map, saying even if Furia as a team is not on the level of Na'Vi, we need an individual to grab this game by the balls and actually try something. And at multiple times in that first and second half, Keseraro was playing alone, getting aggressive, trying to make things happen, and he was. And honestly, after a performance like that, I feel so bad for him that Fury can get the map over the line.
Look at some of these kills he was having in the highlight reel. It's really super influential. Like, this is not a stat padding 34. It's an actual difference making, stuck in it, making the difference. He was sneaking out of door. He was getting Jure towards main. He basically did everything he could, but it unfortunately won't be enough. They still have a fight. They can fight, though. They're not out.
30 bomb. Big 30 bomb. Relatively deep. What could Furia have done differently? Because that T side for Fury, the T side, the first half of the match was 5 to 10, and then they managed to hold on. And
Na'Vi's a very strong team on the T side now. We know on the C side they have Simple, but their game plan on the T side is much deeper than we think. They know how to tailor a solution for their opponent. Here, it was, again, the inside, abuse, quite fast. Furia tried to go with the double AWP, was not enough. But there's multiple different ways Na'Vi can play on the T side. It's really easy to lose track of what the hell is going on. They have multiple cards that they can use, a lot of tools in the shed. This man we have on our screen is obviously one of the most influential yard player on the T side. We know he takes a lot of space. I just think, individually speaking, Na'Vi have players who truly feel the map, and it makes it immensely hard to play against them.
Yeah, when you're going up against a player like Electronic, again, we spoke about it earlier on, he will expose all of your flaws. And for me in this one, Furia, it was after plants and man advantage situations that let them down, especially in that second half. They were getting a lot of opening kills onto the CD side of Na'Vi. It was just in the 5-on-4s, they weren't clean enough. And as we're saying, when you've got players like Electronic, if you leave a single window in a man advantage, he'll find two. You're straight about at an even scenario, or at least a disadvantage. And then from there, the map can be over. So again, Furia, it was a good try, but not quite enough.
Guys, closing thoughts on Na'Vi's current form. With Boomich back physically in the roster, in the tournament space, where do you think they will end up when it's all said and done here at IEM Katowice?
I think that was a very reassuring performance from Na'Vi, honestly. A lot of authority in how they dispatched with Furia. They make it to Spodek. We know we already have them. We have Heroic, we have VP. I mean, it's shaping up to be an incredible tournament. I think Na'Vi is exactly where they need to be. Slow start in the tournament. They're ramping up a little bit right now, getting the energy high, getting the players activated. They have everything they need for the playoffs. They are still the ones that hold the crown.
Yeah, I feel like when we saw them in the Blast group stage, as well as that first game against Ents, we saw they are mortal. They have some flaws, they make some mistakes, but in this series in particular, they were so clean. There are a few little errors, of course,
but mini window.
Overall,
you have to find that mini window.
They were so great in this series, and if you're the other teams going to the playoffs, you're saying Na'Vi is definitely here to play, and we need to beat them to win this title.
Thank you, guys. We can now head down to the floor with Heku, who has an interview with Electronic.
Hey everyone, I have someone that we usually don't see on the English broadcast because he always tries to avoid the interviews, but right now that I'm here, there's no way, there's no running away anymore. Electronic, congratulations with your win against Furia. When it comes to the first map, you just rolled over them. When it comes to the second one, you had a great start, and somehow we didn't see the same thing yesterday when it comes to Ents, because on the same map, which was Nuke. Somehow Ents were incredibly successful at stopping all of your aggression, from planting bombs or just they were kept on defusing. What changed? Did you just have a bad day yesterday, or did you bring in some last-minute changes?
Ну, в начале года у нас была плохая форма индивидуальная, соответственно, это был первая игра на турнире, плюс ко всему, и я думаю, что мы привыкали, плюс мы разобрали много ошибок на этой карте, поняли, в чем проблема, и сегодня были уверены в этой карте.
Well, he's saying that in the beginning of the year, it was kind of bumpy for them, and plus this was the first series of the whole tournament. But in the end of the day, they just sat down, they looked at the demos, and they checked out all of the mistakes, took care of them, and right now we see the result. Electronic, when it comes to your personal performance, it's pretty unusual because when it comes to many players, they usually struggle to perform on LAN but sometimes like for example, like there are gods online. You, on the other hand, you're the other way around. Like sometimes you can have maybe like a rough start on LAN, in online tournaments, you know, like if you're like playing from home or for a boot camp, but on LAN, no problems at all. Do you know why?
Ну, я всю жизнь играл на лане, я думаю, что это играет свою роль в любом случае. Ну и плюс ко всему, я думаю, что на лане атмосфера другая, ты чувствуешь вот эту вот дух, наверное, дух соревнования, скажем, наверное, правильно будет сказать, вот. Только, наверное, поэтому. Ну и мне кажется, что в онлайне игроки играют чуть иначе, чем на лане, поэтому в этом вся причина, я думаю.
Well, he's saying that like when it comes to him, like he's been playing LAN during his whole life, so he feels way comfortable actually to play on LAN. Plus, some players that are more used to online, they play in a different style, so maybe like that's like another thing that he needs to get adjusted to. Plus, when it comes to him, you know, like you come to a LAN and you feel like this like spirit of competition, so like, it feels like way different. Electronic, we usually like, never get you on the English broadcast. Is there something you maybe would like to say like to your fans in Russian, in English, but preferably in English?
Thanks everyone for cheering us. We really appreciate for that. Hope we're gonna win this tournament for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Heku, for the interview. Now, we've heard from the man himself, Electronic, about why he thinks he performs better on LAN compared to when he's stuck at home. Yeah. Matthew, it's something that you mentioned earlier. Would you like to reflect on what he just said?
Yeah, I think he nailed it right there. I think Na'Vi, and he obviously as an individual, they have this killer instinct, which means that when the pressure goes high and the prestige goes high, a few players maybe disappear totally in the shell. That's not the case for Na'Vi. They thrive for this environment. They thrive for the pressure. And when Bit is showing up on LAN, and then we know that Simple will, and Electronic has that preference too, that's why they're so scary to play against.
I feel like it's not just on LAN, it's also going into the stadium environment, like in the Spodek. Who is more experienced than Na'Vi, other than maybe some of those Astralis players going into that sort of matchup? And it just feels like Electronic, maybe players like Simple as well, they just love that environment, they love the mood, and certainly going to the Spodek, they're going to be really enjoying themselves.
Guys, any final thoughts on this series as we get those brackets up on screen?
I guess maybe a final thought would be that what Furia showed us on Nuke gives me actual hope that the game versus G2 is going to be a show. It's going to be a battle. The first map, Mirage, didn't like it so much. I was scared for Furia, but now they showed us some teeth. They showed us some pressure and some passion on that game. So they're going to have a lot to eat.
It is tough,
G2.
though,
It's
right?
not going to be easy.
To be dropped down by Na'Vi only to face G2.
Come on, man. Can we have a break? Like, please?
It's crazy. Alan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what we saw from Furia, it wasn't their best play today. And honestly, going into a matchup against G2, fundamentally, G2 is not going to be as solid. They're going to have more holes in their play, and maybe the individuals can have a bit more scope. And certainly, if Katowice shows a lot like that again, maybe we'll even get a free map series out of that one.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. I'm going to be sticking around here. I'm not entirely sure which handler.
I'm out.
Okay, so you're
I
off.
appreciate. I watch Gambit Vitality. Let's go. I'm ready.
I'm still here.
Boys.
Alan, it'll be me.
And Yanko's coming on.
Exactly. We'll be back at 7:15 to set you up all at home for an amazing matchup of Counter-Strike. It's going to be Vitality versus Gambit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Yeah, I've seen him. I'm going for this. There it is! There it is! It's taken a while.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, straight into a Goomba as well. Oh my lord. I see one guy over here is coming for the drop. I'm just gonna go.
Push late.
One more behind. Towards the tree. Go ahead. Sorry if I bumped you.
Go and screw it.
Alright, I see the last guy.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear. I'm on a tree. Oh, dude, this is good. No. I got him.
I still got 3 breaches here. Ah, nice.
4 enemies remaining.
One below me in the town. That guy was about to bump down. Oh. Oh. Yeah, one in the road here, Freshie. I might go for this.
Nice.
Oh, the poor guy, man. I was trying to throw bump mines at it.
Never did it for the fame, never did it for the game. When I picked up the mic, it made my whole world change. Started back in my bedroom with a double cassette. Had nothing to prove, no records to press. Never followed the trend, I just kept pursuing to be original. Now copy what everyone else is doing. Large in the charge, against all odds, I don't bite. And call that paying homage, I'm still doing it. Plugging my mic, sound check. It's gonna be another great night, come correct. Got heritage, whatever kid, I'm not work for hire. And through it all, I never never lost my desire, no regrets. Part of me for being such a dreamer. All these memories keep giving me the fever. I'm red hot, cause good times don't last. And right now, I think I'm just stuck in the past, cause I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. Play back on the 8-track, rewind the tapes. Check the meters to make sure the levels are straight. Press record and catch this moment in time. Pay respect to where it all began before the shine. Raw, authentic, cooked up and boiling. Mics get rusty, then it's time to oil them. Gotta plug them back in the decks and crown royal them. The good old days, the golden age. Recognize the difference between the fake and the realness. The wicked with the ooh child, the whack and the illness. Eardrums are shot and minds get into it. Make you hungry enough to swallow and not chew it. And your face got you hanging on a fat shoelace. You're a hip-hop fan, just trying to maintain. Attacking with my jungle tactics. I'm looking at you with my face on backwards, cause I don't follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end, yeah.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark, I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark, I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
shadows. I've come to make a name, ready for battle. Cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on 500,000 mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, dang we. And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
Mini nuke. Ooh, I'm good on that.
Holy shit, door. It's so close range.
Where do you go?
Oh my god, bro.
No, he rushed out. I didn't rush it. Literally next to spawn.
That door, actually. Oh my god. Oh, bitch.
What the?
Knife them. Should've knifed them, bro.
That's what a real teammate would do. Oh my god, what is this? Down the vent. Down. No.
Oh my god. Oh, no kit. Feels bad.
I have it.
Oh, nice.
This one, this one. What? Out
nice.
Mama.
This is uncomfortable.
Nice, nice.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Follow me.
Oh my god.
He's ramped. I said, follow me, fell. He's ramped, he's ramped. It's Crowley's fight your ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, told you. Whoa, he's out of there. Oh.
Really? I could kill you so easy.
You could have easily killed him when he was running.
Yeah, but you weren't at the same time. Oh, top of reds.
Nice. God, he's shooting my body. Toxic. To the rush god.
Oh my god.
He's gonna push ramp probably. He's been ramp most rounds.
How do you get that ladder?
Oh.
No,
oh my god.
No, he's 1 HP. Oh my lord.
Where's secret entrance?
Oh my god.
I couldn't find secret, someone. I couldn't find secret, dude. Oh, push ramp, that scared the shit out of me. I don't know what that guy is, but yeah. Justin push ring it. He already crossed that angle. Oh,
oh my.
Nice, Justin.
Marco, instantly, when you can't move your shit in this.
My god. It's gonna be
hard to noobs.
Well, one of them is gonna be pretty easy when you see him. You just say that. One of them is fucking stupid, man. He's not even trying.
We're laughing at
Pavel doing some stupid shit.
Yeah, of course, it's Pavel.
It's not shit, it's smart.
What the fuck?
No, there is no way I can find it.
What he started being was absolutely stupid, man.
It's fucking stupid if I do it.
They're laughing.
This is so
It's
stupid.
close, man.
So close, but yet so far.
Just in front of you is sick, man. What the hell?
going on here? Oh my god, this knife, Marco.
Oh, I really also tried to get myself.
You were on the wall or what?
Yeah, what's the Via Roma sign? That's
fuck.
Pavel is next level, I swear.
I'm quiet because this is boring.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
Yeah. I just got stuck to you. I couldn't see you. Oi. It's my tactic. Get stuck on everything.
Just been here, you should know how it looks.
I don't understand, like I can't see anything here.
You killed all three without seeing us, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, just the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flow again, hold back the lemon. You know who sit on the throne and who at the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks Wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Girl, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition. We can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top. We're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Got the bomb down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywoo, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto
hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet, and he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before, and it doesn't stop him again. ZywOo!
I mean, the biggest opponents, I mean, the most dangerous opponents, enemies, is the Navi for sure. Is for 100% because they're the best team in the world. So, yeah, but in my opinion, FaZe doing really good right now. They added Robs, who is really superstar, I would say. He's really great player, to be honest. And I'm gonna say Vitality, but you know, I don't know what to expect from them right now. But I'm gonna say Vitality. And to be honest, every team, I mean, every team from top 10 is are really dangerous for us. It's because we don't know what to expect from them, what they did prepare.
We're going to jump into this, making space. Now, you two have obviously recently joined Vitality, so we know you bring a wealth of experience to this team, but also individually, you bring in a lot of extra firepower, right? It's a hard thing to balance out, but I think most people would agree that you two are upgrades over the other two. You have that factor where you come in now with the in-game leading experience from the Astralis days. Do you come in now as like the second in charge and help out Apex with that type of stuff?
Yeah, that's definitely my job, is to help out Apex as well. Obviously also coming up with calls, but also a bit more mid-round, so he can focus a bit more on himself as well. It takes some energy and it can be difficult, but I also love it. I also love being one of the guys who takes responsibility of you know, making calls and making sure that we get in good positions and stuff like that. So,
all right, so for you two on debut, we saw you play a bit of Inferno, right? And there's one example where the two of you were playing the A-bomb side together. You've obviously played the A-bomb side together before. Was this a situation when you come to this team that it was, we're going to plug and play you where you had played before, or was it what fits with Vitality because Apex and Masuda got to stay B, ZywOo got to stay Arch? Like, how did it just work out like it was a perfect fit?
Before we actually, you know, we just looked a little bit on the position and who's going to be holding where, and on CT and on T. And I think on CT, we changed maybe one player's position on all maps, and everyone else played the same positions that they were used to.
Okay.
I think it was just two on CT.
Masuda's gone to long, and you two are holding B.
I think that's almost the only position anyone have changed from.
Everyone could play the position that they wanted. We only had a couple of positions where we had to find a solution. It's all about finding a good combination of what worked for us in Astralis, what do we want to add, and then the guys from Vitality, they go like, oh, we used to do this and this, and then we maybe add this to our own playbook. Eventually there will probably be an issue with someone that thinks like, I'm having issues holding this bomb site, or I'm not feeling it, whatever. Sometimes it's also about shaking things up because it gets a little bit too familiar and you will get into like bad habits and you get too predictable in some way.
Yeah, you could definitely see that in the game, right? The two of you were like perfect synergy, of course, of what you would expect, and then the other three were doing what they do best. So the T side, though, there's obviously going to be a couple of changes, right? Because that's one of the things here where you look at Apex, and then you have ZywOo, and then you have Masuda. All three, you can make a good argument for they should be in the pack, or they should be taking like early control, but then the same for the two of you. Was that with the T side where it was a bit more up to Apex and Zonic of how they wanted to run the team?
Most of the time it's mostly being me and Kevin on the lurk sides, and then Dan, Matu and Peter in the pack, and just taking the map control and going for that. And I think it also comes down to a little bit sometimes who feels comfortable going where.
So Nuke is one of the very few maps where things aren't exactly the same for you. You said you're playing Door now.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of a new position like that, how do you go about preparing for that? Do you watch what the old guys in Vitality were doing? Do you go watch some of the best players in that position? Like, how does that work?
It's really a great mix, but mainly I've been trying to figure it out myself. Like, obviously, I've gotten my inspiration from some of the great players. Obviously, Sipex from Astralis, but also Rups from FaZe. You know, I think
shoulder peaks everything, man. It's like, just shoulder peeking everything.
I think it's kind of hard to like just copy one player one-to-one because we're all different. Playing Door Nuke is really about finding a really good balance to it, because you can be a nuisance for so many teams if you lurk outdoor and you do out, like you can sneak into vents and you can peek from hot and everything. And it's definitely a more complex role than I'm used to. Usually it was just like holding down W and clicking hits. Now it's more about also having a lot of awareness of what's happening and what can I do and when should I lurk or should I not lurk and should I hold back. There's so many things. So it's definitely a learning process that takes a long time.
But do they let you do the vent drops at least?
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah, try to?
Sometimes it's about finding the vents and not running out to main, but it happens, you know. But I mean, like it's all about practice, you know.
Ladies, gentlemen, everybody watching from around the world, it's time for a heavyweight clash of epic proportions. We've got Vitality versus Gambit, the number 3 and 2 teams in the world, respectively. But, would you believe me if I told you this is a lower bracket semi-final? One of these teams is going home when it's all said and done. We can see them arriving, the players ready and raring to go, just as we are on the desk also. My name is Parla. I will continue to host this desk for the final best of 3 of the day on this stream. And I'm still joined by Alan, but now we've got the wonderful YMK joining us. Yanko, are you excited for this matchup?
I am. I'm pumped. I think, low-key, this is going to be a super exciting matchup. I think it's going to be really close. One of the reasons for that is that Vitality actually had Gambit's number throughout 2021, pretty much. They only lost to them once. That was the last tournament of the year. Their lineup was already, you know, falling apart and whatnot. And I think that's why when you look at someone like Apex, he was never scared, afraid of Gambit when Gambit was at their peak, as you can see here, a couple of 2-0s, a 2-1 as well. They just seem to have kind of broken down Gambit and how to approach those matchups.
Yeah, and throw in that this is now for elimination and 2 teams coming into the tournament, where I bet a lot of people would have said almost locks to be in the Spodek, and now one of them is definitely going home. Both had shaky kind of series throughout this tournament so far, and I can't wait to get into this matchup.
Let's talk about Zonic, Vitality's coach. Now, he's actually been away until today. Do you think that could be a factor in this matchup, having that strong figure of Zonic back?
Of course, it's going to help having him around the players, you know, going into the game, having those team huddles, saying calm down, relax, let's have the comms good going into this one. But I feel like it won't make an enormous amount of difference. He can still, you know, do things online and still be a part of the team. So
wait a second, Alan. Let the former coach of FaZe answer that from a coach's perspective.
Let's put it this way. I think they maybe don't lose that game, or at least we see a third map yesterday against Heroic if Zonic is there. Like, they lost a lot of those close situations. Listen, they don't need Zonic to tell them how to play against aggressive banana control, right? They need them when they lose some of those close rounds to kind of take a timeout, calm everyone down, manage the personalities, manage the emotions on that team a little bit, and kind of help them get through that rough patch. So I think it's going to be a tremendous help. And yeah, these teams in the lower bracket from different reasons. I mean, Vitality lost that close game to Heroic, but Gambit, you know, fumbled against NIP in that opener, the biggest upset we had in the tournament so far. Probably, and now they're in a situation where they have to play a very good team and win one more best of 3 just to make it into the Spodek.
Guys, in the interview that we had with Hobbit playing before we went live, he said that they don't know what to expect from Vitality. Do you think that could play in Vitality's favor?
I think it definitely, you know, there are still some question marks for Vitality, but they've also played a ton of maps. But at this point, I think definitely, you know, Gambit knows what to expect in the map veto. They're probably going to have to play Inferno against Vitality. So maybe a little bit in terms of there's not a lot of maps there, the quantity of the maps that they've played. But I think in general, they can see already what the roles are, how Vitality is trying to play.
It feels like, though, when you look at the teams, you look at Gambit and you say, being such a tenured roster now, they should have less holes in their game. They should be more experienced. And we should be looking at Vitality and saying, yes, they're bringing new stuff, but surely with the age of this lineup, they're going to have some problems. They must be making mistakes that they haven't able to kind of get on top of now. So it just feels like, to me, in this matchup, even if Vitality at the moment look a little bit better, surely Gambit's experience is going to be a factor here.
Before I let you guys continue, we have an interview ready with Zonic.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Zonic for a short interview. Zonic, we have seen you on this tournament multiple times, but this is your first LAN with Vitality. Right now, your boys are in the lower bracket, but how are you planning to bring them back on track?
Obviously, we have been preparing against Gambit today. I think me being absent and coming back here hopefully can trigger the boys to perform even better. I've been watching the games from home, seen some of the mistakes that we've been talking about today, and yeah, hopefully we have fixed them.
Okay, hopefully you fix it, and good luck.
Thank you.
Short and sweet, thank you, Heku and Zonic. Zonic saying there that that he has already identified the mistakes they've made. Do you think he can correct them?
Yeah, I think it's the smallest of margins really in a game like Heroic yesterday, right? Double OT and whatnot. And some of their games have been really close. I think, though, when you look at Gambit, and yes, they're one of the few teams that didn't make any changes, them, Navi, Heroic. But you and me were on the B stream yesterday, and we heard from Nafani, like they've been dealing with some issues, different players being sick at different times, couldn't really prepare as much as they're used to for this tournament. But if they have one thing going for them is that Shiro stepped it up yesterday, finally in that game against Copenhagen Flames.
Alan, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure really how to feel about that sort of aspect coming into this matchup. I do feel like, though, coming into this sort of game, I think preparation is going to be so important from the Vitality perspective because you've got so much data on Gambit. We've seen them play so many times, and I do think certain players on that team, like Nafany, do have quite strong tells if you really know how to look for them. So I feel like in this game, I know they haven't had long to prepare, but hopefully they have put in that effort, and it's going to show on the server.
Let's take a closer look at Shiro versus Zywoo. Two players that we need to see perform on the server. And interestingly enough, one of the best players in the world, Zywoo, here at IEM Katowice, he's not really been firing off on all cylinders so far.
Yeah, even historically, it hasn't really been his tournament here, and he's not even the highest rated player on Vitality for this tournament. It's actually Dupree who's been playing lights out, and you know, that's definitely a good sign for Gambit. If Zywoo continues that kind of shaky form, up and down, that's obviously a great sign for them and potentially a way into the series.
Yeah, and on the Shiro side of things, he started off this year with, of course, the Fun Spark tournament. Looked brilliant there, and over 2021, uber consistent player. Every single event he got his numbers, and here so far in Katowice, I know that last series wasn't brilliant for him, but aside from that, he has looked great. So going into this matchup, I can't wait to see this AWP head-to-head.
What do you guys rate the synergy of this relatively new, dynamic Vitality roster so far?
I think it's pretty good. Like, you know, that comes from the experience of all the players, like the work they put in, you know, the kind of boot camp that they had, even the part without the PCs, right? That's where you kind of build the culture. I think both organizations actually are really good at supporting their players in that way and understanding how to build a winning team, a winning culture, which is really important, right? I mean, the knowledge is there for the Counter-Strike itself, but, you know, kind of battling those emotions and being able to stay level-headed in some very, you know, stressful situations is a way how you can come out on top against some of your opponents.
Yeah, I feel like when we saw this roster coming together, there was a little bit of concern, maybe a bit of a culture clash, maybe some language problems, but we saw in the Blast groups, they look really great, and for me, that kind of dispelled any concerns that this was going to be a big problem. So for me, I don't think this kind of matchup is a big problem. I'm looking more at the team itself and how they're playing.
Okay, and talking about teams themselves, what do you think about Gambit's synergy as a roster, and especially highlighting a player that we've seen is so important in that role is Nafany, the loud one, the guy that gets behind the team?
Yeah, for me, Nafany is amazing when he's playing well and when he's calling around himself. He loves to put himself in positions where he can take control of the game. A highlight for me, definitely T-side Vertigo. When he's playing on A, he's so good at taking that space and making the calls around himself. So for me, Nafany is kind of a good barometer for Gambit. If Nafany's playing well, I think they really perform.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, he's their lowest rated player so far this tournament and definitely leads by example, definitely the point man on some maps, Vertigo, Mirage as well, talking about mid control, right? So that's going to be important in case we see that map, which I think there's a very high chance if you consider that the Astralis player, you know, Dupree and Magus haven't really played a ton of Mirage in the last couple of years with Astralis, so that's definitely an option in the map V2.
Now, Yanko, a player that you mentioned that's been performing very well so far is Dupree. We're going to get his stats and highlights up on screen. Talk to me about what's impressed you from dupreeh.
I mean, he's just been fragging hard, really. Like just the headshots and the fragging output that he's displayed. I said, like, for me, I have only 2 question marks about this Vitality lineup. It's the communication, right? Will they be in, high stressful situation, high pressure, fast communication? Will it be good enough for them? And the second thing is, who's going to come out and be the star rifler of this team? Who's going to be the electronic for ZywOo, right? Like, electronic is too simple in Navi, and a lot of people say Misuta, he's the 2nd lowest rated player, like, or no, he is the lowest rated player for Vitality in this tournament so far. I don't have too much faith in him. Like, I was thinking maybe Magisk, but it looks like dupreeh with maybe a couple of position changes where he can have a little bit more impact. Seems like he might be that guy who will, step into the spotlight and kind of help ZywOo out.
Alan, do you agree? Do you think dupreeh is going to be the star rifler of this new Vitality lineup?
I think he already is, and I think when we looked at the old Vitality lineup, the fully French team, we were looking at that lineup and saying, ZywOo is so far ahead of all of his teammates in terms of the stats, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the impact. And when they made this move, we looked at it and said, finally a player of dupreeh's caliber has come into this. I know he didn't have the best 2021, but for me, he's looked brilliant so far, and especially in that first series. I know they lost against Heroic, but for me, dupreeh did almost everything he could to get that series over the line.
We have a small bit of time before our vetoes are ready, so I just want to ask you both, generally, how surprised are you to see these 2 teams in this lower bracket?
A little bit, things happen in a tournament like this. There's a lot of good teams. That was a close game for Vitality. The Gambit NIP one was a big upset, but I think for me, for this match, one of the things to look out for is Vitality is one of the worst teams in this tournament in winning 4v5s, especially on their T side. Like, they have around 15% win percentage when they're 4v5 as T. So against Gambit, we'll see how much that will matter. They're not one of those more aggressive teams, the CT, right? Shiro is more about mobility and kind of playing the percentages and whatnot. But if they can kind of incorporate that into their game, if they can find some of those picks, Gambit on their CT side, that might be one of the keys to victory for them.
Alan?
Yeah, I feel like the Gambit series against NIP was reasonably concerning with how they were playing, especially that 3rd map when it was really only Hobbit showing up over on Overpass, and rest of the players, and even Shiro himself, Nafany as well, not really performing on the server. So I feel like Vitality, they had a tougher road. That Heroic series for me was still a reasonably good showing overall, but for Gambit, I still have more questions about how they're playing at the moment.
All right, well, the maps have been decided. We are ready to get into it.
Right.
Thank you, Alan and Janko. Let's head on over to our amazing casting duo. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Screw the amazing casters. I'm here for the amazing game. We've got Vitality and Gambit. We've got elimination on the line. It is not where either of these rosters wanted to be at this point in the tournament. The 1x bets just tell you how close this can be. Folks, buckle in, because this one could be something special. Vitality to the CT side of Mirage to kick it off, and Shiro, he will be showing that little bit of contact towards the A site. What a game he had just yesterday versus Copenhagen Flames. His Vertigo performance was popping off, and Hobbit is hopping off down into the B bomb site with Masuda now tested, but a clean headshot as he turns to Axile slows this somewhat. Bomb on the ground. We've got a lurk about to come through apartments. That's going to get caught by Nafany. Beauty of a play there. Patience is key. Apex and dupreeh within that marketplace, waiting for Magisk to come join them. Good call out in terms of frag grenades. I mean, you take that. dupreeh's going to go pushing forward. Apex with him. Looks like Vitality want to go on the offensive, and that's why. Clean headshot with the P2K. Apex now, he's going to get a chance at Nafany, waiting for his teammates to also come at this, and it's Magisk to turn Inters into the clutch. 1 versus 3, he is done. Apex with 3 kills this pistol, Vitality open first.
Damn, okay, so nice start from Vitality, and that's a spot in the B site where they could have planted the bomb, but they decided they're going to wait for Vitality to make a mistake, and Vitality didn't overthink it. They said, let's go ahead and get this retake over with before they can even plant. So that's going to mess up the money for Gambit a little bit. Nice start for Vitality. A lot of questions for Vitality as a whole. And for Gambit, the last we saw of them yesterday, they did amazing on Vertigo versus Copenhagen Flames. The rest of the series was still questionable. They had a few blips. And at this event, they had a series where they lost to time 7 rounds in 2 maps.
Ouch. Which
just shows there was a bit of a calling problem, a cohesion problem. They weren't themselves, but they might be back. And for all those reasons, this series is going to be insane. So we've got Inferno after this and Overpass as a decider if we get there. With Gambit, of course, picking Mirage in this position, which is going to be wonderful. Now, conversation that extended to Device when he joined NIP, and now to Vitality with dupreeh and Magisk, is how much time have they put into Mirage?
Right.
So that is something where you can see them be uncomfortable in spots, and right now, Vitality are leaning heavily into the tournament that dupreeh has been having.
Crazy that just yesterday I opened up stream, I see ZywOo with 9 kills while dupreeh has 30. 24 hours earlier, dupreeh says, you know, it's hard to keep up with this guy. The fact that his goal is to keep up with the likes of ZywOo, I think really is the testament that, as Yanko is alluding to, this question of like who stands next to the likes of ZywOo, who's the right-hand man? If it's supposed to be Masuda, that's one thing. He's not performing right now. dupreeh is exceeding those expectations.
Yeah, I think Masuda has always kind of been overrated on the old lineup by a lot of people who looked at it because everyone was looking for the second star, and Vitality did have so much success. You thought, well, who's the second best player? The entire time it was really Apex. I mean, he actually was a big player in their biggest games, and no one really thought, oh, it's going to be the IGL, but honestly, Apex was that guy. Masuda had some standout games, but overall was very inconsistent, and Apex was a lot closer to a top 20 placing than Masuda in 2021.
Okay, that's fair. Well, dupreeh will be looking to climb those ranks this year. See if he can be inspired by the ZywOo. This round opened up with ZywOo pushing with his teammate into the apartments, and they're just going to sit within that. So easy palace control for ZywOo here. He may not even be a part of this round, depending on whether Gambit can get success towards the B site, which they currently lean towards. Shiro's passive, hoping someone comes towards top mid, but looks like Vitality not leaning on aggression too heavy out of the gate. They got palace, that was enough.
Wow, an interesting exchange of utility. The slow crawl here from Gambit as they work towards an A split. Their plans will not be clear to Vitality, who are being quite stingy with their grenades, which is a good sign. Calling out this slow crawl. That might leave Gambit a little bit nervous because they've taken just the right amount of map control, conserved just the right amount of grenades. Like, we're crossing 35 seconds, 2 smokes still up, an incendiary on Masuda, and even 4 HEs. That will matter. 8 hits coming on, they lean this way, Masuda opens up.
Nice clean FAMAS frag. There's the push out from the ramp. Gonna start dropping the utility that's here. Magisk goes adventurously towards the top of the staircase. He's got support still towards Connector. That's his second kill, but Inters will clear Apex off this bomb site. ZywOo's activated, and that element of surprise worth its weight in gold. Shiro to the clutch 1v3, and there's just no time for this one. So the decision out of the gate to push ZywOo into Palace comes back to be the difference maker, because there was still the opening from ramp. There was still a kill to be had in Connector. It is ZywOo to close it, and a third for Vitality straight out the gate.
Yeah, it's harder than it looks to not throw your grenades early versus Gambit. That's what's the most difficult part, really, of the round for a lot of teams, but Vitality did an excellent job of doing that, and they were quite patient, quite calm, and of course, that opening kill helps out a lot, so shout out to Masuda for that one. And also, there is this strange but irrational fear that Gambit are holding every single position. That's another thing they're very good at doing. So you never want to push for map control because it feels like their default goes on for rounds on end. But there is always space. There are only 5 Ts, and eventually they do have to make a decision. And that's where Vitality called them out, took that Palace space. We're totally ready for A. So everything couldn't have gone better. Honestly, on paper, even if their results haven't been immaculate, I've felt like Vitality's CT sides have been extraordinary in terms of the variety in their setups, the smokes that they're using. They're doing some interesting stuff. We'll talk about more of that on Inferno.
Yeah, we'll see once Hobbit. Ooh, once Hobbit delivers. 1 Deagle kill and a second. Oh my God, no trade there from ZywOo?
That was a crazy, you got a little lucky on that 3rd bullet, right in the head though.
Yeah, I felt like that one just kind of found its mark, you know? And Hobbit gets away with the M4. Apex is gonna chase this slightly, but Hobbit's making moves here. He's up top. There's Apex to at least bring it back. Now the M4 can be picked up, but look how completely alone Apex is. He's already got 2 players within Con, one of which is that op in Shiro.
Wow, he's got all the way off the CT. They're gonna be focused in on A ramp because that would be a perfectly fine spot to play in. And Axile actually comes back to it.
Clears it.
So maybe this is a round here for Gambit. So much pressure on Apex. He said, don't help me, I've got this.
Taking a lot of this pressure on his own shoulders. Still 0 movement from the 2 other B players. And Gambit getting dangerously close. They've cleared out jungle, they've cleared out ramp, and eventually they're gonna make this contact versus Apex. Don't forget, Axile has picked up that M4, and because of the incendiary on the ground, now suddenly Apex's position gets screwed over. That's such a nice thought. And as Shiro misses a shot towards Cat, it's still going to spell disaster for Vitality. A double deagle play from Hobbit on the ramp. Now, once we get that replay, dude, I gotta see the shot because I'm shocked still that ZywOo didn't get that quick trade.
He was almost pulling down a little bit, and then the bullet went up. He was spamming. It's gonna happen sometimes. He was close enough, you know, it's legit. It's just...
Put a little twist on it.
Yeah, maybe ZywOo takes a little bit too long there, but it's a deagle headshot they don't have to think more about. Nice play from Axile as well. Very industrious. Pick up that incendiary.
Presence of mind.
Yeah, and he's also the one to get the kill with the M4 as well. So that's actually a spot where I believe Apex could have got rid of the gun, but there were so many Ts still left over. They could have been in Connector. They could have been late out Palace.
Check this
so
out.
he didn't feel like he could get away with that.
It lands. But you are dead on, right? Poor Apex, especially knowing that his teammates weren't coming, whether that was his call to just leave him on his own, like, hard to control everything.
That's well played. Apex literally hasn't upgraded his pistol here. P2K, nades, armor. Okay, he's got a gun on the ground.
On the ground, but check out the T side, dude. 3 A1Ss.
Yeah.
That's a quick bounce back.
Absolutely.
Could be a quick bounce back. We'll see if the response is faster from Vitality.
Uh-oh.
ZywOo fumbling nades, loses 60 HP basically.
That's expensive.
And we get Gambit right back to this B lane.
I'm very excited for this game. I think this is, we've watched some games so far where it's been disappointing.
Yeah.
And this one doesn't feel like it's going to be one of those games. Both teams got some reps in here in the Kato group stage. Shaking the rust off, the nervousness. Got comfy in a LAN environment. Late crunch on mid. Eyes on ZywOo. He can't do... And they're walking up on Cat as well. The smoke will help him out because now he can focus up on just this higher angle. Oh, chance for him to die there. Doesn't realize how far they've gotten. And
right there.
He can even get peek from Cat. Yeah, okay, he has to flick upwards. They don't think he's still there.
Shiro wins the fight onto the deep A player. That's Magisk removed. Nafni, frontline runner. Masuda under pressure, but at least killing the Apartments player could have helped. Masuda, multi-kill potential. Yes, sir. 3 A's in the name, 3K on the backside, and a bit more damage done to him, but he's calling for Dupree to come help, and sure enough, there's another answer. 4 frags from Masuda.
Damn, the quadruple A battery.
Crucial round.
Yeah. That's nasty. Well done. Hey, things were really falling apart there. Gambit worked so hard, got up to the A site. I think they dropped they missed their top con smoke. It landed above Connector, and they crossed by ZywOo, and I think he saw an opportunity, but was aiming low, thought they might phase the smoke into Connector, come up into the A site. A wonderful hold. You know, a super standard but incredibly strong smoke. It can't be denied. If someone's sitting back there, they have the ability to jump up on Van. They can isolate a lot of the fights to the right side and not have to worry about the left at all and leave it to Masuda. And I think despite all his inconsistency, the reason that he garners so much attention is, and you said this before, sometimes he just gets 3 Ks, you know, where most people couldn't.
Yep. He is one of those, and you know what, this is one of the things that I think Dupree also brings to the table. These are 2 pocket players that go really hard with the multi-frags. And obviously, sometimes those players are far and few between.
Yeah, and we also have created a space for Masuda where, window smoke is missed. They created a couple of smokes missed for Gambit.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds.
Sometimes it's on purpose. These two don't feel like it, but... Oh, wow. Apex asked for the flash to try to punish in this position. But Shiro's not blind enough. You know, that top... The palm tree flash, it's just not that strong.
It's janky.
It's something to displace you a little bit, but it doesn't last forever. It's very after image flash.
This opens a huge gap in the defense now. Gambit no longer punished for missing that smoke. If anything, they get a kill off of the back of it. They can go through the murder hole. Jungle is there for the split.
They're getting ready to push Palace, I think, off this pressure so they can hold this shot in the leg.
And dupreeh cleans up Hobbit. So Axile is going to be limping into this one. Magisk doubles in from the staircase. He'll take down Axile, leaving ZywOo to stay full focused over towards ramp.
A bad decision. Nafany does have a gap here. I mean, they don't know about 3, but they heard ZywOo. Magisk got a kill, and maybe they do know that this is open. They have to worry about the CT op, but they'll swing back around.
Okay.
And as Yanko brought up, lowest rated player on Gambit right now, and Nafany does make the difference on T-side, Mirage in particular. They'll start to run up. Masuda knows he's alone once again.
Smoke grenade to screw over Nafany.
That's a big one.
That'll deal with the thorn in their side as the rotate will come through. Masuda, 20 seconds to just hang on to this bomb site. Inters is going to have to jump down to get him. Nafany.
They just disrespects the smoke.
Oh, that's so sick. The timing to get away from the player in the jungle and find that kill. Plus Inters clears corner. Another headshot. Nafany with utter excellence.
Damn, dude. That was the only way that, you know, he could actually make something happen in that round. And even though they threw that smoke, they didn't know for sure that he was there. And that was the key for Nafany. He basically called a bluff and said, you can throw this down and expect me to respect it, but you don't actually have confirmation I've been sitting in jungle. So you might assume that I'll wait the full 15 seconds, but does what he needs to do with the amount of time left on the clock. And with Masuda alone in the B site, there's a chance that 3 Gambit players are walking out halls and he needs a rotation.
Yep.
And that rotation has to focus on the site itself. And they do such a good job of not simply jumping out of the window. They clear out every angle very carefully.
Yes.
And that's when Masuda's palms start to sweat a little bit. Okay, they're starting to ISO all these angles. My time is limited. A beautiful lurk. And people wonder how these IGLs can constantly find timings through window. You have to think on your feet. You have to be able to find a timing no one's thinking of. And that's a situation that exemplifies it the best. No more money here for Vitality.
Well earned, Hobbit. He rubs his hands together in delight. I would have loved to have seen that from the perspective of the Vitality player who came through jungle after Nafany had just gotten through the smoke. You know, like what was the timing there? How tight? Nafany slipping straight through. Now we'll have to see if Vitality can upset with the MP9, M4, and trio of Deegs. dupreeh playing default. It's Magisk to support him from jungle. Hoping for maybe some kind of a connector / middle play by the looks of it. Vitality, we'll see what is destined for them, but feels like Masuda's going to be left on his own this time. Boosting 2 players to get around Catwalk. Now that could still, of course, serve as an issue if Gambit decide to attempt this connector split through A. Also opens up Apex to double back and try to support dupreeh. That one footstep, dupreeh, killer instinct to the top of the ladder. A big fight versus Hobbit, but he's drawn right into the fire. And with that, the A site falls immediately. It's all about the mid play and whether these pistols can pick anything up, but by the looks of things, it's an easy 3rd victory for Gambit.
I think we've got a good Vitality, but this is the real Gambit right now, for sure. You know, this is exactly what we expect from them. So really well handled. They put dupreeh in such an uncomfortable position just by existing. Throwing that Molotov down, not peeking, understanding he has to come up the ladder. Of course, he can play under Balk with no utility on a round like this, where if he had full grenades, he probably wouldn't. But they have to take some kind of risk, and Gambit suss that out. It's just a matter of time in their eyes. 5 players alive. And Vitality even have to save with just this Deagle. So we've already got quite a real match early into the first half. This game is going to be an absolute movie if it keeps continuing at this pace.
Axile not letting anybody get away. Axile currently slower start compared to what we've seen from him at times in this event. The highest rated player for Gambit.
Don't worry, Overpass is coming.
It's coming, yeah. And when it does,
so is Axile.
Suddenly Vitality should have their hands full, but it is a 1.28 rating for Axile coming into this one. 6 maps in. Closest player on the server after that would be dupreeh. outperforming the ZywOo. For now. But also given a chance to do it here in round number 8. This is Gambit tying things up by the looks of things. Unless Dupree's Scout, Magisk's MP9. The few tools that they will be able to lean on with this one.
This is around 2 days ago that you might think Gambit, if you give them space, they'll run out of time, and the round will end because of it. But so far today, they've been moving at the right speed. They're about to turn the corner on Cat. Dupree's gonna have 2 enemies in front of him.
Ooh, 2 kills.
Oh my God.
3 kills.
Masuda.
Another tag. Gambit. They just walked into a 2-player bomb site.
Flanked by a P2K and scared.
No way. Apex gets cleared off of the back end. Magisk comes through with the MP9 kill and through the wall, Dupree.
Okay.
Vitality say, do to us what we can do to you. And they turn that one upside down. That's what you're talking about. You said this was a movie, Launders.
Yeah.
That right there, that's Michael Bay, baby.
Yeah, that was explosive. Wow, nice calmness from Dupree.
Ooh, that's a stunner.
The pace is really good from Gambit. They get into the spot they want to. Cat splits a classic anti-eco strat. They find the 2 players they need, but both those players, they do the most with the least. A Scout and a Deagle for 4 kills.
Whoa. There is going to be an awesome battle between the minds of these 2 teams.
Definitely.
Right? Nafany slipping through the murder hole. That was his shining moment. This overstack to the B site with Dupree. Mwah, nice stuff. Highly rated coaches in this game as well, so you know that preparation is going to be a key piece, and we cannot underemphasize, or rather overemphasize, the fact that this is elimination. And even the winner is not, you know, I don't know. It's not the trail that either one of them wanted to take to the Spodek. Let's see what comes off at the back of this one. ZywOo feeling invigorated, maybe. Very slow start for ZywOo. 1 and 7 as Nafany taps him down on the catwalk.
This guy was reading a book there for a second, looking at top mid, had no idea that Nafany jumped through the smoke. They did a late flash for him, so ZywOo turned. So it was kind of by design. And now they'll continue to apply pressure. Nice pace, coming out fast to the A ramp. With the Opera down, the anxiety's gone. They know they can scale.
Apex is going to be met by Nafany within this smoke. That's just a barrel to the side of the head. And all of the marbles Vitality took off the back of the last round, lost with this one. Gambit sharp as hell. All it took, taking down the Opper, and you saw the confidence boil over.
I mean, when you know the ops down, like 2 ops, maybe. On B, or 1 more on A, very unlikely. So they said, hey, we love to walk out A ramp, let's do this even faster now. And again, Nafany tip of the spear. A reason that it all comes together. And someone that needs to be highlighted and criticized accordingly, because he is a risk taker in the game, but not someone whose stats, you know, suffer drastically because of it. He can really take over maps alongside his stars.
ZywOo had such confidence standing in the open there.
Yeah, he turned from the flash from top mid and looked back, and that's the moment that Nafany jumped through. So it was a really good tactic from Gambit.
That's 2 highlight moments from Nafany where he's able to just cheese through smoke.
Like 2 rounds, yeah.
Yeah. Round-winning plays, no doubt. I mean, in fact, it was ZywOo who was standing in market that also got 1-tapped by Nafany then, so... He is the cure to ZywOo for the moment. But of course, with players surviving, I mean, this is such a momentum shifting back and forth, but nobody's really ran away with the economy game just yet. This game still kept on an edge as we are in round number 10.
Specific focus of the game plan from Vitality was leaning into Palace when they felt like the rounds would take too long. In this situation, they haven't been overly aggressive about space. They've got a double A ramp set up. Of course, it's very powerful. If a connector play comes in, they can take cover inside of the A ramp if someone comes towards the A ramp, they have a really great way to trade. It's kind of difficult to flash in there, and almost certainly they know they'll run into an anti-flash position. Versus this Palace play, they open up a nice angle. Let's see if it works for Magisk.
He's got to deliver here now. Keep Gambit at bay. First one's good. Can't manage to spray into Inters as he takes a wider swing, but ZywOo
he goes up the ladder.
No scope to the forehead of Inters. Hobbit swings out from ramp because ZywOo was drawn forward. And Hobbit sensed that moment, but that's a big pickup from dupreeh.
The patience.
It pays off.
2-on-2.
Drastically, but dupreeh running forward, not going to expect Hobbit to have tucked into the corner. Hobbit sharp as ever.
Wow.
3 kills on the delivery at this A site to tie at 5.
Man, that's weird. The only thing is the decisions there. I feel like Magisk, you can see him getting 2 kills, but it really felt like after the first one, you know, ZywOo is relying on him to stay alive a little bit if they're not going to push forward into the A ramp. And instead what happened is this guy has to do parkour to get up the ladder and no-scope someone in Palace. That's not how that reaction is supposed to play out. They just managed to get 2 kills, and I felt like if Magisk disengaged after his first one, ZywOo can play it kind of however he wants, but instead is forced to make a weird decision, and then makes the most of it, but I'm not surprised Gambit win from that point on.
Sure.
Vitality now, no money.
Yeah, Hobbit really had the red carpet rolled out for him there with nobody watching ramp.
Yeah. Just a series of strong positional moves. The map is a chessboard to Gambit. And they are Kasparov.
So now here's the runway for Gambit. This is a chance to run away with a little bit of a lead on this T side. And I feel as though they sense it. We're getting this early pressure towards the B site, something we haven't necessarily seen. And unlike the last time when dupreeh's over here with his scout, Masuda's Deagle, it is free for the taking. Leaning the wrong way in round 11. Just a matter of maximizing the money off the back of it, really. And so far, so good for Hobbit, but dupreeh still finds answers. No matter what he has in his hands, he's putting bullets in their heads. That could be a weapon grabbed as well. Yes, ZywOo finds his paws on it and crawls back through the hole to escape with it. P250, there's a tip.
Nothing feels better than an open sight.
Right?
Gambit seeming to pick all the right rounds to release the tension.
I mean, we expected nothing less. This was supposed to be that masterclass. I think comparing this to a game of chess is what we'd hope. You've got big brains in IGLs. You've got great support in both these coaches. I say winner takes Groove's suit.
Winner takes the suit? Yeah, maybe that's why they're playing so well. They're trying to protect it.
Take the jacket off his back.
Also, it's only his only one or his favorite one.
And, you know, since Zonic's not wearing one, then Groove would get rights to Zonic's book.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
There we go. Can make it an NFT.
The buyback up from Vitality. AK kept for ZywOo. So no ops here for the defense. No massive outliers in terms of individual numbers, but of course notable moments. Nafany winning 2 rounds, killing ZywOo twice while he's looking the wrong direction, and Shiro just snipes Magisk down as he attempts to peek over top of the fire on ramp. ZywOo feeling a little flustered there, allows for the cross to top mid, and dupreeh was kind of bunched up on him. It's a good way to get the utility out of Nafany at the very least. But Nafany's also got support from the flashbangs. If he wants to try and cross back with a kill, he eats that from the CT side, but there's no hyper-aggression from Vitality. They wait.
That sucks, because there's one guy in mid right now that can't even approach him. They tried to flush him out with that incendiary. Yanko also brought this up. Vitality have a terrible 4v5 win percentage right now, right around 15% at the event. And so far, Gambit have converted easily after getting the opening kill.
There's no reason to think that stops. Axile. Oh, he's been posted on this angle. Don't you look away again. Because the headshot's there for the taking. ZywOo also dead, dude. No trade. Axile just tears through what was that B site. Maybe Apex can deliver. He just looked away from Hobbit's head.
Bomb's gonna come
Right
towards
there.
him. There's
It's
a lineup.
You know, he's not able to snap it back, but Dupree, that's an execution to the back of Axile. And there is potential as he jumps beyond the op of Shiro.
He avoids it.
He's got a smoke grenade to work with, no kit on him, but still, Shiro posted up. And now Dupree walking in wounded. We've got tons of utility here for Gambit to still just lock in this post plant. And Dupree desperate to fall some kind of wallbang damage. He's forced back yet again. And the further he walks away, the further the chances slip through his fingertips. Shiro toying with him as he jumps around, and this A1S, too valuable to just throw away. Apex could have gone one better, but ultimately it's Axile getting both of those kills over towards the apartments.
That's what I'm talking about. It just feels like you want to take space back, but Gambit are very good at changing it up, and you never know how long they're going to be in a position. That's the other biggest thing. They basically make you regret every CT aggression that you pull off, even if you know mid is been taken over, or it feels like mid has been taken over. They make sure that you take your eyes off of a spot on the map, and then they hold the other one. And Vitality walk right into it. And Axile has pristine crosshair placement. I mean, there was really no chance for the first guy. The second one was just his duel to win as well. And with ZywOo playing like he is fallible. He does bleed. A god last year, but only a demigod at this event.
Showing signs of mortality. Magisk. A morbid experience on that ramp. A couple times he's been cut down early. Shiro waits, longing for the push into the palace, but it's now ZywOo on his own at the A site. Potential peak for the top mid here, but it's really got to be Dupree through and through. Apex loses his angle, and as he falls down beyond underpass, Hobbit drops him by 90. Still, Dupree sees nothing. And if he thought that Hobbit was going to give him another fight down underground, it's not there for the taking. If anything, Dupree's now removed further from the eventual hit onto this A site.
So he's going to take some time to clear out B apps so there, you know, Masuda can rotate out. But by that time, the A site hit will already ensue. And look who's just chilling in mid anyways.
The Hobbit walking around as he pleases. ZywOo tucked underneath the palace. Missed Deagle shots and a crisp entry from Gambit.
So good right now.
Minimal utility, good prediction on the positions, and Inters wastes no time to take over Staircase and gun down Dupree. That solo A1S. Shiro on point, sharp as ever. Finalizes the round for Gambit as they find an 8th on this T side, and they shoot for double digits in the very first half.
Yeah, and we're talking about 5 rounds where they had 3 or more players alive when they won. That's how clean it's been for Gambit so far. Vitality just trying to put together the remaining balances that they have to make buys happen, to give themselves a chance on the ecos. But Gambit have scored the most amount of free rounds that they need. They could lose everybody right now and still buy in the next. ZywOo, sharp angle here to the top of mid, and Shiro's looking for the connector pick. This could transpose into a run boost, though. I'm not sure they'll try it.
They hold for the peak and nothing yet punished.
Yeah, this is actually potential that Nafany gets up onto the bench.
Yep, again.
Wow.
3rd time.
They just don't believe it.
Dupree's at least here good enough to support and trade, but then Axile finds him jumping. The utility usage screws him over. Magisk not able to claim back another kill.
And Inters is literally so careful, he doesn't even engage with this duel.
Hobbit walks out through the apartments. That's going to be Masuda dead, head on a spear. The sheer amount of timings
it's crazy.
And opening kills blindsiding the Vitality defense is ridiculous.
This is so classic. Like, this is when they're playing their best. It was true that on Vertigo, they got back to form. This is right now the best that we've seen Gambit play at the event. Nut stuff.
Which gets me excited because right before this match, we saw the best that Navi's been.
Right, yes.
And with so many uncertain storylines, with just, you know,
still
the debuts from the different teams.
Still going to be a phase Vitality final, though.
Oh, okay.
So
you got the script early.
Yeah.
I haven't got that email yet.
And we're going to have a little B-Stream update.
And what's going on over there? FaZe Clan 13-9 over Fnatic Map 3.
Ooh, Map 3, yeah.
Well, that's like you said, the script, you know, FaZe in the finals.
FaZe obviously are going to make it through this game. Didn't mean to spoil that one.
Keep yourself in check, as Vitality will have to as well. Saving inside of Palace, a desperate attempt at a 6th CT round win will be coming at you guys next up. Right now, Gambit, they seem cerebral.
Yeah, the
like
calling
somebody
is
gave
switched
them
on.
the crystal ball, and they just pieced together every play, every timing, and on top of that, individually, just so sharp.
Just nasty. I mean, you see Gambit, almost all of their kills, they're not flash tactics where people swing out. It's somebody walking into a position, either someone having no idea that they're there, or them just clearing something and finding a free headshot, and it looks absolutely tilting to play against. It's beautiful to watch.
Hobbit's going to jump across.
Oh, they spot two lower. This will make you scared.
Let's see what Hobbit can deliver us here. He's got reinforcements coming from the underground.
He doesn't even have to engage. This just gives you a speed up on the A site, and they can come out of Palace now knowing mid control's been taken over. All the CTs have their eyes forward in mid. Magix will be the last defense and connector.
He turns attention fast enough. Nafany jumping down to the site will catch Magisk, or what was left of him. Dupree, though, kills Hobbit. So it is just this all-in that was Inters from behind.
The double swing.
He falls to 12 HP as Shiro will find Plant. Man advantage for a 10th terrorist round win. That's what Gambit are gunning for. Dupree destined to death. The frag finds its target, and Masuda the final victim, unless he can clutch in the 1v2. We saw good impact from that B site. And right now, he's got a smoke and a flash to work with. Nafany coming back from Ticket ends this. 10 rounds from Gambit's T side. They are omnipresent, and Vitality bleeding at the end of this first half.
It's good.
Don't see under, don't see under.
Early ramp.
One under, dead.
Nice.
It's a B
Walking
player,
in.
B player. Okay, hey.
The smoke connect jungle.
I'm only Palace.
I place
No,
this.
that's Palace, bro. Oh,
50 dead.
just play safe. Chill, bro. Don't die. One connect. Sandwich one, and ramp AVP. Just hide there.
I'm in connector.
That's ramp AVP.
Nice.
You're good, you're good.
Is he safe?
Ramp. Saving, guys. Just run, Pierre. You have weapons, ramp. Nice! Nice! Nice!
In my opinion, we have two star players in our team. I'm gonna say is Axile and Shiro for sure. Shiro is one of the best players in the world just because he's working hard. And he don't have so much experience. That's the main problem what he has. That's it. I mean, it's all about time. He gonna grow, he gonna step up for sure in the future, and he can be the best player in the world if he gonna grow and improve every day like he's doing nowadays. He's watching a lot of demos. He's trying to fix his communication stuff, aim, everything. He's trying to improve every aspect what he has. Yeah. That's the main thing why he's one of the best players in the world. And if we're gonna talk about Axile, he has huge talent, huge. And of course, we have a system, we have a structure and system how we need to improve ourselves. So everyone is doing it, and yeah, Axile showing the best performances. Yeah.
Off of the back of some martial elegance, it was Gambit Esports to take that 10-5 lead over top Vitality. They didn't shock us. They didn't blow anybody out of the water, but they simply did everything right at the right time, in the right way. They kept it clean and they minimized mistakes. Yes, we had that moment where dupreeh and Masuda get that pop off on the B site, but other than that, it has been Gambit from start to finish. And a quick one here from Vitality by the looks of things. Elimination on the line. Map 1 beyond the halfway point now. Axile, he loses his teammate on the back of the site as Magisk and dupreeh will open up. But Axile's still here. Maybe he buys time patiently. He awaits his teammate in Shiro, and look at that push. He jumps out from Market, gets 2 headshots. dupreeh, I believe, was on the reload, but dupreeh is also in with the clutch. As he shuts down the first one, goes for the repeat. Shiro tucks close, and Hobbit trying to get into position. Those coveted dual Berettas of his. An eventuality through the marketplace. dupreeh with a chance to exit, but by looking over towards window, he's lost his chance. Hobbit crossed over to the bench.
And now they can solidify. The defense have made their moves. dupreeh misses the timing window. Lots of time to get back into this, but will he read that Hobbit have moved into this powerful position on his close left?
Such a difficult thing to predict. Shiro's moving within the bomb site. Hobbit's actually just right behind bench now. Oh!
Gave him a chance.
A little one. The slightest of shivers sent down Vitality's spine as they thought maybe they could clutch this, but no sir. Gambit right back to the winning ways on the defensive half.
That's got to be because of Axel, right? I mean, he stayed alive at Get Right that whole time. Site almost got overrun, but these peaks are just so ridiculous from him. It was also impossible to punish, and because he existed in that position for so long, Shiro knew he could get comfortable, sneak out of the window, and join the fray. So his kill looks easy, just because half the site defense went well enough.
ZywOo doesn't even get a chance to survive. Didn't see a damn thing. The amount of times ZywOo just gets wrecked while scoped up.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to offer us much at all. He's been
he just
very
looks
countered.
like another player right now.
Dude, not just, and he doesn't look like another player. He looks like the worst player. He's 2-13.
Wow.
Hands down, lowest performance in the server.
Not Zygote.
Axile gonna survive Magisk's push to the top of mid. dupreeh also now down for the count. So everything goes well towards middle for the CT side. Hobbit just hiding in his hole beneath the palace. Shiro's rotation upwards. Gambit are putting on a clinic.
Gambit, again, one of 2 teams coming out of 2021 to not make a roster move.
Yep.
And we look at Vitality, and you give them a little extra slack because they should get better as the year goes on. Gambit have to come in with high expectations and are allowed to be rusty. But within this same event, you could call into question them as an entire team, a team that knows how to play every map together as 5 with the same coach. There's not really an excuse for them, and I think right now you see them just re-reaching a level that we already know that they can play. Vitality's ceiling is unknown.
Yeah, tapping back into the potential of 2021. Little push from bottom mid. Shiro and Nafany tearing him up. No success whatsoever here from Vitality. And while we do give time as the benefit to Vitality, I will say that, like you mentioned, right, we don't know their skill ceiling. This is a team that was put together not to be middle of the pack. This is a team that was put together to win events. And yeah, okay, time may be that crucial element.
Yeah, this is how good ZywOo was. Now we're looking at him 2-14, but in 2021 he had, you know, it used to be the story that Simple had the weakest team for their results. You know, he would always be so far ahead of his teammates. This year Simple had 2 teammates in the top 10. He's never had that before. ZywOo didn't. He was the #2 player of the year, had 0 teammates in top 20 at all, and they hired Magisk and dupreeh, who have both made multiple appearances in the top 20, to fill that gap. And now ZywOo goes on a siesta. Awkward.
Shockingly slow start to this series for him. But we can count him, you know, 3-4 rounds where he's just completely blindsided. Shiro looking for his chance. That was so sick. Nafany serves up a great distraction onto Apex. He turns his head, Shiro swings. Now ZywOo was there still coming in from middle. And that trade frag could open the catwalk. But remember, Bomb is still back at the top of middle. So dupreeh within the ladder room has to hold off for the time being. Magisk didn't see anything as he looked towards that B site. 50 seconds left. The one thing that we will give Vitality is the fact that they have already pulled off some crazy comebacks. Maps that they had no business winning. And when you can do that early on in this roster's lifetime, it's going to serve as a good reminder in moments like these.
Nafany kind of has dupreeh tied up a little bit. Lots of pressure on the B site, and they can pendulum swing into it now. dupreeh can cut off the rotations.
Yeah, Nafany's
or at least, share the correspondence that he's starting to come in. Beautifully executed. I don't think it would be right if Gambit, ended this game 16-5 or something like that, because Vitality actually played very well to get the rounds they did. But at the end of the first half, into the pistol, it just felt so pristine from Gambit at every single turn that I feel like they'd make any team look bad right now. Even when I think back on ZywOo and, him trying to refrag or whatever it was, it's not like he ever whiffed. At best it was him versus Hobbit's Deagle, and Hobbit got that, third headshot, or Axile swinging on him in B-apps. That's where I did just feel like he looks like an, not an above average player, but it was more that Gambit looks insane. The Axile and that clear,
sure.
They are handing out free haircuts.
It looked like Gambit had been given Vitality's playbook at the start of this series. Not even at the start of this series, a week ago. They've been studying them down to the minutia. That's what it felt like. They could literally do no wrong. There wasn't a single decision on Gambit's T side where we could sit there and question it. So consistent in unraveling Vitality like a simple ball of yarn. But Vitality answer, all right? It's going to be critical that they get off with an early success story to this T side, and it's a fast one as well, dropping down to the base of Connector. Axile going to be drawn here by the gunfire of Apex.
Interesting decision here to be made by Shiro. He knows there's a lot of pressure towards window, but since that information has been exchanged, it's not an appealing time to get into window. But
it's closed.
He does want to make sure. Yeah, and they make sure not to use the vent, so there's no rotation going to be allowed here. But I think Shiro just wants to make sure no one's close left, and then he doesn't have to be worried about it anymore. But it looks like Vitality are quietly organizing for a B-site hit, and I'll be honest, I don't think there are enough signs here for Gambit to over-rotate in this direction. So they'll smoke top con. This will be a missed signal, and this will help you actually get up cat as well.
Yep.
Pressure now on Inters.
Ooh, Axile here on the catwalk. Inter's allowed to just focus forward. Oh! What? Axile 3-4! All headshots! He knows where Masuda's at. He gets canceled out by Masuda, but a 4-piece.
Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about, man. Axile's going crazy.
Bro, tucked in the corner of Cat like a bouncing Betty. They step next to him and he just pops right off.
And I think the next two are inside of halls. Oh, that's ridiculous with the spray. With a straight back, Axile hits that spray. Everything headshots. He's a clinician.
And he's the one that we look to. Highest rated player on Gambit so far here in the Katowice group stage.
Maybe we won't even get Axile.
Who needs overpass?
Yeah. Wow.
There it is.
What inspirited play across the board. 15 and 14 kills for 4 players on Gambit right now. ZywOo has been absolutely neutralized.
We were playing textbook CS, we were scrimming it out, testing things. We hadn't had a massive pop-off. That right there, folks.
That shines a light on the talent, too. That was not a bad timing for Vitality to B-split. It looked well organized. It was under the guise of the top con smoke at a weird timing. But their firepower.
And it doesn't stop. He'll clear Magisk off of middle before dying out to Masuda, but even Masuda's going to be limping around with 15 points of health. Bad Molotov. Hobbit tucked within Sandwich. Working off the back foot now with the double Galil. That's going to be the quick ticket punched to a win on Mirage if Axile has anything to say about it. His team just need to follow up off of the start of this one. Shiro will miss the op shot, but remember, Hobbit's still tucked on Sandwich, unbeknownst to the T side. Apex has managed to get underneath the balcony, and that's a clean trade from Dupree to take Hobbit out of the pocket. No pressure being applied from the ticket booth. They could just wrap around and take default. Not that they know this. Shiro holding cross. This could be crucial, but no. Dupree wants to be the difference. What goes around comes around. And Dupree sent packing out of this one as Inters will attempt this clutch. Masuda plants, and it's a very rapid rotation. This timing could definitely screw over Vitality.
There's a world where he has a smoke to use.
Oh, Apex standing on the silver platter. I mean, he is going to deliver. Oh, no, excuse me.
No, he's inside Palace, but he can still get a kill and smoke defuse potentially, and Masuda is very low out of here.
Masuda leaves.
Oh, there's
Spotted
his moment.
and seen.
Doesn't know about Apex.
Still, the peak comes through. Apex cannot afford to die. Inters, just one left, 15 HP, bomb super far gone. He's got the kit, he's gonna stick it all the way. No, he gets off.
Wait, what?
It was very close. It was very close. Oh, the bomb blows up and that...
Could he have stuck that?
I don't think so. I think that was really close.
Down to the last half second?
Yeah.
I would say it was a misplay, but Apex, but he had the timing, I guess.
Little response from Dupree showing that he's got what it takes as well. But not as clean as Vitality would have hoped, right? They're still set scrambling to just close out that round. This one's looking like a bit of a quicker pace here. Nafany's gonna be under pressure. Tech9 dealt with. Zywoo dead again. 3 kills, 17 deaths, an immediate slaughter of the masses. Vitality, they walked down into the base of mid and they never came home.
Just like that, man. I mean, that last round, we had Dupree crossing the A site, taking out Shiro, who had an op on his angle, another rifler inside of Connector, finally dying. The entire time he had a smoke. I mean, he's almost playing mad, right? And I think there was even, you know, a more optimized way that they could have approached the situation. But there's more to this game than just good fundamentals at this point. I think it feels personal for Vitality, the way that they're losing these duels. And it's starting to get into their heads. And it's Gambit to call a timeout after winning a round like that. They would.
As if there's anything they need to perfect. Vitality under pressure. Of course, Gambit, they wanted to start the series here on Mirage, and now I can see why. That round over in an instant. I mean, players running with backs turned to the top of Connector like that?
Yeah.
They thought they had way more cover than they did.
They can do no wrong.
Pickups made way too easy. So 5 Desert Eagles on the field for Vitality. I don't question the individual level of their players, but I do emphasize that of Gambit. And with Apex dead immediately, trying to jump down and play around smokes, Axile also just feeding. They are done. There is not a single point of damage dealt to Gambit. This is a masterclass performance on Mirage. And Gambit are cranking the dial in terms of individuals. Hell, in terms of team play. The preparation looks perfect. And the path seems clear. A run back in the lower bracket if they can take this next map. This one, no contest.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends, and when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions, the defeated, lifting that trophy, writing esports history.
On bench.
See nothing.
One in connector.
Okay. I see nothing.
One short.
Go pop.
Short, connector two.
One pop.
Short. Two short.
Short, yeah, one info for sure. One PF.
Clear, apps clear.
One PF as well.
It's B, it's B.
It's B. Okay.
Could be
One
one
shot,
logo,
one
of course.
Short, it's
Two.
B, guys, it's B.
Dead one. One more.
Nice.
One more.
Be alive. Nice.
Tag PFs. Okay.
No op, they don't have an op.
He's tagging kitchen. Two, I think.
One low HP, BFs. One low HP.
I have it close,
and
I have
one
close.
unknown, and one unknown.
Dead.
Nice. Last guy's tagged. Last guy's tagged.
I don't know where he's...
No! Get some weapons.
Let's go.
Hey Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3, you will be smoking off the window leading into the B site. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B site should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck.
Gambit getting off to a perfect start, 16-7, winning their map pick, Mirage, over Team Vitality. I don't think that match is a question about necessarily what Vitality did wrong, but perhaps one of what Gambit did right, because there was so much of it, Alan.
Yeah, I feel like I certainly agree with that one. I think that T side from Gambit was brilliant. I felt like Nafany was especially calling such a good game. And as we'll talk about later on, just totally eliminating ZywOo from that match, 3-18 overall. And it felt to me like he never really had any opportunities on that CT side.
I don't think I've ever seen ZywOo had such a bad game. I'm sure someone is already on Twitter, right, and calculating whether it's his worst performance ever at such a big tournament on LAN. But yeah, he was completely negated. And we were talking about Nafany, how he had a kind of quiet tournament so far and how instrumental he is on a map like Mirage on the T side, and he has proven it time and time again. I mean, there were a couple of rounds where ZywOo was just getting shot on the side at the start on mid, like he's going cat early on. He doesn't even know that the opponent can be already that deep down mid, so it just seemed like some confusion also on the side of Vitality.
Yanko, you've coached some of the best players in the world. This might be a difficult one to answer, but with ZywOo having such a negative performance that's so out of the ordinary for him, could that affect him going into the next map?
I don't think so. Like, he seems like one of those guys who just not really affected by anything. He wins like a 1v4 in the grand final. He just fist bump. You know, he gets knifed in a 12-12 game. Fist bump. Like, nothing changes, right? Which is what you love to see, that he can always kind of maintain the same attitude. So I don't really think he's going to look towards this game and be like that he let the team down. Yeah, he had a bad game, but I think they were just outplayed across the board, and not much would have changed.
Now, Yanko, there is a specific round number 6, that you wanted to dive into deeper.
Yeah, I think this was the turning point, really. Like, Vitality was up 4-1, and this was kind of the last buy for Gambit, really. You can see that they opened. Apex tried to, you know, peek with the flash. As the guys pointed out in the cast, that's not like the one of the best flashes. So that's a 5v4 that then Vitality manages to bring back, get 2 kills here as Gambit is setting up for a split, you know. And this is where the round dies down a little bit, because Nafany is in such a great position. And I'm going to show you how now they managed to play around him and kind of outplay Vitality in this situation. We're going to go here to our nice little Telestrator piece, and I'm going to point you, pay attention to, so Nafany is here in window. His teammates are kind of lurking around mid, waiting to see what is it that he's going to try and do. Vitality was in sort of a gamble from the start of the round. Misuta is alone on B. They have 1 player towards CT and 2 guys kind of also towards A. And they start rotating towards B, knowing that this is a possibility that Gambit is going all the way back. But the mistake is that Magis, who's here, he's going to rotate and run toward jungle. First off, it should have been Dupree. He's the closer player. And they should have both gone through CT. Like, Vitality knew this was a possibility. I think it was ZywOo. ZywOo even smokes off window, but still he's kind of torn. When he's holding this angle towards Abs, he can't help Misuta and watch his flank at the same time. Nobody was watching his back, so that's what allowed Nafany to play. He had great timing to sneak through this smoke, see ZywOo, kill him in the back, kind of buy a little bit more time. He heard Magis, who was running like an elephant over here towards window. He heard him, and then they just knew that Misuta has to be somewhere on B. And the 2 guys from Gambit on the B bombs, they did a great job of kind of picking and prodding, managing to find that kill, as you guys are going to see now. And that's how they turned it around. At 3v4, but they really didn't have any money left. And if Vitality won that round, it's 5-1, it's 6-1 after the eco, and they might have run away with this game, snowballed the half. But actually, the opposite happened. You can see ZywOo, I mean, how many times Nafany killed ZywOo in the back or on the side? He's going to have nightmares for a couple of days.
I love seeing the Yanko weatherman come out, you know.
Yeah, we've
it's a real throwback right there.
We've like stepped it up a little bit over the years, right?
Alan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just feel like, as we said already, the Gambit T side was so well called, and as well, the individuals were playing so well off each other. I do think from the Vitality angle, and we heard on some of those comm segments, they sounded really flustered to me, and it feels like, especially with some of these rounds where players are getting in behind and Nafany in mid, getting so many kills just coming out from underpass and seeing players in the side, maybe the communication was a little bit off. Maybe it's inexperience on the map. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they'll have to rein it back a little bit for Inferno. We saw yesterday that series against Copenhagen Flames, Gambit on Inferno. Me and Maui were losing our minds, like how timid they were in some of those situations on the CT side when they're in a 4v5. Like, they play really passive. I think that's something, if they rewatch that game, they're going to look and say, hey, like, this is a little bit too much. We can't just, if you lose 1 guy and they make the correct call, right? Like the round is over for us. We need to try to make a little bit more plays. And yeah, we mentioned it for Mirage, the 4v5s, right? For Vitality, they're just not great on either side, and it kept happening time and time again. They need to be a little bit more, you know, play a little bit more together, perhaps, like try to at least get the trade if they lose the first guy.
Guys, before we go to a break, I just want to give you both a quick moment to predict Inferno, map number 2.
I think Vitality manages to bounce back. I don't want to see them go out 2-0 here. I predicted a great series.
Yeah, I feel like Vitality equally going to take this one. And someone we mentioned going into this series was Zonic. And certainly after a performance like that on the first map, he needs to speak to them and say, guys, reset, calm down the comms. This is our map pick. We're very experienced here, and we can still win this series.
All right, everybody at home, do not go anywhere. Up next, it's map number 2, Inferno.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! We all love doing A executes on Mirage, so I thought I'd show you a slightly different approach to help secure the T-side pistol round. This strat is almost as old as Mirage, but it's effective and still used by some pro teams today. 100 Thieves playing under Renegades at the time will be my pros to help guide you through this execute. The idea behind this strat is to take CT control using smokes and flashes, which can give you a nice and easy post-plant situation. For this execute, you'll need 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and at least 4 willing Future Pros. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the jungle smoke along with 2 flashes. To throw the jungle smoke, hop up here and line up with the left side of this thing. Line your crosshair up so you're in line with this brick section and also where the post meets the wood. Then toss the smoke. Jungle is a right pane to smoke, so be aware there could be a slight gap on the left side of the smoke. After you've thrown your smoke, hop down to this door. Get in front of the left side of the right metal grid. Aim to the top of the lamp and throw the flash. This will blind anyone looking at ramp from the CT side. Then make your way to A main with your team. Once the coast is somewhat clear and you have a teammate close to triple box, pull out your flash and lob it into CT. This will allow your teammate to bring the pain to any defender in CT spawn. After you have some ground towards CT spawn, make sure you plant the bomb for this newly acquired territory. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with 2 other flashes. Do I really need to explain the stairs smoke? You guys already know this, but if not, hop onto this ledge, aim at the middle of this thing, then place your crosshair in the middle of the lower part of this gap. Then just toss the smoke. After you've thrown the smoke, head to the ramp and lob your flashes towards jungle. This should flash anyone playing close to the smokes and buy you some time before the CTs try to look for a one-way or push the smoke entirely. After this, just hold towards CT to support Future Pro 4 from afar. Save your second flash as maybe you can get some use out of it in the post plan. Future Pro number 3. Your job is to take Palace control. Make sure to be aware that a CT player could be pushing Palace. Once your team smokes come in, this is when you can peek out of Palace. Keep an eye out on the jungle smoke and also peek CT when needed. If everything is going well, make sure to stay up in Palace, as this is a very useful position. Future Pro 4. You are the point man for this execute, so make sure you did at least 4 hours of DM prior to this round. You'll be pushing towards CT spawn with a flash from Future Pro 1 to assist you. Your flight path for this push is important. Fight your instincts to push onto the side, instead push in front of the triple boxes to get close to CT. When you are close, call for Future Pro 1 to throw their flash. You can now explode into CT and take as much control as you can. If you need another flash, call for Future Pro 2 who will have a backup flash. If you have all made it this far, you probably are set to win the round. Make sure to keep control of CT as it will make any kind of post-plant situation so much easier to win. Good luck, and I'm sure you can nail this after a bit of practice.
Map 2, do or die. Katowice on the line for Vitality. The worst LAN performance from the second best player in the world. And now suddenly we see a bit of an aggressive looking Vitality sitting back down in those chairs. They need to fire this machine up because the machine looked like a dud.
He was laughing for some reason.
Haha. They don't know what I'm about to do now.
It's moments like this, a lot of people don't know, but he doesn't even run his own social media because he doesn't read it. He doesn't go on social media, nothing like that. And that's probably for the best.
After a map like that?
After a map like that.
It's for the best.
Oh, his poor social media manager who has to go through the mentions.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Oh, man. Let's see if Zygoat can bounce back or if he's going to be Zyhu for map 2.
Inferno, this is where Vitality wanted to take us. And so this is where their tournament life is on the line.
I don't even think Zyhu likes this map that much.
No?
He stopped opping on it when Navera came in. He was, oh, perfect. I don't have to op. Perfect. Then he started MP9ing in the B site. I mean, he's still fragged out because he doesn't have to try that hard to be better than everyone, but...
A little bonus nade.
They need him to be good. Probably. And I mean, this also wasn't Vitality just playing bad. In my opinion, this is so much about Gambit playing insanely well. So, my sympathies. That's also made it very fun to watch.
Smoke's being set from Apex. Magisk as well with the utility dumped down into the pit. Nafany's going to be forced to change position. And Zywu turning it up a notch. All right, let's see it, folks. Axile. He's going to get the headshot. If there's anybody that's going to just cancel all of Vitality, you'd feel like it was Axile.
Oh, that nade could have been a kill.
And instead, it's a dud.
Oh, Apex dies. He's low. Another nade. Oh,
Perfect.
It's over. Axile saves the day with that 3K.
Now Magisk.
Zywu's back.
Yeah, right. A couple of kills as he falls out from pit. Regardless, there was still a chance, despite that frag grenade.
5 kills over 2 maps, Zywu.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, it has to be a step up. And when we look at the step up, it's not as though there's a bunch of free frags on the other end of it. I think you're absolutely dead on, dude. As much as we're all going to sit here and the high, you know, that's the problem with headlines. It's going to be second highest rated player in the world, performs worst map. This was about Gambit.
Jonah Jameson.
And there's no clear route back in. Zywu's not just gonna, you know, push over these players. Not in this kind of a form from Gambit.
Yeah,
so
they're all playing so well right now.
Bomb plant couples nicely for Vitality's attempt at a bounce back here. They've got the double Galil and AK, and it's Zywu with the AK. So clearly, the belief is there. But the performance needs to be as well. The rebound necessary. Magisk over top of the logs finds Hobbit.
Oh.
There's so much damage done here, so the AK's instead given back over to Apex. He's the player with no armor.
Yeah, this is a kind of a crazy round because utility could still make the difference. Guns are not great. Nafany will find the first kill. Zywu's low, he's down there. And Shiro is going to be quite careful to use his utility early. He still has the HE, which is an interesting decision. But Zywu's too far away to frag, so that might have been the right one. And it looks like they want to try to call this out. Shiro will run back to spawn to grab a smoke and delay. The better gun is on the A site. I feel like Axile is going to put up another multi-kill right now.
Yeah, you feel that?
That cat round we saw, that pistol round.
Oof.
As much as everybody's playing well, Axile's still kind of the brightest star. But instead, they'll turn towards Inters on Arch.
The moment he's shown contact, he falls away from it.
Now, they could actually walk B. You know, it's unlikely, but they're turning the corner 30 seconds. It's going to push it down to the very last second, but there is a timing on Shiro, so we'll see how he plays this.
Puts his smoke down from Banana. His back is entirely turned. Gets the gun back out in time.
Gets one. They have to run through Banana. They're hoping that it's some kind of fake. They're not even going to go for it. They're actually not even going to go for it.
Please come back to A. No, sir. Vitality piecing together.
Nice call.
A force by win, yes.
Nice call.
And that's what it's going to have to predicate on, because that's the one thing with Gambit on Mirage as well. You know, I said it, dude. It just felt like they knew exactly what Vitality were going to do every time. That Yanko Weatherman segment, you know, unpacking one of the most crucial decisions from Nafany, where it wasn't just his decision in the round, but also his play.
Yeah. You know, I did an unluckier bat on ZywOo on this other lowest rated map.
Overpass versus Complexity.
Overpass versus Complexity. And I watched it, and honestly, my conclusion was that he was unlucky or just got absolutely blasted away every single frag. It was just, you know, ridiculous shots being hit. And looking at the Mirage game, of course, there are some really, really nice kills from Gambit, but there were a couple of those rounds, like you brought up, where he was on the corner of Cat, no idea about a timing and underpass, just got outplayed, you know, 3 rifle rounds where he had an op in that position and shot in the side of the head. And that was probably a bridge too far, you know? So, of course, I'll have to take a second look, but CT timeout will be called. Gambit will just... Maybe this is a money timeout, just to figure out how to exactly spend here, because they're going to be reinvesting, but they can't afford all the guns they want.
Groove looking very vocal if it's just crunching numbers. Maybe making sure everybody's on the same page as well. Maybe some kind of an issue there needs to be smoothed out before the buy and the round resumes. How crazy it would be if Axile can keep up some of the numbers that we've seen posted from him.
They did well to avoid him and abused the low nade situation. So here we are, off to round 3.
Life taught me anything, Wanders. It's that you can only avoid your problems for so long. And Axile, he is inside of this server from start to finish. Dupree's gonna chase him. As the nade's thrown deep, he does jump back, side by side with Inters. 0 play on lane, nothing inside of the apartments. Interesting situation. And we do get that creep up from Apex, so he's sizing up the apartments, and he's gonna walk out and be completely free. And then, of course, at that point, he calls for them to come around lane, and...
Well, he doesn't see anybody. You're gonna be late out of halls into lane. He's still listening. And the bomb is so slow, but they've taken over so much map control on the A site.
Setting themselves up for maybe a back-to-back save. You know, all of these tools will be useful. I feel like you've blocked off the archway, you've cordoned off top banana.
Wow, they sussed this out really well. That's beautifully done.
Masuda's dead.
The first kill does go the way of Gambit. There is a potential to rotate back in, but they're still low on grenades. So I'm not sure they're convinced about a retake, but they'll start to organize while there's still time.
There's also an extra weapon to pick up here as well, so definitely rearming the forces before the push. Now we're talking about a smoke and an incendiary on Nafany.
No kits, no kits.
So it's gonna have to be fast, or just look for exits and try to make this costly, but I don't know, man. They're still on the cusp of trying to force this issue, and ZywOo, he's gonna cut down Axile, a headshot immediately onto Hobbit. ZywOo starting to push up the numbers, and Magisk offers us a double, so there was nothing there to stop it on short side on the actual hit, and then when they finally take short themselves, Gambit mowed down.
Maybe that was a curse to get that opening kill.
Without it, I'm sure they just, you know, it's easy. You recede off of Arch, you save 5 players in B site, and you'll have a bunch of tools to try in round 3, but instead, Vitality, they convert.
That was weird because they didn't have a kit. If they did, I could understand the attempts. And what's funny is, like, Gambit basically never try retaking things, so in that position, it felt like, oh, they were going to take the decision to leave. And now they have nothing, actually, so... Man, honestly, I mean, Vitality have shown that they can call a good round, but they weren't keeping up frag-wise. They were getting out lurked on that first map. Good signs, though, here in map 2. Very good signs.
Is it possible that ZywOo plays as badly as he did on map 1? In your mind, is that possible, or is it likely?
I don't think so. I would never bet on it if that's what you're asking. You wouldn't either, right?
No. Just feels like that was such an anomaly. But time will tell, as it always does. Inters, the only A1S, the only weapon that Gambit have to work with, and it turns Apex around. He'll be calling from the sidelines here in round 4.
It could be considered a lofty investment. Let's see if Magisk can win one back. Oh, Hobbit quietly takes this gun and gets off onto the rotation.
They're going to get onto this A site.
Yeah, this is a powerful angle from Shiro. I know it's just a P2K, but they don't know he's here just yet. Inter's spotting the cross.
Inter is able to peek out with Shiro's pistol. Oh, Dupree just lines them up, turns around with ZywOo, and this is that duality in Vitality. With ZywOo and Dupree, shoulder to shoulder, you know, that to me, it's the impact that we've seen from the roster so far. I mean, just yesterday, Inferno, we're like halfway through the freaking map and Dupree's on 30 kills while ZywOo has 9. So obviously this performance on Mirage is what's going to be, you know, again, the headline title. It is his worst LAN performance in terms of rating, but even yesterday's Inferno wasn't anything too impressive out of the gate.
He hasn't had a great tournament overall. You know? And we kind of had that same start for Simple, honestly. I mean, he was still good. He was still good. He was much better than ZywOo overall, but still slower, not himself exactly, and only at the end in that last series started to really look insane again. I kind of want to extend that to everybody because for whatever reason, there's been so many slow starts.
I mean, there's no doubting that ZywOo's still like an F1 caliber engine. You know, the power is there, but there's the ignition issues. And that's a weird thing to see because... Box. Pit. It's just odd because it's so not what we're used to, but you know, new year, new team, new language. And if Dupree can pick up slack in the meantime, so be it. But that was a nice showing from the two of them, shoulder to shoulder. Vitality, the 3-1 T-side start. Buy back in from Gambit. Op, glass cannon in the hands of Shiro, posted alongside Axile here in Apps.
Look at the minimal amount of control. Everything rests on this one peek from Inters on Arch. They can smoke this out instantly. And he's kind of freely peeking, trying to listen for footsteps. But they can push him back so fast. Gambit have opted to try to hold grenades, play this slow. I don't know if Vitality do this properly. They go into an exec, they're going to have an advantage on either site. So Gambit take over halls, that's something. But I still like Vitality's position a lot.
Axile is getting curious, though, clearing out the apartments himself. There's a little bit of a movement from Library to the CT spawn here from Inters. He's under pressure, delivers one, and ZywOo straight away the trade. Dupree grabs bomb, and they're starting to move back, but that bomb gets cut off with 30 seconds to spare. An incendiary on top of it. Axile, he's kind of drawn between two directions, but he delivers another kill! And the headshot comes in from ZywOo, an answer. With such little time, 20 seconds, he's worried about the banana push, but that's not the case.
Gambit, go back to A.
They've ran it all the way into this A site. Hobbit, he's going to be in the pocket by the time that they run in for this desperate attempt at a plant. And ZywOo killed with hands busy, Apex dead. Hobbit delivers the 2K they need. Gambit, their second round win.
Hey, the quickest, smallest shout out to Axile for that play down mid. Bomb was left in an awkward spot while they were already pushing in CT spawn. So Axile for that, for him, it's a gift. He's thinking about his retake on the B site. So this is a small mistake from Vitality, a well-timed push from Gambit, but also a situation, yeah, where primarily that bomb should have already turned the corner on Banana. It should never be but alone in a spot like that, and it was a little late. Even though they were still on their side of the map, it was a bit late. There can't be gaps like that versus Gambit at the moment.
Vitality have to pay the toll. Axile, the underpass troll.
A wild spray from Magisk through the fire. And now there's some incentive to try to reclaim top Banana because Masuda could use this AK. Gambit did that last round with minimal map control, but compensated by coming in for a fast retake. Vitality do not do themselves a service of smoking off Arch and at least trying to spur a rotation on the top of mid. But they also are not getting any rotations out of Gambit.
No movement at all. Gambit's statues here at the 30-second mark.
There, now the support will come in.
Shiro moves through the CT spawn.
He's holding one key flash here.
Nafany posted on top of Nubox. There's Hobbit again, impactful, and Nafany lines him up. Easy pickup for Nafany. 4 frags to his name. Kicks it off on Banana and kicks him back down as Vitality push through.
Yeah, the calmness is great. I mean, even though we looked at it and we're like, they've only got 2 here, Shiro made it just in time after the smoke, like clockwork, in place to throw that flash to allow for both our Coffins player to peek at the same time and for Nafany to be in a strong position to pick up the rest of the pieces.
No contest.
Yeah, no problem.
And now there are problems. Economically, Vitality whimpering into round number 7. Already dead is ZywOo, picked down mid from Shiro, feeling the confidence of this broken economy. And trying to bury ZywOo at the bottom of the scoreboard where he was on map 1.
It's a lot sharper now.
Yeah, leading the kills for the Vitality camp, 7 and 4, as he has to sit out this one. Shiro, clean shot into the arm of Apex, making sure there's nothing giving to Free. And Dupree, grenade, bada boom. Shiro, dude. Oh, he took Masuda with him. That's so fast. 4 kills for Shiro. They're going to save his op. Yeah, it's anti-eco, but listen.
He's back.
It's fast.
Yeah.
Lightning quick.
Yeah, we talk about ZywOo. Shiro also had a really bad start to the event.
Yeah, that's fair.
He was...
Until that Vertigo game yesterday.
He was pretty much useless. I mean, he was putting himself in bad spots, missing his hard shots he normally hits. That all changed until, Vertigo yesterday map on Mirage earlier on.
You could see him speaking his mind through those struggles as well.
Yes.
You know, whether, we don't know the inner workings, but if it was some kind of discomfort he felt, if though, he didn't think that he was being set up properly, he let them know, and he turned it around for Vertigo. Kind of reminding himself that he is a top 10 player in the world.
Top 5.
Yep. Oof. But now he's dead. Apex. Gonna take matters into his own hands. He wants to go IGL to IGL with Nafany.
Oh, there's actually 3B here early. They can't jump on this right away. And there are 2 players so low. Look at the rotation back to the A site. They're calling this out. The thing is, Vitality now, I mean, they're forced to slow it down a lot. They can still do a number of things in this position. Impossible to know exactly what Gambit are going to react with. But I think it's the right move. Put a little bit more pressure back on D. Make sure that they can't feel comfortable totally evacuating. But they know that no matter what, Gambit are going to stack in the situation because they will save.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so...
He didn't apply enough pressure to keep Nafany there.
Sometimes it's really hard to know. Now, 40 seconds, and they're entering B, so there is a chance
Apex
the bomb
going.
can go back, yes.
Nice. I mean, at that point, 3 HP, why not? Why not? Go in, take that risk. And that risk is...
That's a really great call.
Yeah, coupled nicely with the reward.
They
Apex
set up,
takes the risk himself, and there have it.
They had everything set up so that they could basically walk into either sites and have enough time to do so. So it looks very calm, very collected here from Vitality as they suss out the situation. And it's way more tenuous than you might think. It's 5v3, yes, but Magisk and Apex being low. If they walked into a lane stack, I'm sure Gambit would be able to, easily multi-frag and make that get ugly fast.
Now the question is just, does Dupree take a couple players down as well? Oof, not if Inters has anything to say about it. And the money's there for Gambit, so there's still a very real chance at a quick rebound off the back of this one.
At the beginning of Mirage, it felt competitive as well.
Yeah, it did.
So we'll see how that goes for the rest of the half.
That it did. Hell, for a little while, it felt like Vitality were actually just going to, completely churn through them on that CT side of Mirage. There was a time where Vitality felt like they had the series, and albeit super early, but in a really good start. And reality sunk in. So, CT pause. Gambit. Gonna chew through their options. Give Groove a chance to speak.
You think he does just listen to disco music?
Like that's why he chose Groove? Like he's just really into it?
Or he loves Austin Powers?
Yeah.
It could be.
Shagadelic, baby. Who's your favorite Austin Power character?
Austin Pears.
Who's his part?
Bastard.
Everyone likes the smell of their own scent.
That's the exact line I was thinking.
Frag grenade down onto the alt mid. And it's a little bit of chip damage, so be it.
They should have thrown the one where they running throw it over top of the roof.
Yeah, I know. You're a big advocate of that. It's all Mohan ever wants. Skynade, Skynade. He's playing Apex Legends.
Okay. This one's free.
That's what they all say. Shiro is sharp. Look, Skynades. Molotov lands in front of him.
It's free. He's coming back. Watch.
They're right there. They're right there. Looking plump.
And Zawu is actually opping. He hates opping.
Ripe for the taking here, Shiro.
Oh, what the hell?
Dupree in the hips.
Dupree knew the risk that he was taking there. Could have jumped up in ult, but Shiro hits a very hard shot as he jumps in. And we'll see if that actually says anything about the game plan as we cross the 40-second mark. But the CTs are stoic. They're impossible to read with even X-ray on if they're comfortable sitting here. They almost never play 4A.
Yeah, they're just so certain.
They just trust in the Axile.
Cementing themselves in these positions. 20 seconds,
Whoa.
Magisk opens. That's the library player down. That seemed quick, whatever it was. And Masuda finds the headshot to Inters, but Axile, 1 kill, and that's it. Apex, quick answer. B players nowhere to be found.
Wow, everyone was blind.
You don't rotate when you stay that far away, and when you don't have any information, you're playing in the dark. And if you play in the dark, you can get lost.
You can trip.
Gobbled up by the Krampus.
Yes, they can pull you under the bed. Grab your feet. I used to be scared. My light switch to the other side of the room.
Yeah?
I'd flick it off and jump on the bed. Was it you said Hampus is down there?
No, Krampus. I mean, maybe Hampus is under the bed too, and you never know with that guy. You gotta be careful.
Great exec.
Yes.
They are calling well. They look good. Their CT side will be very good as well. Those were clean entries. Gambit had good spots to multi-frag, but they made sure at least one person at all times in every crossfire was completely blind. And we caught a rotator early here with Magisk.
Definitely helps that he gets that one so cleanly.
It did a good job of being aware of the smoke that landed in front of Graveyard that Axel was trying to play off of without exposing himself to that risk until they were absolutely ready. And sure to clear everything else out. I think Gambit need to be a little bit more aggressive.
A little more aggressive.
I hate telling Gambit how to play because they make these passive setups work that are like in a way that other teams cannot.
Ooh,
but
Magisk again.
Yeah, they're trying to take the fights a little bit early. We go down 1-1 in material here at the minute 35 mark. Shiro joins him on B. Will Apex jump up? It looks like he will, and he'll regret it.
Half his health gone. Oh, but look, it goes 2 ways. Wow. Shiro also gets tagged by the other opper. And now, off the back of that Vitality, because they've seen Shiro facing at the B site, they decide, all right, let's take it to A and let's keep up the pace. Inter's going to try to lay down a smoke ahead of them, and there is still a chance that Axile shaves off one end of this attack. In fact, he could go deep and try to deal with Zywoo.
And Apex has a sliver of health left. They are right behind.
Wait, close on him.
Yeah. Oh my God, Inters, will he get spotted?
Suda, oh, he just caught Axile. Axile's got the cover of the box, turns it onto Apex. Now, all the Vitality have is this attack from the Moto side, and Inter's perfect position. A near 2 versus 4 unless Dupree comes in big. He sprays down the second. And when you're trying to fight head-to-head with the likes of Zywoo, the job is never easy, but Dupree is the top-rated player for Vitality so far here in this event, trying to get his team back in that Spodek with a 1v4 halfway there. He's already got Shiro encroaching on his left, so close, dangerously close. Dupree, just one more. Oh, but he doesn't even look away. He stays fixated on balcony, and Shiro will sideline him, a denial against Vitality at a tied game at 5.
With the op, too. That's got to sting if he had tucked. That's so unfortunate for Dupree, but Gambit, they pull one over dupreeh by splitting up in the retake. Went out halls and a slow crawl from the arch, even though Shiro was there for all but 15 seconds. This was a position that you couldn't prepare for. Axel had to get creative. Sitting on the front of default, he was getting pressured from arch, did not get tunnel vision, looked to halls, took that duel out first, hoped no one came from lane, and then had a very powerful spot to deal with arch. Everyone loves sitting on default in that post plant, knowing the two arch guys are coming into the site. And of course, he plays them like a fiddle. But at least dupreeh got a hell of a lot of economic damage off of that. In fact, his impact will be felt. Hobbit, $0 in a FAMAS now. And the only thing interesting that happens in that round is Gambit taking the early fight on Banana for once, going 4-4. But the rotations are very sticky. Vitality know it's their brand. It's still hard to play against. But I like the way that Vitality are taking their map control, and in my opinion, if they continue to do it this way, though, they're going to win the majority of the rounds. Oh no, Zaiwu cannot get out. No one smokes his molly.
What is that?
They all had nades, but they might have been, I don't exactly know.
That just seems so easy to stop, and yet here we are in a 5v4. Okay.
Yeah, they're laughing now.
Okay. It's because Apex doesn't op like anybody else.
He didn't pre-aim it wide enough, which saved his life.
He almost steps in front of the train.
What a legend.
dupreeh's going to get thrown up onto the monkey bars.
I won't lie, I've never seen this work well. I think Nico maybe pull this off one time, but I feel like eventually you die. Let's see.
Can't get a second. Shiro going to shut down arch side. dupreeh is just waiting and waiting for Axile to overextend, but as the Molotov lands at his feet, he's going to push outwards. Apex still hunting for the pit player. That flash blinds him, but there's no...
They don't believe he's here or what?
Ah, no hit. I mean, they need to know. He put out the fire. He put out the fire himself.
They didn't see any nade go his way. They should have been aware of pit, and dupreeh is just kind of stuck here. And this is the thing, it's really hard to scale, but he finds one. Okay, second chance of the 1v4. What can you do?
Hobbit's
one in
close.
cold. dupreeh, will you clear it properly?
Oh, he's got it.
It's enough. Headshot in.
35 HP. Another attempt for dupreeh. Vengeance and revenge on the line, but this time they're way faster. Pressure applied, dupreeh. Come on now. It's up close. He doesn't know. And Shiro 2-0 over top dupreeh.
Just doesn't move. B2K, he doesn't move. Damn, almost back-to-back 1v4s, both denied at the finish line by Shiro.
Dude, that's so frustrating for dupreeh.
I know.
Like, where'd he go?
He makes it look so good. He almost did the treehouse 1v4.
That headshot versus Nafany so clean. Shiro just P2000 headshot.
With a flick. It had to be a flick. Well, you know what? He's kept them honest. If not for dupreeh in these last two rounds, Gambit would be loaded, and they have no money. So if Vitality win this round, they have kept the pressure on. Oh, it's maximum level, and there could be 2 free rounds behind it. But the same kind of goes for Gambit right now. Zaiwu just on this Tech 9.
Yeah, limited in his weaponry. Enters, eats the flashbang. Axile tracking targets. Will take one with him. Masuda, he's the double headshot. The jackknife of round 12. Jumps into the pit, grabs bomb. Apex here to work alongside him. Finally, Vitality finding a little footing on this A site, and it's not a 1v4 that's needed.
Ooh, Apex picks up a smoke along with Masuda, so they can re-smoke 2 things or re-smoke Arch twice.
Masuda also an additional molly. Where's that going down? Throws it onto the short side. Nafany waiting in Moto. This is going to be the 3-pronged assault, a trident of a retake here from Gambit, and they activate first on the apps push. Shiro's flash doesn't help Hobbit. Masuda pops right back, and that op too valuable to give away. Vitality will finally win their round at this A site.
Yes.
Dupree looks at his teammates and goes, thank you.
Wow, they pulled that off.
Thank you.
In the 4v5, yeah, in the 4v5 as well. So that is huge. Again, Gambit super low. So will they force behind it? That's the question. But Gambit could take a lead in this half. And the Dupree 1v4 attempts mattered. That's what we learned. And they're actually gonna force. They're actually gonna force. So the Dupree attempts were not in vain.
Unless this force buy works.
Yes. In which case, but hey, you could just maybe you could blame Zonic or something.
Okay, yeah.
Call the wrong strat for us.
God damn it, Glaive.
Yeah, blame Glaive. All right. Well.
Hobbit. Oh, what could have been. Nice flashbang at the very least. Dupree. Oh, he gets caught by Inters. A push. And look, Masuda just as uncomfortable.
What a crazy man.
Double 5-7 pickup. I mean, go towards B. It feels like a desperate attempt, but you know, you've got a smoke ahead of you. Magisk, he's going to push up close against Nafany, and they get beyond it. Frag B go. Oh. Almost destroys those two Ts.
Wait, are they going to catch the bomb?
Almost again.
We're giving them chances.
I mean,
Ts are so low.
You could feel that Vitality are frazzled.
Yeah, they're waiting for a push. Axile, will he win this duel? This is a big one. Yes, he will.
Clean headshot into Apex. He holds his Magisk, cuts down Shiro. Now the 2v2. Still no bomb. That will be needed.
No smokes left over for T.
Guns back up. Zaiwu the full HP. Inters just saw him. Flash it at the corner. A peek beyond it. That's good spam damage coming in from Inters as well. Oh, the 5-7 of Inters, 3 kills. And you hear Gambit roar. A full house between him and Axile. And they had no business winning that. Are Dupree's 1v4s in vain?
Yeah, I guess so, man. Those are the free ones. Those are the free ones. After that, that would have been 2 rounds over. Vitality could have 9-6 this half. No one to blame but themselves. That is so beautiful between Axile and Inters. Inters tossing his flash, Axile spamming the coffins, and Inters getting in some damage as well as P2K and finding the final kill. They earned that. That is a round to get excited about. Economy back on their feet. Vitality in shambles. If they weren't down a map already, thinking about the arena, it wouldn't matter as much. But this could be the last chance for Vitality.
God, just when they thought that they, you know, had established the runway, they got the advantage. Inters 5-7 pop off. That round is chilling as a murderous whisper. Vitality gonna keep an eye over their shoulder now. Gambit breathing down their neck despite Vitality trailing still. 1 round the difference. CT side looking to finish strong. We've got the double deagles here between Apex and Masuda. Not the heftiest grenade. The better weaponry still on the side of Gambit.
A little bit of solace here for Vitality as they know they can get up to top Banana for free. Flash will come in for the retake. Nafany will cross. I don't know if he can stick around here, so they'll get some nades to push him back. And he's just looking to see how many players are on Banana for this time being, because he knows Vitality can't play a long round. They can't commit to top bracket control and Banana control at the same time. So this information is invaluable.
Oh, they're gonna go through that. Magisk offering up his HP. Nafany, he falls from the boost, and Hobbit's gonna kill Zaiwu again to the fire. Burnt Baguette. Jump up, punished. They know that, of course, there's a second CT still nearby. The fast flank here from Axile. Dupree just getting into position, but the Galil will be bested by the A1S. And Axile honing in on what's left of Vitality. All 3 players within this bomb site, all 3 players halfway dead. Hobbit's patience could pan out perfectly, but no, they push beyond his line of sight. And Axile, who's having an incredible night, 16 and 8 right now on Inferno, is looking for some justice. As he wraps around the corners of Banana, Shiro already starting to kick off this retake. Masuda, he's kind of cut off from Apex, but time is truly of the essence. And Masuda, he's going to peel one off of the bomb site. Apex locks in this round win, a tied game as close as can be. We keep going.
Wow, this is a scrap every single little bit. Vitality make it happen. And listen, the idea is pragmatic. They get the banana control. They get Nafany back. There were a couple of moments there with the impact grenades where they were trying to shave HP off Vitality, but most of them missed. They didn't get all of that damage in. And when the round comes to its conclusion, by the time they get to the top of banana, there's still only 2 Gambit players there. They never over-rotate. So they put themselves in a position to need to retake it. And of course you're going to give the advantage to the team in the post plant. They have time on their side. And all of those beautiful site positions to defend from. Gambit toss one back. Whoa. Pressure on Zaiwu, actually. And him from the underpass. Oh, wow. Nice. I can't believe Shiro goes wide for that one, knowing Zaiwu is down there.
Yeah, it feels like they feel the need to do something. Oh, Apex stomping Hobbit like a Goomba. And he's trying to get the follow-up. Will, in fact, shoot through smoke to kill Nafany. So Vitality gunning for that 8-7 lead on this T side.
This has been an absolute war.
Whew, back and forth affair as well. Gambit will be going on to their T-half, thanking that Inters was able to get that 5-7 round. I feel like, you know, that really does just take a little bit of the wind out of the sails of Vitality. The Frenchman not quite sailing to victory just yet, but off of the back of Shiro's flash, Apex pushes outwards. And a nice grenade here killing Apex, but it is still Vitality to end this first half with that 1-round lead. The Spodek is on the line, and Vitality better not feel comfortable yet because Gambit take to the offense.
Screw this. Gotta chill out. I'm in orbit.
Mate, I had a nice there. Ooh, blind bump. No way. Oh, he's jumping into it? Oh, Ravine is in the zone. I might go for him. Oh, it's not really in the zone. Secondary Ravine's in the zone.
Yeah, you can call it baby Ravine.
Okay, I'm heading.
Dude, I'm in orbit right now.
Okay, I'm going for a crazy plate.
But the scout was still over there, right?
Inside the building you're next to, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Oh, I do see a guy over there. I'm going in for that guy. This is spicy, this. Oh.
Looking at me. I knocked him once.
cowardly performance from an individual on Vitality, but rather just a team-centric affair. I'm talking 11 to 8 in terms of kill difference on the Vitality side. They don't have either of the top 2 fraggers. That's Axile and Shiro. So can those individual heroics from Gambit really tear apart this Inferno T side? Or does this series go to Overpass?
Yeah, we saw that they absolutely brutalized Vitality on the T side of Mirage. And I think it's going to have a similar philosophy on Inferno. And honestly, I have more doubts about Gambit on the CT side based on the way they play. So I'd be pretty terrified right now if I were trying to defend.
Oh, Apex will be that first defender. Magisk and Masuda with him inside this B site. They've seen nothing over from A. Nafany gonna be on the front end, fully blinded by Apex's bang. And the headshot right thereafter. We do lose Magisk in the middle of it all, seeing as he burns out from behind oranges, but maybe Hobbit has a little heroics up his sleeve. He's gonna need to, because Shiro has only a single point of health.
Man, they left it. Hobbit left the bomb.
Yeah.
But he left it in a spot where Shiro can take it and leave. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to be the attempt, but they can also try to double peek from CT.
That Gush.
Hobbit's going to see one. Man, 4 HP between the two of them.
Yeah, that Gush ends things, you'd think.
Hobbit Shiro makes it back. They don't grab the bomb. They die at every part of the round. Vitality shaved him down, dinked him, got them low, and you know, Gambit always have a chance. But Vitality makes sure to extinguish whatever flame was left in their mind. Put those hopes out.
Nice setup from Apex with that flashbang for the first. You know, if you cut down Nafany before he gets anything done inside the site, you're just leaning on everybody else. And then the numbers also to their advantage. Magisk committed to the cause as he's stuck back into the corner. Also Apex applying pressure by pushing out through that smoke, blind, just trying to throw himself into the pistol.
Man, I look at this buy, I'm not even sure what's more scary.
Real quick. To the top of Banana, they charge.
Yeah, they actually do. Just a 4 Tech 9s, they've busted this site open.
Dude.
Nafany has a smoke as well, but the bomb, they weren't planning on this.
It's what they wanted.
No, this is really strange because there is the idea that Shiro could walk out of halls, but the plant is not free.
Oh, they're starting to leave. This is going to tell Dupree all he needs to know. Dupree hears this sound. It's planted right in the open.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Gambit.
That's so
if bomb
smart
had gone
Dupree.
to B.
Yeah, that's so smart from Dupree. These days, you know, people don't rotate as heavily. They got those 2 kills on the top of Banana. They think everybody's over there. I think Dupree sitting in the last position you'd expect, inside of mid.
Just tucked around middle. Plays the audio to a T.
Oh! Wait, is this round still alive?
Your horses.
And they're coming in from Arch?
You wait.
Nafany, put this MP9 away and pull out your Tech 9.
With eyes peeled open.
Use the gun that got you kills.
30 seconds. Inters is wrapping all the way around through the apartments. He's got a smoke grenade to maybe offer Nafany some kind of an opening here. ZywOo comfortably in the back of the bomb site puts an end to Nafany and should put an end to the hopes here for Gambit. But Inters has already blasted one, so he gets a taste of his own medicine as he exits through balcony, and Vitality do stabilize for their 10th.
Shiro plans for lane, assuming that the next closest player is at best Arch. But the entire time, Dupree was sitting there in front of Boiler saying, we haven't seen the bomb. I have rotations over to the other site, and they aren't putting it down. So why should I move? And ultimately, it's true. Gambit should have ran that bomb all the way back. But they also had to be able to smoke B, wait for their bomb to get to the other site, and know that most of the CTs are going to be there as well. Still, they'll regret it.
The shoulda, woulda, couldas stacking up in this series. Felt like most of them were on the side of Vitality with those near 1v4s, but now this one goes their way. Nafany pushes through the boiler smoke, just catching ZywOo off guard. Nafany shooting ZywOo in the side of the head. I feel like it's
a better duo.
It's replaying in my brain, and it's going to be stuck there. And if it's stuck in my own, then imagine how ZywOo feels.
Yeah, I really don't believe he thinks like that. And that's why he's just different, but
okay.
Yeah. I mean, do you?
How does he think?
I don't think there's much going on up there.
Okay. It's just carnal instinct.
No, no,
no. Nafany, no. By the way, I speak perfect English.
Freya. His greatest deceit.
4 rounds the lead here. Vitality about to lose Dupree. Good flash from Shiro.
You're not supposed to flash through that smoke. That's so dangerous, and they do it. And Vitality are so upset about it. Dupree used all his ammo.
Apex is insane. He just jumps through the smoke grenade, then jumps back the other direction, dodging Shiro's sniper shots the entire... Oh!
Apex!
Insane! He drops Axile like a sack of potatoes.
Ooh, this is the perfect squeeze. Out to Arch. We'll see if the shot gets hit. Look how careful Nafany is. Peek comes in, Masuda with a dink. But
Not
now,
enough.
yeah, there's one player isolated on the site. Nafany's going to try to catch rotators. Magiska's here pressing up to lane. I don't think this is going to be completely unexpected. No, they wait for it. Shiro, so smart. But look, the bomb is trailing towards Arch. Like ships in the night, they go by. Apex, will he do more? MP9, shot gets missed. He baits it out.
Now the 2 CTs, they're going to wrap. Inters.
I think you just take it A on this in this situation. They know that
Fight down mid.
I was over on the B site. He drops a shot. Half HP's out of the round.
There's nothing he can do about this. They've already got their bomb plant and everything else they'd need.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Axel says, I shot Apex, :D. That was nasty.
What that really translates to
MP9.
is, I'm coming for you next week.
I'm going to remember you.
Ooh. I like this. I like this. Little wrench in the works real quick here from Gambit.
And that's the thing. Like, you can talk about how, like, patient and defaulty and careful Gambit are, but they will just pop through a smoke every once in a while. Like, I can't even remember the last time they've ever tried that. And that's versus the deep mid smoke, which means once you pop through it, you're not even at the top of mid. But they found the opportunity. They had Dupree shooting all of his ammo, thinking he's totally safe. And they said, no.
His safety a facade.
Yeah.
Look at this shot from Apex, dude. What the hell?
Bro got drilled.
Also, props to Shiro for staying sharp. Didn't get caught by that peek around short side. And Apex, if only he knew, right? He's probably assuming that there's a player coming to trade him from middle, but with 2 of those Ts in CT spawn, as if it belonged to them, he walks back into it. When really, if he pushes out the opposite side, of course, no way he knows. He's got bomb control, a clean sight. That opens the mid-wrap for ZywOo to come around. What could have, again, put it in the pile of the coulda, shoulda, wouldas. That's just the game we play. Big utility exchange here at the top of Banana. Nobody wants to give it for free. But here comes the woo.
Now, do they cheat and play 4A is the question. Bracken control will get taken over very quickly. We'll see if they even have Arch smoked in this situation. Looks like they'll press up and just look for the fights.
Apex, he's going to change positions, and he is fast enough to get around the corner, but a smoke lands right next to him.
Yeah.
Nafany versus Apex here on the corner of Arch Wrap.
He's waiting for it. No, Nafany could eat a flash in the position if Apex is going to swing again, but yeah, he does. Oh, but he remembers how to spray, blind or not. Uses almost all of his ammo. They'll reload, but now the rotators.
Pressure's on. We've got Dupree in the graveyard, Magisk in the pit. And Magisk's pit position questioned. Dupree's gonna activate. Now they know that he's inside of the graveyard stairs. So difficult to fight his way out of this spot, but honestly, there's a window right now for him to just to dive. Axile's gonna wrap around the apartments, and now that screws him over. Dupree can't manage, and it's gonna need to be Magisk. So he goes ahead and cuts down Axile, leaving Nafany still on Arch with the element of surprise. Magisk survives, and ZywOo delivers the double. Shiro's gonna take it down into the 1v1, and ZywOo's in the open. It's so damn close. Both players exchange a little damage as ZywOo backs up. The bomb plant's his for the taking, and Shiro doesn't know that this wrap around the bomb site could be the key piece to timing.
Oh, the disrespect. He's trying to make sure, and now he'll know that ZywOo's wrapped. The bomb is on default. He'll have to play it from close. He can't go all the way around, but ZywOo went to halls.
Wrapped where? That's Shiro's question, and ZywOo about to give him the answer. The peek, the flick, the clutch.
Oh my God, that's just like the mind games going on in between those two in that moment. And Shiro will pick up his third 1v1 of the game. A nice attempt from Zaiwu. He was putting out impact here in this retake situation. Unfortunately, Dupree, who's been the real star of the show on their CT sides on Inferno, struggled to get that one final kill, and it is such an awkward type of pressure that Gambit are putting on. There's 25 seconds. They still aren't committing to lane. They're not up at the sandbags. They're still 2 alive. They're throwing nades from Arch, nades from lane, trying to isolate and scare Magisk. And Dupree and Magisk are trying to figure out when do they commit or not. And it feels like there's no time to do it, but of course it comes down to the last second. And Shiro finds a way. You got to burn every calorie you ate for dinner to be able to keep up with Gambit. It's so mentally taxing.
Meanwhile, Gambit going to enjoy their dessert. Hard work in the last round, a third clutch from Shiro, and just pistols for Vitality here now. Essentially ensuring that they close this gap down to the 10-11. Shiro spots Masuda. Now he's sleeping with the fish. Zaiwu over the top of the boosts. Good damage with the USP, but Shiro's still standing. And the pressure slowly taken back. Vitality, no chance.
They've been pushed back. Extremely clean anti-8 goes. 5 alive for Gambit on this one. Any bit of damage could have mattered. With a game this close, it could make the difference. That's a big find. I mean, hey, it's just the MAC-10. That's a full rebuy, though. All the utility, an extra AK next round. And they'll finally close it with 4. Get into double digits. Starting to catch the tailwind of Vitality. Not enough money for an off. But Shiro has his.
No kit on the play for Vitality.
Oof.
Keep it in mind if a retake needed. Grenades exchanged down Banana, but Axile getting so close. Apex.
Oh my God, he's getting chased down
yes,
too.
He is.
Oh, and he'll die before he gets around the corner.
Masuda's chance. He's not having the best of maps, and now he's under pressure. Multiple players coming at him, but only one is needed.
That is so genius, dude. I don't even, dude, that last frag, the way that he pump fakes, jumps up over the smoke, sees Masuda fall back a little bit. That's a moment where Masuda thinks it's a reset of the situation, where he'll go back and throw nades, set up at quad, whatever it is, throw down his incendiary. Axel says, no, I'm coming forward into that.
This time, Gambit, they want to bust Vitality. They want to take everything from them.
He had such a good feeling for what the decision would be, and everybody starts to fall.
CT side in shambles soon enough. Hobbit chasing out from balcony. Gonna find the head of Magisk. And ultimately now, with hindsight behind us, we look at that setup. Apex spamming a smoke with no support from Masuda in that bomb site.
Yeah, that was a gap.
He was still standing on the corner mid-reload.
Yeah, that was a gap. Hey, Axel does that. Okay, we've seen some stuff that Gambit don't regularly do in this game so far, but Axel does do that very consistently. To the half wall, if he finds a gap that big, he will exploit it. Even if there isn't a gap, sometimes he'll push through. They've already caught a player in the middle of a reload at mid, and they took way bigger of a risk to go for that fight. So you better believe they're going to try something like that.
Oh.
Vitality are frustrated.
Feels like they're just trying to crank the tempo in this one, attempt the fight down Banana. Instead, it's Masuda dead right out of the way. Apex chipped by the frag grenades.
Started this round with 5 smokes to try to get Gambit to juggle around over and over again, but already down a player.
I mean, we can feel this momentum from Gambit. Woo. Apex, gonna remind them what's up. but it is still Gambit on the cusp of the 5-round win streak. We haven't seen Gambit fall to these types of buys from Vitality.
Yeah, they've been much cleaner on the ecos, it's true. But still, some interesting spots here from the CT side. The last smoke of the round here, however.
Hasn't happened yet, but better late than never. A buy like this and a round win, Vitality, oh, what it would do for them and their economy and their chances of closing the CT side. Dupree versus Hobbit in the apps. Not gonna happen. 2 headshots immediate. ZywOo's gonna try to dive back, but he's being chased by Hobbit. And that, my friends, is a clean round from Gambit as they take that T-side lead.
Last 2 anti-ecos, 4 alive for Gambit. A lead now officially, numerically, and I think in feeling as well. Vitality, they can buy. They didn't put themselves in a position to have an op. With the investments that they made, I don't think that they're gonna rely on it or need to. But it is something to know. However, what do we see? Nafany, with all the money in the world, picking up a Mac 10. Understanding that this could be a round with fewer helmets, potentially. A Mac 10 for some of these entries can be better than full rifles. If they need to do something with speed, you got 3 players who have decided to avoid helmets. As if the economy wasn't good enough on the T side, they can basically buy for 3 or more rounds, even if they lose. This has become a hell of a task for Vitality. Oh, and Magisk eats that fully flash, but he's got a teammate behind him, and he's aiming in the right spot.
And I am impressed by the fact that, you know, Vitality don't shy away from a little bit of a banana fight. With Masuda getting wrecked in the round prior, yeah, it's just the Deagles, but it just felt like Gambit have had that piece of the map. Maybe they want to cancel out Axile, and they do so effectively in round 24. Vitality will not simply hand Gambit the tickets to the Spodek. Gambit warned them, they'll take it by force.
Mac 10 becomes an AK. They'll start a slow buildup of pressure towards the small site.
Masuda, time to deliver. We talk about his multi-kill potential. Now would be just a golden opportunity.
Chance for a boost.
Good flash. Masuda dodges it, turns back into it. It's in fact Nafany blinded by his own teammate. Apex late nades. Whoa, the lineup. He's gonna find more than one as the damage stacks up against what's left of Gambit. Enters. He responds with a team kill and a frag against Apex.
Hey, he's got an op in the post plant. They're not rushing him down. 15 seconds, they could dive this. Flash comes through, Magisk will be first up, and he's dead.
Post.
3 up for Vitality. Op has now transferred to the CT side.
A bonus.
That props up their economy with the defuse.
Game tied at 12.
Thank goodness. Because what a snowball it would have been in the second half if that didn't happen. Look at the money for Gambit. They have 10K on 3 players, 12.9K on Hobbit, on T side.
Stacks on stacks. But while money will continue to be an issue for Vitality in the sense that Gambit have more than enough to churn through, it's also a question of can they cancel Axile as quick as they did in that last round, because he was the immediate 5 versus 4. There's no doubt that helped out. ZywOo's gonna go hunting. Shiro on the other end of this, and ZywOo doesn't want to stick around too long, so he falls off with a warning shot over the bow. Come get some, he says.
Man, if Gambit do something quick, there is such a big gap here as the rotations seem to be disjointed. They swap places.
Shiro's gonna take the helm of this short peek. Magisk, whoa, the shot.
But even that hey, Magisk showing himself right there, that's info.
Apex gonna put out the fire. little bit of FAMAS spam. He has been caught on some of these reloads, so he better be cautious. Nafany gets the better of him. AK over FAMAS. Dupree forcing his way through, but Axile, just a little bit of cover in that corner is all he needs, and suddenly there is a world of pressure on Magisk inside that pit. You said it, information. Gambit have already seen what's left of this A play. Now they don't know where he got off to, and they don't know how badly Vitality want to try and hang on. Magisk doesn't wait for them. He makes his move. We've got a player up in apartments and a push through. Inside of Arch, 2 Ts reside.
Oh my God, there's so many lurks going on, but it's still going to end A. We just have one player who ran to B simply to walk through spawn, and ZywOo might catch another bullet in the side of the head from Nafany.
Every single time. His kryptonite tonight. Nafany over ZywOo, an open door to the B site and an open door to the Spodek kicked off its hinges. It is Gambit back in the lead. CT economy not healthy. The T side on coffers of cash, and the individual level, I tell you, Axile, how did he survive?
Man, what an absolutely ambitious mid-round that they pulled off, but Nafany was prescient. He could see that B would have had to be clear. The rotations were in emergency mode. Dupree totally fluffed the spray, rotating in from Arch. Unfortunately, again, has been a highlight of this team on CT side Inferno, but today has been caught off a couple of times. CT pause will come in, and so will a force. They do have enough for the op on ZywOo. That was creativity and ingenuity when they needed it the most from Gambit. Terrifying to watch. They found the openings, they exploited Arch.
Yeah.
And you could tell Vitality were of two minds for a second when they were swapping the rotation in CT spawn, and that's when Gambit decided to go a little bit faster than they normally do into middle. That's when their odds shot up.
ZywOo forced to play this one. Glass cannon, limited utility. Will we see something different? Such a daunting task to go peeking down mid, especially when any of those AKs mean aim punch. An overstack on the A site. Apex takes up the task, the massive task of holding back the Gambit banana play, which has been so successful.
They will time a mid-peak here, feeling insecure without top banana control. Apex with an MP9 only.
I mean,
but will it be too slow?
It's such an invitation, just spamming with an MP9 through smoke.
They're readying the God Flash. Apex going to be reloading. They're coming through this right now.
This reeks of desperation. Apex gonna try to restore some type of a defense if he wraps around, but instead he just stays here, and Vitality are gonna be scrambling, but Apex, as he burns to a crisp at the hands of Shiro, who postures over top this smoke. Vitality need to concede. They give away 14, and Gambit 2 away.
It's another perfect call. Vitality looks so silly to be there, stacked up in middle for that much time, but it's because Gambit did it. They just decided not to take over bracket at all, went right into the B exec. Apex is hoping to hell that they attempt it with a flash, a smoke on Arch, so they can time a flash for themselves to peek into mid. And if they call it the rotation to B, they can fast flank. Gambit just didn't even give them that option at all. They had the opportunity to save. It's worst case for them. They're still fighting against 14. That's fine for Vitality, but they didn't even get a chance to fight back in that round.
They have to let it slide, dude. They didn't have enough to buy back. They didn't have enough to bounce in. Apex.
There have been some amazing calls here from Nafany in this game, across this series, and he hasn't been one of the most impressive callers at this event so far. Seriously, a far cry from even yesterday. On the precipice of the Spodek.
I mean, the fight continues for Gambit. It's just about what victims they leave in their way. This is a scary version of Gambit as well. The winner of Ninjas versus Maus would be their next target. Oh, but Inters is the target in round 27. ZywOo takes his head clean off.
What is that shot? Oh, are they going to peek into B again? How many times have the CPs died here?
The flash.
It comes through, but it comes back, and they get crushed.
Oh, the
again,
peek.
Axile with 2!
Every time he goes for this B site, it's a bloodbath. The Frenchman spilled as he slits his way through. And a bomb plant on top of it. If last round felt like a damning task, then what about this one? Frag goes deep, chips Axile further down, but still he stands for now. Another grenade destined for the corner. That one could do it. No, again, Axile. This guy's invincible. And with no answer off of the back of that, that could have served as the chance for Vitality to push, but now they will go for OT. OT or elimination.
Oh my God.
For this French and Danish fusion.
And ZywOo, oh, he's got to be careful he hits this shot. Yeah, this is what it comes down to. Series point, Gambit are on. And they can go ahead and throw bodies at these exits because every little bit will count towards them. They have enough money for the rest of their time on the server today. Another round one with those jackknife frags from their top fragger, Axile, who exploits them on a timing, falling back. And it's them who try to compensate by flashing to the top of Banana to turn the corner. But Gambit had the exact same idea.
It's another failure between Masuda and Apex to hold that B site. The only time we've seen it hold was when they actually took a third player over there. When they killed Axile for the 5 versus 4. That is the CT round win ever since the initial 3. 8 of the last 9. Gambit, Gambit, Gambit. And they're looking to hammer it around the corners of the A site. ZywOo, it is now or never. And his patience, he holds. The flash pops, he doesn't. Axile primed to take his head clean off, and if it's not Axile, it could even be Inters in from Boiler. Gambit, they hold. Magisk flashed, good attack. That at least drops Hobbit out of this one. A man advantage for Vitality, but at what cost? Apex, 44 health. Magisk in the teens.
Rotations are starting to make their way over back to B.
Right there.
I will eat one, though. That's a bomb as well. In his vision, CTs are going to start coming. He's going to layer it with grenades. Molly to protect it for 7 seconds. T's not panicking. Nafany on another lurk. Does he find a frag?
Dupree added to the tally of players who are lower HP'd. Nafany, he could serve as the split into this A site. Drops Dupree on the rotate first. A 3v5 primed to eliminate Vitality. But how do you deal with the players in the bomb site? How do you unearth Magisk from pit? ZywOo burned. Magisk dead. ZywOo down to a crisp. 3v5, and it looks goddamn flawless. Masuda, he is needed as he has been all map long. And we've got Nafany, 1 HP. It makes a world of difference.
Oh my God.
They continue their run. The returning champions one step closer, but one of the biggest targets taken down. Sayonara, Vitality. They come up short, and they will not be a part of playoffs.
Let's get into some more like team-oriented or game-oriented questions. So A lot of people in the last year, one of the few criticisms that people could have for Shiro was that he was too passive in their eyes. At FunSpark, I noticed that he took what I thought was more like openings. Are you guys trying to make him into a more aggressive player, or is that even an objective for your team right now?
Да, это было целенаправленно. Просто когда мы играем важные чемпионаты, я не могу себе много позволять, потому что у нас так все хорошо, и я должен закрыть просто те точки, которые у нас слабые, и все. И поэтому мне не нужно ничего больше делать. Но именно на этом турнире новом я хотел что-то попробовать, я попробовал, получилось, мы выиграли турнир. На этом все. Я не знаю, буду ли я продолжать играть так же, или что-то поменяю, но в основе своей я буду придерживаться той игры, которую мы выиграем.
What is the objective at IEM Katowice?
I think the little aim is going to playoffs, of course, and I don't know, I think everyone in our team want to play in the final, so yeah.
I would say that brings me to another question about your guys' team. I watched some of your like team comm videos. You guys are incredibly precise about your communication when it's online. So when you lose some of that, do you think that detracts more from your play because things are just hard to hear on LAN? Or do you think it affects all the teams equally, the lack of sound?
Я думаю, что у нас в онлайне было очень сильный фокус на то, чтобы правильно давать информацию, и когда ты на лане не слышишь ту часть информации, которая важна для нас, мы теряемся чуть-чуть в игре, и нам становится тяжелее, потому что на лане мы можем не услышать каких-то микродействий соперника и не можем прочитать настолько хорошо игру, насколько мы читаем в онлайне. И поэтому это наш, я считаю, один из самых важных минусов. У нас немного не хватает скилла, и поэтому нам нужно улучшаться из-за этого и привыкать к обстановке LAN, а не онлайн.
Axel, do you think you are a top 3 rifler in the world?
No.
Okay. Sure, what are your thoughts on Monacy?
Я не могу ничего сказать. Мы играли несколько праков против их команды, и он играл уверенно. Ну, то есть для его возраста, ему 16 лет всего лишь, и он играет на этот возраст хорошо. Я не знаю, что будет дальше, как он будет проявлять себя на ланах, потому что когда перед тобой толпы людей, тяжело справиться с этим стрессом. Посмотрим, как он будет играть. Но я думаю, что он хороший игрок, и в будущем он проявит себя.
Okay, cool. All right. I think we can end it right there.
Gambit do it in 2. They send Vitality home from IEM Katowice 2022. It was an electric inferno to finish off the series. And yep, it will be they, Gambit, that move forward in the tournament. Alan, Yanko, it was a crazy final map. We're going to highlight one of those rounds and talk about it generally. What would you like to start off with?
Crazy final map, crazy final round as well. We'll get into it a little bit later, but I think this was really impressive from Gambit, especially if you consider they win the first pistol, but they lose the second round. So down 3-1 in the first half, lose the second pistol round as well, down 3-0, and still manage to win 16-12. When you take that into account, it's a pretty convincing win, and you can just tell in that first half how annoying they are to play against. Like, every round that Vitality won was by the bomb exploding. Like, Gambit is playing the percentages perfectly. Like, 1 or 2 save guns here and there, it makes all the difference that they have more utility, more things to work with, that they can eke out, you know. It should have probably been like a 10-5 half for Vitality, but because of those saves, Gambit was able to steal away a couple of rounds.
Yeah, in that first half, I think there were 12 bomb plants, which is a lot more than I'm used to seeing. And then going into the second, as you mentioned, it just felt like Gambit, especially in the 3-on-3s and the 4-on-4s, they were so much more composed than Vitality. And when it was going late, you could see the comms were good. They were like kind of isolating angles well and really playing well together.
You know, this is where I wish I could listen to Vitality's comms the whole second half, because that would tell you if things are a little bit, you know, if it's like maybe something is late a little bit, or it's too loud, or something gets lost in, you know, the chaos and maybe the translation a little bit, right? Because when you look at it, like, Vitality has the more experienced players. Like, those situations should more often than not go their way, right? But actually it was Gambit who was kind of out-maneuvering them, out-positioning them, and that's not something you would expect to see.
Now, we can't talk about the highlights of this match, and especially this map, without highlighting Axar's performance. 27 frags, 17 deaths, and having such an impact across Inferno, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. This first half as well, there were so many rounds where they're playing passive without information, just in late round setups, and Axar was bailing them out on A so hard, man, and they would not have got up to that 7 rounds without him. And then going into the second, the number of entry kills he was finding on B was just incredible. They had no answer on B from 5.
I mean, here it is. It's like you're seeing, why are they showing the same round again? No, like it was 2 different gun rounds where he does the exact same thing. I was like, is he like doing his best Nico impression or what? Like he became the point man for Gambit on Banana. And, you know, we saw it, I think, yesterday a little bit as well. Like it happens more often than not that he just goes in and opens up the bomb site by himself, and that's it. The round is over. I think for Gambit, sure, you know, Hobbit, Shiro, Exile is the core, but for me, the 2 guys that impact their win-loss the most are Exile and Nafani. And Nafani has played this series on a much higher level than we've seen from him so far this tournament, and if those 2 can keep that up, then Gambit is a dangerous player for everyone.
Yanko, Alan, we were so entertained watching the final round of Inferno. Let's get that up on screen, and perhaps you guys can run me through it.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a little bit weird towards the very end, right? Because you see Nafani's like sneaking all the way. He got a kill before that. Zaiwu is stuck inside. This is a great molly to kind of make him uncomfortable. You know, he tries to move, but he's burning there as well, like in a really uncomfortable position. And Nafani's holding that. Like they just really kind of pressure, despite being a man down, Vitality perfectly and managed to, you know, eke out around it. They never should have won.
Yanko, when we were backstage watching that, he said, Alan, create chaos to, I think it was Nafani that was going around long. Alan, is that what you saw there as well, just chaos paying off?
Yeah, for sure, and I think Gambit are really good at what we like to call time management, slowing it down, putting the brakes on, letting Vitality rotate in, and then they can make the mistakes. And when it got really late and there was a play, I think it was headshot and one towards backside, they were so good with the comms really fast, saying, get that molly over there, we can trade out this headshot player. And it really fell really well. And actually, I think Vitality had 4 on towards A on that round. They had the read, they had the rotates, but Gambit were just too good as it went late round.
All right, let's head down to the floor for an interview with Heku and Shiro.
So usually we have interviews with Hobbit or Nafani, but today we'll have something really special because we never get to see or hear Shiro during the interviews. Shiro, congratulations with your win right now against Vitality. It's 2-0, which means like you're getting way closer to Spodek. You won Katowice last year, but it was online. Right now we are at LAN. We see that sometimes you are maybe like underperforming on LANs. What is causing that? Is it the environment, like that you are in new conditions? Is it the cameras? Or is there a different reason behind that?
На ланах на нас влияет именно важность турнира. Мы прощупываем с каждой игрой, мы прощупываем свою игру. И поскольку у нас первая игра была против Непов, и нам было тяжело, сейчас же мы играем более медленную игру, больше общаемся и тем самым нащупываем эту игру. И поэтому против нас тяжело, наверное, играть. Мы последние 2 матча провели, как по мне, нормально, и сейчас выиграли 2-0. Поэтому важность турнира и эта обстановка на лане нам помогает на данный момент.
So he's saying that the thing that influences the most when it comes to their performance is actually the importance of the whole tournament. That in the beginning, maybe like it was like a little bit tough when it comes to NIP, but right now they're kind of like playing a little bit slower. They're talking way more during the comms, and that's like really helping them out. But yeah, but it means that your next opponent will be either NIP once again, or it's going to be Mouse. Which team do you think it will be easier for you to beat?
Ну, я бы хотел, если честно, Непов, потому что мы им проиграли в первом матче на этом турнире, поэтому я думаю, Непы выиграют Маус, и мы будем играть против Непов. Но принципиального соперника нет такого. Что выйдут Маус, что будет Нип, мы будем к ним готовы и надеемся победить.
He's saying that they will be ready to play against Mouse and NIP, but of course they want to play against NIP, I mean, they are ready for anything. Shiro, before we I mean, you usually like never speak in English. Is there something maybe you would want to say to the guys that are watching this broadcast from the English broadcast?
Thank you for support, guys. Really. Gambit, let's go.
Let's go, Gambit. Thank you very much, Shiro.
Thank you, Heku, for that fantastic insight.
I love it. We get to hear from the guys we never get to hear from, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it's always the same. I'm tired of Hobbit. Like, he's a great guy. I love him. But, you know, give us a little bit of Shiro, see what he has to say.
What do you guys think about what Shiro said about wanting to play NIP out of that NIP Mouse matchup that's going on the B stream right now?
Of course he wants to. There's no better. Like, they lost in the opening round, and if they face him, that's like for the last spot in the playoffs. So there's no better revenge than denying them, you know, a chance to play in the Spodek.
I think also seeing them play these other series now, that NIP game feels like the absolute outlier. So in terms of getting their revenge, getting the reset on towards NIP, that would be great. And I think for me, actually, having seen this series, I think there's only 3 teams that can win this tournament. I think it's Gambit, I think it's VP, and I think it's Na'Vi. Gambit impressed me so much in that series. They don't even like Inferno that much, and they took it off Vitality, who love to pick into it.
I agree with you. I'm inclined to agree with you, but I think the spoilers can be FaZe and G2, right? Especially FaZe in the arena. Hopefully they can get there with all 5 of their players, because you can't underestimate the experience of already playing in front of that stage, in front of the fans, right? That's something that VP is lacking, and I think there's going to be a tournament or two where they're going to play really well, get deep, but they're going to lose a close series because something like that, right?
Let's get our Group A bracket up on screen to make sure all of you at home know exactly where we are at this point of IEM Katowice 2022. So now we know Heroic will be playing against Virtus Pro. Mouse and the Ninjas are currently in the midst of their battle. Ninjas are up 1-0. And Gambit is waiting in the wings for the winner of that matchup.
I feel, unfortunately for either of those two teams, like the way Gambit, they're just playing better with each series, right? Which is what you want as a team, but I don't think it matters who faces them in that decider game. I think Gambit is going to take it. Even if you look at, you know, map pool-wise for both of those teams, there's not really any ways in that you can say, oh, they can really punish them on this map or on that map. So, yeah, I think Gambit looking really, really scary.
Let's switch the group to Group B and see where we are at there. Na'Vi and FaZe Clan, what a battle there in the upper bracket. And then in the bottom, we see Astralis and Fnatic ready to square off in G2 and Furia.
Yeah, I think particularly the lower bracket on this one, in terms of knowing that only one team from here is going to make the Spodek, I think all of those matches are going to be compelling, and especially I think if it's a G2 Fnatic matchup again, I think that could be really great.
Yeah, as well, we saw, you know, G2 today completely dismantled Team Liquid, and it was a bit surprising being 1-0 up against Fnatic to lose that opening series, right? But I think where G2 is as a team and the lineup, obviously they're going to need some time, but despite that, all the teams that are in the lower bracket with them, those are teams that they have to beat, right? Like, I think they still need to make the playoffs. If they don't do it, it's going to be a disappointment and a bit of an underwhelming first big LAN tournament for the new G2 lineup.
Before we close out the show and show everybody the schedule as well, guys, final thoughts on Vitality exiting the tournament at this point. How can they bounce back as they go forward into their next tournaments?
I think it has to be said, they got a very rough bracket to play Heroic into Vitality. And you look on the other side of this lower bracket, and it's Mouse and Nip, and both those would be very favorable matchups for Vitality. So I guess overall, it's not a disaster. It's more like we've learned some stuff, some maps played good. Maybe, you know, some of their map picks in this tournament haven't gone their way. So I feel like they played a lot of series. There's a lot to learn, but clearly there are some rough edges to iron out.
And a lot of it will be from that Heroic game, I believe as well, right? So that close game on Inferno, the really tight rounds, and I'm not sure how they handled that really, you know, emotionally. Maybe there was a bit too much chaos going on, and, you know, that's what happens when you mix two cultures that haven't really mixed before, right? You need to figure out all those things, how to get everyone on the same energy level, not to get too excited, but also not to be too quiet. And, you know, I've heard them talk about, Extas gave a great interview where he mentioned his team and Vitality and saying, listen, it's just going to take a couple of months to figure all that mental stuff out, right? The Counter-Strike is the lesser problem and the smaller puzzle to solve. So, yeah, I'm sure come major time, you know, Vitality is going to be a much more well-oiled machine.
Janko, Alan, thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Everybody at home, you just saw our schedule for tomorrow. The matches kick off at 12:30. We'll be live at about midday. Second set at 4 p.m. and then finally at 7:30 p.m. CET. I'd love for all of you at home right now to go and tune in to the B stream and check out how Mouse versus the Ninjas pans out. We'll catch you here on the A stream back again tomorrow.
they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.